T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now and
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, negative return.
Getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
You gotta keep them separated. Separated. Hey! The man you're disrespecting me. Take him out. You gotta keep them separated. Hey! Don't pay no mind. We're under 18 and won't be doing any time. Hey! Come out and play! Separated. Hey! Man, you're talking back to me. Take him out. You gotta keep them separated. Hey! Don't pay no mind. You're under 18, you won't be doing any time. Hey! Come out and play! Separated. Hey! Man, you're disrespecting me. Take him out. Gotta keep them separated. Hey! Don't pay no mind. You're under 18, you won't be doing any time. Hey! Come out and play!
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw them! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crayons for breakfast. Rock strong. Oh man, guys, so I sent a little message out to let you guys know I was going to be starting a little bit late this morning. I was having a hard time moving because I felt so good. I got up at 1 o'clock in the morning this morning, and I was hurting bad last night before I went to bed, and I got up at 1 because I was in a lot of pain. Ended up taking a shower, like a 45-minute long shower. Just let that water like run onto my back, and then crawled back into bed this morning, and I feel so much better right now. So much. It's amazing how if you can just take away like half of the pain that you're feeling, how much of a better person you can feel. pain levels make a big difference in how you feel on a day-to-day basis. And let me tell you, I feel so much better today. I've got a little bit of this stiff muscle stuff, like a. It's not a Ben Gay kind of thing, but it's more of a. I think it's some kind of muscle relaxing stuff that I've got put on here, but I feel so much better. The title for the day today is Steller Q3 Numbers with a Touch of Aftermarket Trading Manipulation. If you guys weren't watching live when it happened, and I'm going to kind of take you back to when it was happening at the time yesterday. We started seeing price right around $10.22, $10.22, and exactly at 16.17. We ended up seeing price just start rocketing, and it made it up from 10.22 all the way up to 11.11, and you can see here in about 2 minutes, quite a big jump right there, and then all of a sudden it just started plummeting. Went from 11.11 all the way down to 9.67 in a matter of about 3 minutes, and it was quick. Really, really, really super quick. And then you could see that what happened here, and there were large quantities of volume too. 62,000 shares for this candle right here. This candle was 170,000 shares. This candle was 190,000 shares. This candle was 140,000 shares. 34.6 thousand shares. 50.1. A lot of volume in here. The interesting thing was I'm pretty sure when I was looking at the data last night before I went to bed, I think it was about, I was showing 19, just a little over 19. It was like 19 and some change on volume. I'm looking at the official numbers here according to Yahoo, and I'm seeing only 18.6 million, which means that they must have clawed back some volume in there somewhere. But there was definitely some, we were looking at like having maybe like 14 or 15 million shares tops when we closed out yesterday. It was like very, very low volume. And I had given you a prediction of somewhere between 20 and 40 million shares by the end of the day, and all that volume came right in this area, right in here, because it ended up kicking it up to that 18 million shares traded. So I thought that was kind of interesting that happened the way that it did. I felt like there was a very clear message as I was watching the price move. We had the very typical, and I'm going to show it to you here on the list. Oh, actually, it's not showing up on here right now. We had the 140,000 shares showing up at 10.99. I think it was 10.99 was the price it was set up at. There was this big wall of about 140,000 shares sell wall, which right now is currently at 12.55 with 16.9 thousand shares. And when we got to that, as the price was launching upwards, it just disappeared. It didn't get traded at all. It just disappeared before it even got there. And it kept moving around, and then finally it just disappeared. And when it disappeared, that's when the price started getting knocked down, almost as if they were using some of those 140,000 shares to knock the price down with. So it's I think that's significant. Whenever they have like a portion of shares, like a big lump sum of shares like that they're willing to use to try and block the price from moving someplace, and then they have to be used, then that means they're probably going to have to try and find those shares to get them back again. So if there is going to be another sudden jump in price again, movement, then there's probably going to be a little less resistance this time moving forward. But do note that we ended up closing out the end of the day at like $10, which was 9 cents lower than where we were at when we closed. It went all the way down to $9.45 before returning all the way back up to $10 and closing out the day at $10. And then as soon as the market opened up this morning, when we started seeing some more momentum upwards, and now we're kind of consolidating around 10.24. This is a big message to me right here. I see somebody, I don't know who. There's an institution out there that is basically saying, no, we're not going to allow price to move up yet. We're not ready for it. But if you were sitting there watching it when it did start moving, it was quick. It was swift, no pun intended. It was very, very swift, and you can see how fast this thing is going to take off when it does take off. And not, we'll be ready for it. We'll be enjoying it as it happens when it does happen. But whoever is in control of price movement right now, and I know they know that it's coming. They know that it's coming, and I don't know who the powers are that are keeping this, preventing this from running right now, but they know that it's coming, and they're just not ready for it. So whatever it is that they've got to do to get things ready so that they can let this thing take off finally, they've got to get that done. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's who knows. I'm sure there's lots of things, but it was probably some of the most egregious manipulation of price movement that I saw yesterday, probably of any other day that I've ever watched this before. It was insanity. So let me see here. I'm looking over to see what it is you guys are writing real quick here. Could this player be so back as to never let it go? I don't think so. No, because you're seeing financial institutions that are getting torn up right now. I mean, they're just getting torn new a-holes all over the place. So I don't think so. And eventually, this is going to take off, and it's going to be a big thing. And but somebody's going to lose on this. It's just that they're not ready. They don't have enough things in place yet that they need to have in place in order to be able to be ready for when it's going to happen. But I can tell you right now, though, the way this played out yesterday, they're just not ready. They know it's coming. The algos, I mean, you could see the algos just turn on to like it was like a big buy switch just turned on all at once, and the algos were buying, buy, and then it was just like somebody flipped another switch, and then it was like sell, and it was the most craziest thing you've ever seen. You had to be watching it. If you weren't watching it, then you just don't know. But somebody's just not ready. Yep, Bob's saying best Q3 in the entire 103-year history of the company. Adam Aaron did post that, and also said it in the meeting that we were listening to. So his tweet 6 hours ago, he says, on Wednesday, AMC Entertainment reported third quarter 2023 financial results that featured a net profit. Our revenue and adjusted EBITDA were the highest third quarter number in AMC's entire 103-year history. You can find the full report here. He's got the link to it. And then 0.08 cents. I was guesstimating a range somewhere between 6 and 10 cents, targeting 8 cents as a positive EPS number. And we hit 8 cents on a positive. Pro Jeweler and I were both like 8 cents. Pro Jeweler said it too. I remember it was like last week we were both sitting there going like, yeah, it would probably be about 8 cents up on the earnings per share. So, and then sure enough, 8 cents is what it turned out to be. So that was kind of fun, a fun prediction to see have hit. And then I was really happy about that. I would have liked to have seen the higher side of my prediction at a 10-cent EPS, positive EPS, but we'll take 8. 8's just fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And I mean, if you were listening to the quarterly report yesterday, it was great. There was nothing wrong with it. It was awesome. Loved it. Namac says, why didn't Adam Aaron give us the popcorn numbers from Walmart? Because I think they wrap in the numbers all into money that they're making through concessions. So I'm not sure it really matters if they break it down like specifically to how much money is made exactly everywhere. But I do know that the fact that they're expanding it to what is it? I think Kroger's. They're selling in Walmart. Amazon, I think, is going to be selling it as well, and online. And I feel like there might have been some other chains that we're going to be taking it on too, and I can't remember the other ones. Maybe it was just those 3. I can't remember off the top of my head. Publix? Did he say Publix? I don't remember that. Kroger, Publix, Amazon. Cool. All right, let's do numbers. Casey, did you do a video on indicators for MOAS coming to an end? MOAS coming to an end. I'm not sure what you redefine what you mean by MOAS coming to an end. Tech we love. I know a couple of you guys are saying that the actors strike is over. It's technically not over. They did come to an agreement, and now it's got to go through there's like 2 or 3 more steps it's got to go through before it's officially over. So, but the tentative part of coming up with that agreement, now we got to get the sign off on the actors. The actors have to vote on it and sign off on it if they agree with it. And I'm pretty sure they'll probably get all that. It's probably more or less a formality, the rest of the steps. But yeah, we're moving in the right direction, which is for sure a good thing. No fever yet this morning, Roseanne. I say yet because I'm knocking on wood here. I don't want to. I don't want. We'll see what happens. All right, let's go over and take a look at numbers. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing. So hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I need to clean my glasses. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may need to get it because it could prevent somebody to get into your account. There's always phishing and all kinds of different ways that people can try and get into your accounts, and I would hate to see you guys have somebody get into your account and muck up everything that you got going on. So make sure you're protecting yourself with something like two-factor authentication if you can. If your broker provides that opportunity for you to be able to have two-factor authentication, and they also give you the ability to have a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to consider setting that up in case something happens to your primary. Yeah, cleaning off the glasses. Give me just a second here. I'm going to go back over the other thing real quick here just to see what MCon's saying. Let's see here. Oh, selling point. So yeah, there's 2 different videos that I have out on that. So what the backside of a squeeze looks like, and then the other video is to know some of that. You need to know what a synthetic price failure is. So those are the 2 videos that you're going to want to probably watch. Jay says, "What's for breakfast, hon?"
Waffle eggs.
Waffle eggs. Are you cutting out the middles? Always. Well, I wasn't sure if it was a waffle and eggs or if it was waffle eggs. All right, glasses are clean. Let's see here. All right. Yeah, MCon, that's what I would suggest to you. There's 2 different videos. You can actually see them in the screen here from the description on the channel. I know you've been around here for quite a long time, so if you check out the description box in here, you'll see 2 different links that says what is a synthetic price failure and how will it help you to identify the backside of your MOAS. And that link is up in there, and then also how will I know when we are on the backside of a squeeze is the other link to another video. Combined, I think they take up about 26 minutes of your life. I tried to keep it under 30 minutes if possible, but it's probably the best 30 minutes of your life that I think will help you to understand what to look for in regards to indicators. And I'll just tell you right now, the 2 biggest indicators that you're looking for is synthetic price failures and what they look like as price is moving up and down during a squeeze, and the other one is volume, day over day volume numbers. Those and it doesn't get any easier than that, and those are the 2 things that you'll be looking for. All right, I'm still waiting on. Oh, there it is. I was waiting on my broker to give me a passcode, and I thought they didn't do it, but they did. All right, let's take a look at these numbers. Price predictions for yesterday. We finished at 10.09. Let me see here. So anybody who had 8.59 for a price prediction would have been the winner. Nobody had 8.59. Nobody gets a bonus point. I was too far out by about 8 cents. I was 8 cents away from getting a bonus point yesterday, but I think I was the closest one to price predictions. But everybody is going to get a point here for the day. Let me set that up here. Oh, I just noticed that that's giving me... There we go. I have not gotten any word back from Fintel yet on misreported data. So nothing on that front. Short exempt volume from yesterday. 158.8 thousand shares. So it was a little bit up. Yesterday we were down 1.27%. And utilization is back up a little bit day over day. We are at 31.01% utilization. Max Pain. Let's take a look at what it is for the day today. It was $10 so far. We started out the week at $10. It hasn't changed any. I don't expect it to change today at all. I think $10 is probably where it's going to stick at. $10 it is. Has not changed. Off exchange data. Our pokey stick of volume's kicking in right now. We'll take a look at that here in just a second. We had 50.76% of our volume going through off exchanges. EDGX was at 6.93. The combined total on that was 57.69%, when normally we'd be seeing somewhere around 64% of our volume going through there. So it was about 6.31% less volume going through those exchanges. Do note that would have been probably, if I had to guess, because we were really close to being right on target right at the end of the close for yesterday on those numbers. My bet is that most of that volume that went through lit exchanges yesterday that moved that price around as much as it did in the aftermarket hours, and so that's why those numbers ended up being as low as they are. Those numbers certainly impacted price movement. And that's probably why we saw so much price movement and why those exchange volume numbers are so low. The total amount of shares going through CHX yesterday was 700. Nothing unusually large for AMC. And then on GME, CHX volume was 185 shares. So nothing very large on that. Taking a look at the options. Oh, I'm sorry. Institutional ownership. That's the next one here. Institutional ownership was 146.348 million as of yesterday. Today it's 141.128 million. It's quite a big drop. It's about a what did I? Because I think I said 146, right? It's about a 5 million share drop there. What's next? Next one is going to be options. Highest amount of call volume. The highest amount of call volume that we had on open interest yesterday was at a $12 strike. That is still the case, and excluding the $22 lottery ticket winners. Wait a minute, hold on a second here. Did I say 18? I said 18. I don't know why I said 18. It's a $12 strike is the highest amount of open interest, closest to our strike price, our current price. So we went from 15.5 thousand contracts at from yesterday to 14,000 contracts to today, which means there's been some more closing of call positions. And then the highest amount of open interest on puts is currently at a $8 strike. Yesterday it was, man, I got some numbers. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing. Here we go. My bad. Hold on a second. I got to reread numbers to you guys because I screwed up here. I just realized I was reading the wrong column. Yesterday it was $12 strike. We had 13.1 thousand contracts. Today we have 14. So there's a little bit more volume there, not less. And then on puts, it was an $8 strike with 6.8 thousand contracts. Today it's 7.1 thousand contracts. So that also increased just slightly. Sorry about that. Give you a little bit of Funky Pizza's music here, and then move over to the other screen and take a look at the rest of the data after I move some screens around. All right, utilization. There's our drive on utilization from 29.57 to 31.01%. On loan amount day over day did increase from 13.61 million shares on loan to 13.74 million shares. That's 130,000 shares more on loan day over day. That's going to cause the estimated short-term interest of the free float to rise, and went from 6.16 to 6.18, so 0.02 increase. That means Ortex is estimating that about, we'll just call it 40,000 shares of that 130,000 was in new short interest. That shouldn't be enough shares to cause our on-loan average age per day to drop at all. But it did, which means it's there might have been some closing of older positions as newer positions were being taken on. It did drop from 31.52 average days on loan to 31.29. And security lending volume increasing day over day from, let's see here, 2.16 million shares to 2.38. Let's see if we got the failure to delivers in. Still no failure to delivers yet. MMRI this morning. Yesterday it was at 295.35. It's back up to 298.64. The gap difference between the 2-year and 10-year yields. .404. Yesterday it was 0.36. So we're getting more and more of a gap between the 2-year, 10-year yields. DXY is definitely lower than that 106 number that we've been seeing. But the overall trend on the 2-year, 10-year yields are starting to increase again. VIX showing in the pre-market this morning a future down, but very marginally, which means that the markets will be should be marginally up. And future market quotes are down anywhere from 0.02 to being up as much as 0.56. This does seem a little bit on the high side for futures, but of course it's all on the Russell 2000. Orders by Fidelity customers, I'm only looking for AMC and GME on this list. Neither of which are on here. Do note the amount of buying pressure from retail from yesterday. Not very many companies out of the top, most 30 heavily traded stocks looking very much like they're on the buy side. Trigger price for SSR for the day today is $9.08. Shares available to borrow is at 1.9 million shares. Earlier this morning there was 2.1 million shares available to be borrowed. Late last night it looks like there was also 2.1 million shares available to be borrowed, and then in the aftermarket hours they did borrow additional shares. It looks like they're on a pretty hefty borrowing. There's 600,000 shares borrowed there. And then we're looking at about, actually, let me just add it all together here. Let's see, 2.1 minus the 0.55 plus 600. So we're looking at about 2.15 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's pretty close to, with the last couple of days, we've been seeing about 2.5 to 2.7 million shares borrowed. So we're that's getting up there pretty quick this morning. Fees are at 0.8%. Calls, we have 100.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the calls versus 12,000 contracts that are in the money. 60,000 contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 8.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. Oops, I didn't want this. Big bank movers in the pre-market this morning. Let's see what we got going on here. Feeling like adding in Bank of Japan in here. Coinbase in the pre-market is up 3.6%. Let's see if we have any other big pre-market movers besides Coinbase. We do. U.S. Bank Core is up 2.58. And that appears to be it. Ethereum Classic is up 1.44 and trending up. The US dollar is currently up 0.08 and trending up. It's a little bit of consolidation currently after a trend up, I guess. Oil has traded this morning and is up 1.33 and trending up. SPY is up 0.22, trending up, gapped up, and is trending up as well. Tesla is down in the pre-market 0.95, trending down. Amazon is up 0.04, trending up. Cinemark is up 1.81 in the pre-market and is breaking the trend down that it was on earlier yesterday. Doge is up 0.92 and trending up. Bitcoin is up 3.53, trending up. GME is up 0.75 and trending up. HYMC is up 1.77, trending up. NCMI is up 1.38. And let's see. It's only traded 43 shares, so I hate to call this a trend up yet, but I mean the overall trend that it's been on does appear to be up, but let's go with consolidation currently. HUD is up 1.97 and a little bit of consolidation going on, and AMC is breaking even in the pre-market at 10.09. No change. So, and got a little bit on a downtrend after our initial market open upwards. Inflow versus outflow yesterday. We had about 27.8. So we're looking at $2.6 million more inflow than outflow yesterday. So far this afternoon or this morning, we've got about 237,000 shares having been traded so far. Our Pokey Stick yielding 144,000 of those shares. You talking to me, hun? How did you say my name?
No, sorry, sir.
Oh, okay. 144,000 shares going through. Let me just check the volume here on the rest of these minutes so I can subtract out some of this in my head. It looks like we're probably looking at about 50 to 60K off this number. So we're looking at about 180,000 shares having been traded by our 7 a.m. Pokey Stick of volume. I'm going to do the same volume prediction that I had yesterday, 20 to 40 million. I know it was on that it was lower than what I was suggesting, but this kind of volume should be seeing higher quantities of volume being traded. So I'm going to stick with that 20 to 40 prediction. On a 4-hour chart, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 43.22 for the RSI, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with a little whipsaw kind of going on here with the vortex indicator. Currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with our RSI of 46.21, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 48.14, which is pretty much average. On a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 41.38, which is below average. On a 1-hour Ichimoto, the numbers that I told you guys that we would need to see was 1105 for a big push in price movement. It tried to get there. You can see it wanted to try to drive up to that $11 range. 1105 was the magic number, but it needed to hold it, and it didn't hold it, obviously. Today, we need to get that lagging line back above price line in order to see a buy signal and price moving above the cloud, which is going to be at $10.80. 1080 is the magic number. That would put the lagging line above price line. Ultimately, by the end of close, we would hopefully be over 1111, because otherwise the lagging line would run into the price line at some point due to that large quantity of volume or price movement that occurred in the aftermarket hours. But the conversion and base are right on top of each other right now, so a push up to that $10.80 range would be a big, strong buy signal. On a 4-hour chart, lagging lines on price line, conversions below base, price flirting with the green cloud and what price does like to do. Now, this price movement down to 945 in the aftermarket hours yesterday technically would be considered a break beyond the bottom side of the green cloud, which we could mean that we're going to see a reflection or deflection off of the cloud here, because technically it did break through it. If we get that deflection and price continues to move upwards, and we saw price moving into that, again, that 1080 range, the same exact value that I just gave you, we would see the conversion line more than likely crossing the base and this becoming a very strong buy signal, especially with price moving above a green cloud like this. That would be a huge strength sign. So 1080 or higher is going to be the magic number for both the 1 hour and 4 hour charts are in agreement on 1080. Big number that if we hit that, if we hit 1080, we could see this thing starting to take off. If we don't, if we see downwards momentum in price movement, which I'm kind of anticipating the market wants to see like 980 by market open. We may see a deflection off of something like 980. It could be maybe even as low as like 960. Let me see here. Yeah, I would expect to see a deflection off of something like 980 or maybe as low as 960. 955 to 980. If we saw a market open that did produce that downwards momentum, I think we would see a strong deflection off of that and heading back upwards again. I think it would mainly be to close out any kind of put positions at a $10 strike. We do have a level of support, pretty strong level of support at around 975 and 945. So, with that, I think that's all I got for you guys. Oops. Let me go back and to the back of the big tramp. And they're off. Tom Mess is just hanging out back here in the back of the big tramp. I think he may have fallen asleep back here. You know, it's a comfy place. He likes the clean carpets. Paula says why we had stellar earnings. Why did we have stellar earnings? Or I guess I'm a little confused by what you mean by what's the why about? Well, IMAX certainly opened up, Tom. That's the truth. Since IMAX was, they had their earnings report. I think it was like yesterday, and as you okay there? You okay there, Hayden?
Did you get my message?
Hold on a second here. I did, but I had not read it yet here. Holy crap, am I allowed to talk about this?
Sure. Tell everybody.
Okay. Hayden says my Fidelity account was hacked yesterday and sold XX of my AMC shares. I have two-factor for Fidelity.com and Face ID on my phone for the Fidelity app. Fraud team is now on it. Wow.
Yeah, I just got in touch with them a minute ago. I'm between flights, and they said my account's been frozen. So thank God we're not running right now. But they said, yeah, our fraud team will be in touch with you in a couple days. I said, no, this ain't a couple days. I said, I want those shares in my account now because I didn't do it. It was done yesterday, 10 minutes before close. And
Wow.
they all, which is funny because I was airborne, so there's absolutely no way I could have done it. And then they came up with a little, yeah, well, we have to find the shares at the price they were sold at. I said, no, you don't. It says, excuse me, sir? I said, you'll get those shares because your security sucks. I will not be paying for that, and you will be paying for that. Oh, yes, that's what I meant. We'll be getting those shares back for you.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Didn't expect that to happen to me, but here I am. And was it a significant number? No, it wasn't. But
but if you compounded that over many accounts, it could be considered a significant number.
Yes. And I had screenshots, so I know exactly what was in there. But it was odd that I woke up this morning in the hotel, and as I was looking at my emails, there was a confirmation for a Fidelity sale. And I'm like, not for me. And I went on there and immediately called them at 5 this morning. And of course, fraud can happen 24 hours a day, but fraud is only open from 8:30 to 4:30.
Let me ask you a question. They sold, but did they take the money? Did they transfer the money anywhere? So
it's a 401k. I think it's a little more difficult.
So that doesn't even make any sense. Like, why would they? That doesn't even make any sense. That's just dumb.
Could have been a test.
That's so fraudulent. Fraudulous. I'm making up words.
Right.
That's so fraudulent.
Exactly.
That is messed up. That is really, really messed up. Somebody was asking what broker was it? It was Fidelity.
Fidelity. And what's funny is I have the Face ID. There's nothing else I can do on the app on my phone, which is where I do most of my stuff. And on the Fidelity.com, whenever I log on, of course, it sends the 6-digit number that you have to put on Fidelity.com. Never got the 6-digit thing, so somehow they got on the app and used that. So of course I changed the password, but yeah, it might be worth everyone. Who knows? People could be phishing in accounts right now. Probably might be a good idea to change up some passwords.
But it doesn't even sound like it's a password issue, though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's odd.
Because I mean, they got to send you. They got to send you a what 69?
Hey, it was not six. It was it was XX. That's all I'm gonna say. It wasn't triple X. It was XX.
No. I hear you, but that's the only odd number I could think of with an XX in it.
Yeah. Right. And it wasn't 14 for 2 weeks.
Hey, Pirate here. Let me ask you, if you don't mind sharing. Now, are you precluded from buying any more in the interim?
Correct.
Yeah. See, that's what makes me think. A, they didn't clean out your account. B, they just stirred it up enough to create this action. But the result is you can't buy right now from them.
Correct.
And that smells like a boat ramp at low tide.
Yeah, my account is locked. So if I go to the app or Fidelity.com, it says, like, don't do it right now.
Right. But you see what I'm saying here. I got my tinfoil sombrero on, but I'm saying it looks to me like somebody has finagled you into a position where you can't buy any more from them right now.
Right. It says your account has been blocked. Sorry, your account has been blocked for security reasons. Call us so we can help.
Yeah. That'd be the first thing I would demand. The very first thing I would demand is that if I decide to buy today, they need to facilitate that transaction, irrespective of anything else that's happening in there.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we could both see that I don't have any money to buy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lucky them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like I said, I've never had. I've been with these guys for 26 years, and I've never had an issue with Fidelity.
Yeah,
but
me
as
either.
we get closer, here I am.
Yeah, it looks to me like a thinly camouflaged attempt to hamstring you or to handcuff you for momentarily. And I don't like this. I don't like the smell of it. I don't like the smell of it.
Well, and so yeah, the account's blocked, and so nothing can happen. But before I even called them, I changed my password again. And yeah, so yeah, just wanted everyone on the channel to know. Could be you.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. And wow.
And we had such a good time looking at cars last night. I knew the pendulum had to swing.
Well, ordinarily I'm the most jovial of the bunch, but I'll go out and say this: if it was coming from anybody else, I would raise a skeptical eye that maybe this was. I'd throw the bullshit flag, but coming from you, it carries a great deal of weight with me. So thank you.
Yep. Yeah, it's like I said. I usually wake up, have some fruit next to the bed as I'm rolling over and trying to do 3 things at once. And I logged on to start deleting these 7,000 emails I get every day from people I have no idea how they're trying to sell me something. And sure enough, there was the Fidelity one of my sale. I'm like, oh, that's odd. I thought it was a joke, or one of those phishing emails of you're a Fidelity. Nope, it was real. It was the actual Fidelity.
Marvin, and don't give up any information that you're not willing to give up. But Marvin was asking, do you own any other stocks, and were those affected?
No, they weren't.
So the answer is yes, you do own other stocks?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's interesting as well.
And I have AMC on 2 different accounts. Both of them are 401ks, and they didn't touch. They touched the one that had. They didn't touch the one that had 5 shares. They touched the one that had 10. If you know what I mean. They touched the one that was bigger of the 2.
I would like to know what I guess. Are you able? Some information that I would want to get from them. Number one is there's a couple different pieces of information. One is how are they able to make the transaction if there was no two-factor authentication authorization? First off, the second piece of information that I think would be extremely vital to have is did they sell specific lots?
No, it wasn't. Like I said, it was a weird number.
No, lots. Lots meaning how, like the age of the shares that you had that were sold.
Right.
Meaning did they sell? Did they sell? Yeah, did they sell older positions or newer positions, or did they pick and choose, or how, what was by what standard did they use to sell off shares? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's funny. I think with Fidelity, it's only FIFO.
No, it's not. You can pick lots. You can pick lots. You can pick which shares you want to sell off.
I'll ask them.
Yeah, I think it's crucial information because it could give you an idea as to if there was fraudulence on their end or somebody from their end who was committing fraud, then it will give you an idea as to why they may have been picking certain shares to sell off.
Yeah, I'll ask them, and I think I should know when I'm flying up north. As soon as I land, I'm going to call them again and ask them. I'll ask them 2 questions.
Those are the 2 biggest pieces of information that you're probably going to want to know is how did they bypass the 2-factor authentication? You should demand to know that because that means your account's no longer, there's zero credibility in holding your position with them any longer if the 2-factor authentication can be bypassed. Number one. Number two, and I would make that statement to them too. I would say like, why should I hold any position with you any longer if your 2-factor authentication doesn't prevent somebody from being able to go in and sell my shares at any given time? And then number two, the second part to that is that the lots, you want to know which specific lots were sold off, and what were the age on those specific lots that were sold.
Yeah, before my account was locked, I probably could have seen that, but I can't see anything now. But the funny part was the first guy I talked to about this at 5 a.m. said, "Well, we could probably get you Symantec for another bit of security." I said, "I ain't paying for that." And they said, "No, it's free." Really?
Well,
Yeah,
look
they
at the
actually-
charts, guys. Look at the charts. Look at the charts, guys.
They actually said semantic, and I said, "Does that work on Apple?" And they said, "Yes." I thought semantic was actually a Windows PC type of thing, but I guess not. But why would Fidelity need that anyway? I have two-factor authentication, and nothing was set on my phone, so it had to happen through the app.
Y'all see this chart?
Mm-hmm.
896. Hayden, can you see a chart, Hayden? You might want to turn a chart on.
Which chart?
AMC. 1 day, 1 minute.
Yeah, they're aggressively pushing the price down right now.
We just hit 858.
Well,
It's a fucking, yeah. You need to look.
Oh, I'm on Yahoo. If I go to the channel, it'll be double. It'll be echoing. Yeah, I see 835. Hey, maybe I should tell them don't do anything. I should buy those shares back now. Hey, I changed my mind.
I can't believe
Everything's
it.
fine. Yeah, well, I guess they do it off when it's not normal market, right? Because there's no
It costs
stop.
them less. It costs
Yep.
Well, it costs a lot less. If you want to paint the tape, you can do it pre-market or after hours with far less
Yeah.
capital.
Yeah, it's
On
far
Yahoo, because it's behind. It's already at 14.
it's far cheaper to try and manipulate price in the pre and post market
Exactly. Yep.
times.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I got to get back to work. I just want to let you guys know and pass the word.
It's not like these aren't on low volume candles either, though. Yeah, we are getting some decent amounts of volume in here.
Yep.
There are no halts in the pre-market or aftermarket hours, Kenny.
I'll give you guys an update when I hear more.
Sounds good.
Please do.
If Fidelity, and now this makes me want to know if there's a wider reaching fraudulent issues that were happening with multiple accounts, and if there was, we should know what the outage or how systemic the problem is within Fidelity. Because if there is a sell, if this sell off right here is based off of the idea that there was a bunch of fraudulence with a bunch of accounts from Fidelity, that would be part of the reason. So you could see them potentially using this to drive the price down and be able to buy back in at lower prices, reducing their risk.
Yeah. Something's at play here.
Let's check the SPY. Where's the SPY at here? SPY did take a little bit of a jump there in the last few minutes, but is starting to trend back up. Let's see. AMC is pretty much the only thing that's really moving leaps and bounds like that.
AC, forgive my lack of etiquette this morning. Good morning to you. I was
Good
excited
morning to you
ask
too.
Hayden that, so I just kind of burst in the room and started squeezing questions. So please forgive me and good morning.
Yeah, good morning. SSR does not trigger in the pre-market. It will trigger as soon as market opens, though, especially at $8.50, because SSR trips today at 9:08. So can almost guarantee that they're trying to probably drop price and just maintain it right below a SSR trigger point, because there's probably going to be a lot of buying pressure that's going to come kicking in. Yeah, they won't halt it right at market open unless it's moving dramatically. It has to move more than 5% within a 5-minute period.
Fibers.
Any news on why it's down? I'll tell you what it is. This is going to be an attempt to trip SSR right at market open, so they're going to drop it down right to that level. And this is why I've been telling you guys for so long. They can move this price wherever they want to. They have complete control over the price movement. So the objective here is to trip SSR, and then that way they can fill orders. Any kind of massive quantities of orders that are coming in today will be able to be filled with short exempt volume. So they'll be able to create synthetic positions based off of legalities in that are created, rules in the system that allow them to do so. And if there's a lot of, and so if you want news, what's the news? AMC had Steller Q3 numbers. That's the news. So they're probably expecting to see, especially with the amount of volume that we had yesterday at the very end of the day as AMC was releasing the numbers, they're probably expecting large quantities of volume to come in buy orders. And when those orders come rolling in, they're going to need to fill those orders as much as possible. So that's why they got to trip that SSR. No, it's 5% in 5 minutes. There's different thresholds.
I thought it was
10.
I thought
It's
we
10.
missed
It's
it.
10. There's 5. There's 10. There's multiple levels of it, but 5,
Triggers,
10.
different
Yeah.
triggers.
Yep.
I knew the most important part of it though is it had to happen in a brief time frame. It has
Yeah.
to happen rather quickly in order for it to be considered a trigger.
Dr. Zaya says, could it be an offering? I don't think so.
Girls says 350 million in common stock. Where they're getting all this from.
Check the news. AMC Entertainment files for 350 million offer of common stock. Okay, all right. Well, then that's what it is. Then
There we go.
they're pricing in a 350 million common stock.
They may have anticipated a bump after such a good earnings and decided to sell into that. So it may have all been pre-planned.
Let me see. Let me see here. What we got going on for AMC filings here. All right, we have entered into an equity distribution agreement with Citigroup Global Markets Incorporated, Barclays Capital Incorporated, B. Riley Securities, and Goldman Sachs as our sales agents relating to the shares of our Class A common stock offered by this prospectus supplement and the company prospectus. In accordance with the terms of the distribution agreement, we may, through our sales agents, offer and sell from time to time our Class A common stock, having an aggregate offering price of up to 350 million. So it's an offering price of up to 350 million. It's not necessarily shares. So it's not shares. It's an amount. The sales agents may act as agents on the behalf. So if you figure on average like a $10 per share, then it's going to basically they're going to be selling 35 million shares. The sales agents may act as agents on behalf or purchase shares of our Class A common stock as principals. Sales, if any, of our Class A common stock under this prospectus supplement and the accompanying prospectus may be made in sales deemed to be at the market offerings as defined in Rule 415 under the Securities Act of 1933 as amended. Let's see here. Yeah, so you can almost... Yeah. Market price. Let's see. I'm scanning through to see if there's anything in here that's specifically that kind of jumps out at me.
This doesn't necessarily mean that this is a reflection of that being sold right now. It's just a sell-off being triggered by the announcement. They could have this. They could be loading both barrels of a shotgun in anticipation of a run, so that they can dip their biscuit in that gravy. I'd like to keep it positive and think that that's the case. If someone in a position to decide on those things said to them, well, we're getting ready to see a pretty good run up on the price, we need to be prepared to capitalize on that. This may be a reflection of that.
No, or maybe. You sure? Last time you used it.
Right on Monday so I can get my homework.
I skipped down to this part here where it says, within the last 7 business days, the market price of our Class A common stock has fluctuated from an intraday low on the NYSE of $9.96 on October 31st to an intraday high of $11.43 on November 6th. We have made no disclosure regarding a change to our underlying business during that period. Under the circumstances, we caution you against investing in our Class A common stock unless you're prepared to incur the risk of losing all or substantial portion of your investment. We see those risk statements in there all the time. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's boilerplate language. It's included in every statement like that.
Yeah, but it always causes so much FUD.
Well, yeah, if people see it and run around with their hair on fire. The
Yeah.
sky is falling. The sky is falling.
Man, I really wish they would just wait for higher prices. So it's just saying up to 350,000 Class A common stock. So I mean, if you figure on an average price of $10 a share, then that would be about 35 million shares. I think did I post that? Let's see here. I don't know if I posted this or not up in here. I'll post it up, and then you guys, I'll pin it to the top, so if anybody wants to click on it, you can see it there. Apex says my price prediction is most likely going to be a shit show of a guest today.
What are you laughing about?
Yeah, that would be, yeah, definitely agree with that. I'm gonna have a hard time with my prediction as well. I need to take a break, guys. I need to take a break, and then I'll come back, as it's not that much further from now that I'll be coming back, and I'll give my price prediction. I don't even know. Did anybody happen to see TB? Okay, TB's here right now. If you guys want to put in price predictions now, you're more than welcome to, or you can wait. Either one, it's up to you. I'll leave it up to you guys to decide what you want to put in. 843. I have 843 marked on the page because that's what AMC got for the price per share. The last time that they did share offering, I think that was the average price that they got was 843. So we're trading just underneath that 843 right now. Remember, 799 was the magic number that we were at. That I had told you guys that they were trying to price 799 as being the target price for all of the additional shares that were going to be sold into the market. If you remember the market capitalization that I had, the breakdown that I did for you guys, 799 was the perfect number. that would have matched an accounting for every single one of the shares being sold into the marketplace, and give us the same market cap that we had prior to the reverse split and conversion.
Well, one thing's for sure, it's going to be an exciting day. We won't be bored.
Look, Paula, check out the link at the top. If anybody else comes in wondering what's going on, point them to the link at the top up there that I posted up. If anybody wants to see why things are happening the way they are, then there you go. There's the link up at the top. And I'm going to step out of the back of the big tramp, and I will see you guys after my break.
See you soon.
Alrighty. Let me put up the message for you guys on the board. See you guys in a bit. Well, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do for a price prediction here. It's going to be a tough one today for sure. Let me see. Let's see what we're going to do. Let's see. All right. Let's go back to... Let's go back to right about here where the last time we saw dilution occur. I believe it ended, I think the dilution started right around the 14th, or they announced the end of the dilution around the 14th. So we saw a price kind of moving towards 741 range. I think the announcement on dilution now occurred at a higher price range. So I'm just kind of looking to see here. It looks like we moved down about $2. It went from somewhere right around like $9.30 down to around $7.30 in a couple days. So we moved just down about $2 because we were at $10 and now we're just about $8. So it's about a $2 range. We may see a little bit of. I think there's going to be some mixed things kind of going on here. A little bit of upwards momentum from the announcement of the Q3 numbers, but obviously this downwards momentum due to the dilution announcement. So we're probably looking at like let me just check one more thing here. I'm going to go over and look at options. See what the options are looking like on the options chain and how many contracts would be in the money at an $8 strike. Okay, so there's like 7,000 contracts at an $8 strike, which is actually in terms of open interest, that was the highest amount of open interest that we had at an $8 strike. So it would make sense that a lot of those would probably close out and at that $8 strike, and we would probably start seeing price moving upwards. I'm going to guess on a $9 close, like a 901. So $751 to $1051 is going to be my price range. Let's see what the other guys are doing in here. Apex is going 850 to 1150. Let's see if TB put something in here. Twisty's going 815 to 1115. I'm putting you down, Twisty. Hold on. Nice job yesterday, by the way. Let's see here. TB's going with 25 million to 45 million volume today. Volume could definitely spike today. I mean, we're already at 2.71 million shares. And the market hasn't even opened yet, so that 20 to 40 million that I guessed might be on the low side. I kind of tend to like your volume a little bit better, TB, and I'm kind of wanting to change mine, but I always put my volume predictions in at 7 a.m., and I try to stick to them for the whole day. So I'm going to stick to my 20 to 40 million, even though the announcement was made afterwards. 765 to 1065, I'm putting you down, sir. Thank you very much. 7.6. That's enough of a price difference in mind in order for us to be able to be eligible for an extra bonus point if we're within 10 cents. And let me send a quick message over to my brother-in-law and find out what he's going to go for price prediction. That Bollinger Bands are tightening up pretty good on an $8.14 price point. So it's kind of stabilizing a little bit right now. Let me send this text message real quick here. Hold on a second. All right. When my ex tightens up her Bollinger Bands, I think she called it a corset. Was the dilution a must after earnings? I don't know, man. I don't know what plans he has on business needs in regards to the money. I know there's a lot of movie companies that are struggling, and if he wants to pick up some more movie theaters, dilution right now to have some more money to be able to buy some more movie theaters might be a really important thing to do. The thing is you guys are all Monday morning quarterbacking a CEO who sees things from a different perspective than you do. You don't have access to all the different information that he has access to, and then you're sitting there making judgment calls based off of it. Trust me, don't get me wrong. I would love to see dilution at a higher price too, but I don't know all the details about how he potentially could use this money or what his intentions are for this money. So to Monday morning quarterback this and start saying like, oh, why does he need it now and all that kind of stuff, like, you have no idea. You don't know. But you want to criticize him because you're not seeing what it is that you want to see. And ultimately what you need to remember is that this company is still $4 billion in debt. And if he needs AMC to be able to be out of debt, and to do so, he needs to be able to increase or raise capital in order to be able to make more money for the company in order to pay down that debt, then this is what he needs to do. So, but you're not on the other side. You're not in his shoes, and so you're trying to make judgment calls that you don't know without having all the information at your hands about what it is that you're talking about. I mean, this guy has managed some pretty big companies in the past, and you haven't. Lucas says, "Hey Casey, you think we might see more price drop or gas most of the blood already passed?" Or gas? I think you mean or gas. Most of the blood has already passed. I do. I think $7.99, and I mentioned this to you guys on several occasions in the past, and I've got to post a big old breakdown on how $7.99 is the ideal target point for institutions to be able to collect shares at that price to keep the market capitalization very similar to what it was prior to the reverse split and conversion. And so when you take that into consideration, seeing price driving down to $8, which is a penny off of $7.99, tells me that's exactly what's going on right now. They're trying to price in the buying these shares at a market cap very similar to what it was prior to the reverse split and conversion. Tyler says he obviously doesn't want to see the company fail new income streams with popcorn, AMC candy line, concert films. He's looking out for the fundamentals of the business, which goes against the shorts. Absolutely, and those are all things. A lot of us didn't see Taylor Swift and Beyonce coming, right? None of us saw that. That was so out of left field. I'm sure he needed some money in order to make that kind of go through, something like that to happen. I'm sure he needed to be able to show that the company was going to be able to support the showing of the Eras and the Renaissance tours. I almost forgot the name of Beyonce's tour. And so he's got a lot of other stuff kind of coming on now, and so maybe there's something that he has in mind here that he wants to use the raising of some of this capital to do something. I mean, but we're all just kind of grasping at straws and we have no idea, so it doesn't really make any sense to complain about it, though. We're not in the driver's seat. If you want to complain about something, say, "Damn it, why am I not the driver?" And you know why that is. You know why you're not the driver. I know why I'm not the driver. I know you should probably realize why you're not the driver. Alrighty, guys, let's get this started. I will see you on the other side of Market Open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start.
Go for auto sequence start.
And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward link now at estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
negative return.
Copy, negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
You gotta keep them separated. Like the latest fashion, like the spreading disease. The kids are strapping on the way to the classroom, getting weapons with the greatest of ease. They can't say gather all campus locale. If they catch us slapping and it's all of a pound. And one guy's colors and the others don't mix. They're gonna bash it up, bash it up, bash it up, bash it up. Hey, a man, you're talking back to me. Take them out. Gotta keep them separated. Hey, a man, you're disrespecting me. Take them out. Gotta keep them separated. Hey, don't pay no mind. We're under 18 and won't be doing any time. Hey, come out and play. By the time you hear the siren, it's already too late. One goes to the morgue and the other to jail. One guy's wasted and the other's a waste. It goes out the same as 1,000 before. No one's getting smarter, no one's running the store. The never-ending spree of death and violence and hate is gonna tie your old rope, tie your old rope, tie your old. Hey, man, you're disrespecting me. Take them out. Gotta keep them separated. Hey, man, you're talking back to me. Take them out. Gotta keep them separated. Hey, don't pay no mind. You're under 18, you won't be doing any time. Hey, come out and play. It goes out the same as 1,000 before. No one's getting smarter, no one's running the store. The never-ending spree of death and violence and hate is gonna tie your old rope, tie your old rope, tie your old. Hey, man, you're talking back to me. Take them out. Gotta keep them separated. Hey, man, you're disrespecting me. Take them out. Gotta keep them separated. Hey, don't pay no mind. You're under
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedgies. Screw 'em! That's right, I got it back. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. I got it back, guys. I got my screw 'em back. Oh man, Steller Q3 numbers with a touch of aftermarket trading manipulation. If you guys weren't watching it yesterday in the aftermarket hours, I hope you were. But if you weren't, let me just tell you, there was some crazy stuff that happened yesterday. We literally were sitting there watching as the I can't remember if the meeting had. I don't think the meeting had finished just yet. Actually, I don't think there's any way it could have. It hadn't even started yet, and we started watching the price from going from about $10.22 all the way up to $11.11 in about 2 minutes, and then immediately after that, in about 3 minutes span, it went from $11.11 down to $9.67, and then slowly worked its way back up to $10.22 again. Ultimately, it did fall down to a price of around $9.45. Before seeing it jump back up to the $10 mark before it stopped at the end of the day of aftermarket hour trading, and then opening up this morning up higher. And then we got the news this morning. AMC was going to be doing some more dilution. I have pinned to the top up here a link to the filing. If you want to go see it and read it for yourself, you're more than welcome to. It appears that AMC is going to be selling, their plan is to sell about $350 million worth of shares. If they would have been sold at a $10 price, then that means that they would have sold like 35 million shares. So that may have been the goal was to sell. It doesn't say how many shares. It just says that they want $350 million. I think it's really interesting that he went for a price this time, a listed price versus an actual amount of shares to be sold, and that may mean that he has something very specific that he wants to do with $350 million. What? I have no idea. I really don't know. I'm not him. I certainly couldn't tell you what he sees or what he's got going on. Maybe he wants to. There's a million different reasons why he could need $350 million. Maybe he wants to put together a movie. I don't know. But can you imagine if AMC did want to do something like that? What if they wanted to put together a movie and they were funding a movie so that they could be the distributor and making all the proceeds off that movie? Who knows? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm saying like there's all kinds of possibilities on what he could do with $350 million. Maybe he wants to go buy up a bunch of different movie theaters. Maybe he's got to deal with the NFL, like you're saying in there with the Super Bowl showing. Who knows? But a $350 million amount of money is a significant portion of money, and he can do a lot of things with it. And so for us to sit here Monday morning quarterback and whine about how, oh man, now's the worst time, it's not the right thing to be doing. You need to look at it at a more positive light and say, like, what can he do with this money? What could he possibly do that you can't possibly imagine that is going to help the future price of AMC moving upwards and help decrease the amount of debt that's out there, the $4 billion debt that's hanging over our heads that we need to remove that short thesis completely out of existence. And that's the answer that you need to be looking towards here, not why can't I be the CEO and make the decisions? Because that's just, why you're not the CEO. You're not the CEO because you don't make good decisions. Otherwise, you would be a CEO of the largest movie theater chain in the world. So you got to remember that. There's a reason why you're not the CEO. And you don't know what's happening. You don't know all the details. And so you need to be patient. And as a shareholder, either you believe in the company or you don't. And let me tell you, if you're invested in a company that you don't believe in, that's a rough situation to be in, because you're probably looking at accepting losses. I believe in this company. I believe it has a future. I believe that it's had a future and has survived multiple times in the past where recessionary periods in the markets. And I think that it has a very strong future ahead of it. And I believe that we have the right CEO in place to be able to weather what it is that we've been going through. And we've been seeing quarter over quarter the proof in the pudding. It's there. that proof in the pudding is absolutely there. The Q3 numbers that we had were absolutely stellar. 8-cent EPS. Pro Jeweler, if you're listening right now, you and I nailed it, dude. Nailed it on the head. An 8-cent EPS. I thought that was pretty cool. All right, let's see here. Apex says, I ain't scared. Let's see here. I'm going to take you guys back into the back of the big tramp here, and they're off. Good morning, gentlemen. Let's see. We've got Pirate in here. We got the big shows in here. Pro Jewelers in here. Tom S is in here. I think Tom's been in here since yesterday. I think he might be napping or something in the back of the big tramp. There must be a special smell on the carpet right now that he just can't get past, that he really likes, so he's camping out. Pro Jeweler, congratulations, man. You nailed that 8-cent EPS. Nice job.
Thank you very much.
Yep. That was pretty good. That's pretty good.
I have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
I have to look at the numbers before I can figure that out.
Casey, you're going to be sad to find out that our friend Pepperoni was just here from Italy. He was in bright and early this morning in the back of the big tramp, but he had to said he had to go pick his kid up from school or something along those lines. So our pizza making friend from Milan,
yes,
joining us again today.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's awesome. Weekend Warrior saying, "Hey Casey, what I don't understand is why Adam Aaron dropped shares now." I know none of us understand that, and that's the important thing to remember is that you're not a CEO. I'm not a CEO of a large corporation like this. It means that we don't have all the details, and that means we're not going to understand. It's not for us to understand. We provide.
But Casey, we don't need to understand.
I know.
CEO bad.
I know.
Wah.
Yeah.
All his fault. Stopped momentum.
You either trust the dude or you don't trust the dude, right? Like, and if you, and here's the other thing I would say: did you vote? If you didn't vote and you're complaining right now, shame on you. First off, because you would have had an opportunity as a voter to take him off the board of directors if you should have wanted to have done so. And so, and there was a massive lacking in voting. So if you didn't vote, shut up, because you don't have any right to be complaining right now. Seriously, like just dead serious. Dead serious. Like you have no reason to complain right now if you didn't vote. If you did vote, sorry, Pro Joe, go ahead.
Good. Well, this is a very aggressive. He's leaning into this, and it's, your gut reaction is, what the hell, But like you said, we have no clue what they've planned. Maybe they were, we don't know. That's the problem. We don't know. So, like you said, you're just going to have to either have some faith or you'll drive yourself insane trying to figure this thing out. So
yeah, you have to take out the emotion, right? Like this is, I know it's easier said than done. I totally get it. I really do understand. Right. It's easier said than done to say, to take out the emotion when you do have money invested in it, and it's difficult to sit there and say like, well, but I've got so much money invested in this. You got to take that emotion out of the play. If you can't take that emotion out of the play, then you done fucked up a long time ago when you invested as much money in it as you did. Because anytime you're investing in the marketplace, you should never be investing with money that's going to cause you emotional damage.
Where?
You can't trade in the market properly if you're trading emotionally. So
yeah,
drop.
Plus, if you took all the money you were willing to put in there and probably more than that and invested it all at one shot, that's another huge error as well.
Yep.
Because then if you do that and the price drops like 90%, then you're looking at your investment like it's shit, right? But if you would have chopped it up and then bought bit by bit down cost average or whatever over time, you would have been in a way better spot.
That's how I see this,
Yeah.
right right now, you're looking at dollar cost averaging abilities. Right now, are amazing. Like being able to buy more shares at this kind of price to drop your cost average. You can't beat this, right?
No.
But so if there's any complaint right now, this is the big one, and Pirate's he's gonna jump all in on
Not
this
enough
one here.
money to down cost average. That's a complaint.
Yeah, that's going to be a complaint, right? And that's something you need to remember. You gotta leave a little bit on the sidelines. You never know when you're going to have a chance to be able to dollar cost average down.
Yeah, always.
Yep.
Yeah,
And
I would like
if
to
you're doing it
complain
like
that I
on a
bought some-
bi-weekly thing because of work or whatever, then if you have a certain amount you want to down cost average with, have your backup already saved, right? And then like you can cycle it like that, right? If you're going paycheck per paycheck.
Yeah, I would like to complain that I got some shares at 8.10 this morning. So
That's terrible. That sucks, man.
I know.
I wanted to, and I actually I've been busy. I actually do have funds ready to go to pull the trigger, and I've been too busy talking, and I haven't done it yet. So I want to put in an order here, but give me a second.
Same.
I would like to. I want to put in an order here, but for 10 shares.
Yeah.
I got to buy back in here because I have one share. No. Let's see. Give me just a second. You guys talk amongst yourselves because I do want to put in an order here. You guys, thanks for reminding me. Let's see here.
Well, as for me and my pirate ship, if they're going to break rules, and they are, so I'm going to take liberties and break a few of my own. I have a hard and fast rule: I never sell a stock at a loss. But I'm going to make an exception for this battle we're in. I can show some flexibility, and that's what's nice about being the captain of your own ship. You can be nimble, and instead of waiting for this thing to turn green and leave with a little something, I'm going to go ahead and just liquidate another one of my accounts, and so I can partake of this bounty this morning. It's not my normal course of action to sell at a loss.
Always remember the golden rules,
it's only
guys.
Not a more than you can lose. But I'm just saying. As for me, I'm going to be flexible, and I'm going to make this work for me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not in any rush. I think I'm just going to wait for the day to play out.
Yep. Make your positions where you think best. That's the idea of the game here.
But if we keep on moving up, I might just buy at a higher price. I don't know.
I've always theorized that at some point I will be averaging up. So.
Yeah, I mean, I've already sort of averaged up, but it's like it is a down cost average on the bigger scheme.
Yeah. Well, the earnings report really. I mean, I really, I was thinking 8 cents, and but all the extra information we got last night was fantastic.
Yeah.
About the popcorn and stuff like that.
The candy, the chocolate covered nuts and pretzels. Oh, that's gonna be good. It's gonna be huge.
And the amazing part is how much we were up in our sales of concessions with ticket sales.
Yeah, it was like a 40%.
16%. Yeah, 16% down on ticket sales, but over 30% up on products. And all the extra accoutrement that you can buy, the labeling, the popcorn buckets, all that extra.
Uh-huh. Oh, did he talk about the wine?
I don't remember. Of course, I was driving at the time, so
I don't think he did. I think it was just like he's talking about the chocolate that he's releasing.
Yeah, I don't remember the wine. Now that you mention it, I'd have to go back and listen to it again.
I don't remember, but like I said, I was driving.
I mean, it might not be a priority, to be honest.
I don't believe.
In my opinion, making your own chocolates and selling it is more profitable than the wine.
Yeah. I think that announcement may come with Francis Ford Coppola's movie when we get that licensing agreement put that out. So Megatropolis, I think, is his movie that he's been showing around.
Well, I know that many of the participants in chat aren't prior military, and that's okay. But understand this: if you're in combat or a battle, and we are, this is a battle. It's a battle over money, but it's a battle nonetheless. It's never in good form to expect the captain of the ship to explain to every single sailor what he's doing at any given time. If you're on an aircraft carrier and Hayden's on the deck with his Hornet, Navy Hornet, he's ready to go out and do battle, and you're in the middle of mortal combat, it's not in the captain's best interest to sit and explain to every single sailor on the ship what he's doing and what his motives are. So you support your captain and you fight the good fight.
Yep.
And plus, imagine like back in the day, pirate era, where you have like a captain like over explaining to every single person on the boat, like they get nothing done. Absolutely nothing done.
Well, and they're looking at the horizon. We can't see the horizon from our perspective because we don't have the same information.
Yeah,
they
but
have
we don't have the
ordering.
sextant.
Yeah, we're flying blind, and most of the information we're getting off of social media and stuff is half truth. So I mean, you know, it all comes back to faith and trust.
Exactly. You're exactly right. You're either in or you're out.
I'm on this ride, so.
Right, and we already know that Adam Aaron's not intentionally fucking with us because he would have done it plenty of times.
Well, you know, yesterday I did a little math. He said that as the CEO, he's required to have 8 times his salary. So I thought, well, what the heck? You know, I figured my salary, and I figured 8 times. You know, and I'd have to own $53,300 worth of shares to own 8 times my salary. And shares. Actually, 53,000 shares. 53,300 at yesterday's pricing. I was like, holy crap, I got a long way to go. So, but you know that just kind of gave me a perspective of what he's in based on his salary. So,
right.
I thought, wow, he's in pretty deep. He's in pretty deep. So.
Oh yeah.
Well, everybody likes to talk about FUD, the fear and uncertainty and doubt, but it seems to me like few can recognize it when it's right in front of them to see. Those who wish us harm or wish us to fail in this, there's nothing they like more than to demoralize the ape community into thinking that their leader is somehow against them and that the play is over and you should surrender. Now just ask yourself, if you were in mortal combat for your life instead of money, would you want to be in a foxhole with a guy next to you who had that kind of defeatist attitude? And
Nope.
We're in a fight for our financial lives in this, and I have no tolerance or patience for the weak or the whiners or the crybabies. It serves no purpose. It's actually self-defeating. Casey's made the joke many times about pissing in the lemonade. So when you see those people come into chat, and it's usually the same ones who have a propensity to spread negative information on the usual anyhow. They're never there on the good days. They're never there on the average days. But the day something that on its face appears bad for us, they show up and then they start with the foolishness. And it's all a real simple effort to try to demoralize you and to make you question your commitment. And in that respect, they figure they can shake a few people out. So I have no quarter asked and none given. I won't put up
Little
with
do they know we've came this far. not taking our feelings seriously, right? Like, they're same playbook again.
Buy more and average. I would say buy more, average down, hold what you have, or sell and quietly go away. But but stop with the attacking the rest of us or attacking the captain of our ship, because we support him.
Yeah, and
we're in
if
a
you have too
battle.
much
We're in a battle
invested,
right here.
if you have too much
Exactly.
invested, you can sell off part. If you still want to stay in the play, but you think it's too much burden on you, you can, there's no shame on selling part of it. And if that's what it takes for you to stay in the play, right? Obviously, the whole point is to buy and hold. But if you're going mentally crazy,
every time I ever hear people, I do get a lot of DMs from people on the side and stuff like that, and they tell me personally how they're struggling with something like this. And my suggestion is always, if you need some time, walk away from all of this. Walk away from it all for like 2 weeks. Drop everything. Set up some price alerts on your brokerage app. Well, whoever you're using, set up some price alerts and to send to you in case something should happen while you're gone for 2 weeks. And just get off of social media. Get off of everything. Don't pay attention to any of it. Live your life for 2 weeks without any of that noise and see how you feel. Because that makes a massive difference for some people. They come back, they feel rejuvenated, they feel stronger.
I mean,
they're ready to fight again.
On social media as it is, but yeah, totally understandable.
There are some very toxic places that are out there. So
it's a lot of mental pressure,
Oh yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Making you think of things that you shouldn't be thinking about too.
Yep. Real quickly, I wanted to, and I shared this while I was on break, kind of, sort of, not really on break earlier. I want to share this on the screen again here. Fintel did get back to me, guys, and I posted it out in a tweet. I said, for those of you wondering when Fintel will be accurately reporting institutional ownership again, this was the response I got back from my inquiry. They said, thank you for contacting us. The inconsistency you noticed in institutional ownership is probably due to the reporting delay. After significant corporate events, such as reverse stock splits, institutions may take some time to adjust their records and report the updated ownership figures. It's important to note that these processes require coordination among various parties, and sometimes delays can occur. Institutions report their numbers quarterly 45 days after the end of the quarter. The next due date for filings is November 15th, and the figures should be accurate after that date. If you guys ever go into Fintel, and I love, I'm going to use this as a teaching point for not only you guys, but for myself as well. If you ever go to the Fintel website and you type in, like any company you want to in here, right? And you search out the company, and then you go in and you look at, hold on a second here. It's going to take me a second because, oops, I hit login. Search. There we go. You go in and you take a look at the owners, institutional owners, and what you're going to do is look at the file dates on the left-hand side of the screen. And what you can do is you can sort the filing dates for all of these institutions. I'm scrolling real too fast there. Sorry. And what I want you to do is I want you to look specifically at should be 13Fs, but I'm not seeing what I want to see here. Give me 1 second here. Might be the MPs. Kind of sucks when you want to show something and it doesn't show it the way you want to see it. If you click on any one of these, I think let me just try clicking on one of these real quick here. And it's not showing it. So they changed the way that they have their the way that they show this information. So it's not giving me the way that I want to see it. I'll have to get back to you guys on this. Normally they used to have this set up to where you could just come in here and you could look at the date that was not the filing date, but there was another date that was set up in here, and it would basically show you the quarters and the dates that the filing was due by, and it was a great way to be able to go in and just kind of look at it and be like, oh yeah, the reason this is being filed is because it's a quarterly report that's going to be filed in here, and so. now it's showing them a little bit differently. But anyways, what they're saying is that a lot of these reports that have been filed recently were due to, or should be coming, are going to be due here in the next week or so. So I know 45 days after the quarter, but I thought the quarter ended a little bit earlier than what they're telling me, which is why I said that we should be seeing changes in the beginning portion of November. Apparently, it's going to be mid-November. So I jumped the gun by about 2 weeks, and we'll just have to wait just a little bit longer before they start reporting the numbers more accurately on Fintel.
I mean, since how long ago was that reverse split conversion?
Well, it was in Q. It was on the 14th of August, which would have been
months later.
It would have been Q3, right? So Q3 data ends in the end of September. So 45 days after the end of September would be when they would be due, which is basically a month and a half, which is October, middle of November. So I guess I was jumping the gun a little bit. I thought I guess I wasn't doing the math right in my head. That's why I said I would contact them after the first week if we didn't see an updated number. I thought it was going to be the first week of November, but it'll be after the third week. So
crypto's pumping hard again. It's crazy. It's like the timing of all this.
Looks like maybe whole market, maybe, right? Not really, maybe. Well, it's time for numbers. Let's look at the numbers and see what we got going on here, shall we? Let's do it. I'm going to take you guys back over to the other page here. I can actually shake my head today. Yeah. One more time. Let's see here. Let's go through these numbers. Price prediction tally points. I've got everybody in here. Eric sent me a message. I got to pull it up here real fast on my phone and look at it. He said... 7:45 to 10:45 is his price prediction. 7:45 to 10:45. Let me see here. Ah, son of a gun! He picked a price really close to mine, so I'm not going to be able to get a bonus point unless I get it right on the dot, which I'm probably not going to have happen. But all right, so 750. I have 751. Remember, these price predictions are not meant as financial advice. It's just simply 4 apes trying to get the price prediction within a $3 range as best as possible. I've got 751 to 1051. Eric has 745 to 1045. Apex has 850 to 1150. And TB has 765 to 1065. Short exempt volume from yesterday was at 158.8 thousand shares. Utilization was up day over day by a couple percentage points to 31.01. Day over day price increase was a decrease yesterday by 1.27%. Max pain for the day today is still $10. We started out the week at 10 and it's still 10. SSR trip today, guys, which means that they won't have to use off exchanges as much. So you're going to see some low numbers here on off exchange numbers. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 44% going through off exchange. Right now, it's at 39.35. So these numbers are really, really low. This is what I was telling you guys about. Whenever they trip SSR, they can create synthetic short exempt volume, which means that they can basically create synthetic positions out of nothing. So there's no need to use off exchanges to control price movement when that's I like to refer to it as like off exchanges and dark pools are essentially kind of like a shield to price discovery, whereas short exempt volume is a force field, and there's no sense in having a shield if you've got a force field, so you don't need the shield. So as you can see very clearly, off exchange 39.35%. They're not really heavily using those exchanges. CBOE EDGX is at 11.03. I would expect it to be around 10 to 11%, so it's a little elevated. Not very much, but the combined total between the two is 50.38% when I would expect to see about 54%, so it's low by about 3.62%. CHX volume for the day today is at 5,694 shares. I would expect in a very short period of time that we're going to start seeing CHX volume starting to rise significantly. Why? I think there's a lot of failure delivers that are out there, but we have no idea because nobody's reporting failure delivers currently. I'm just looking at the data and it's still not being reported. Failure delivers have not been reported like they should have been for over a month and a half now. And they're behind. I think there's a lot of failure delivers on AMC that have been stacked up over time. All you have to do is go through and take a look at the short exempt volume that's been stacking, and these shares that are being sold into the marketplace for $350 million will more than likely be used to probably deliver on some of those failure to delivers, which means you're going to see CHX volume starting to rise significantly. So right now it's at 5,694 shares, which is a little tiny elevated, but not very much. CHX volume on GME for the day-to-day is sitting at 200 shares. Nothing very high. Taking a look at what's next. Institutional ownership. Earlier this morning it was being reported at 141.128 million. It's now 141.131 million. Hold on one second while I update my numbers. Let's see what's next. Options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day. Boy, I bet it's going to be like $10 again now. Let's see here. Highest amount of call volume. Oh, it's even lower than that. $8.50 strikes is the highest amount of calls. It was 13 yesterday. Now we're down to 8.5 on those calls. There's currently 4.7 thousand contracts at 8.5. And on puts, highest amount of put volume for the day-to-day is at $5.50 strike. And there's 10.9 thousand contracts. Do note, at a $5.50 contract, there was only 48 contracts in open interest, which means that all that volume that you're seeing right now is likely new orders. New volume orders at $5.50 strikes for puts. So currently the market is suggesting a closing price by the end of the day today based off the current volume levels, somewhere, or not volume levels, but contract levels at a strike price between $5.50 and $8.50 by the end of the day. And currently we're sitting at $9.20, so we're already over that right now. Take you guys over to the other page here. Let me move a couple screens around. We are getting a nice little pump up right now. And let me give you guys some information on some other screens, and we'll cover the rest of the data here. Starting with Vortex. As of right now on Ortex, we see 1.4 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's significantly higher than what we've seen from the more recent past. I gotta find a way to reduce that. Okay. 1.4 million shares borrowed. Let's see here. Estimated short share. That's going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 6.43%. Cost to borrow min is at 0.35. Average is 1.31 and max is at 1.9. Day over day, we saw an increase in shares on loan by 130,000 shares. Ortex is estimating that about 40,000 of that was in new short interest, but let's do a little bit of a zoom in here on what that looked like on utilization and a bunch of the other indicators in here. Utilization driving up day over day from 29.57 to 31.01. The on loan amount driving upwards from 13.61 to 13.74. The estimated short share interest of the free float slightly went up from 6.16 to 6.18, and then the on-loan average age per day surprisingly went down, which means that there might have been some positions that were closed out, older positions that were closed out day over day. That went from 31.52 to 31.29. Security lending volume day over day was up from 2.16 to 2.38 million. Still no failure to deliver data being reported as of yet. MMRI earlier this morning was 298.64, is now 298.38. A little bit of a drop there. Day over day, we've been seeing a widening, even further widening between the 2-year and 10-year. The spread this morning, when I looked at the numbers, was 0.404% between the two. Orders by Fidelity customers. I'm only looking for AMC, Ape, or GME. Look at that. AMC is the top three. We have a 75.61% buy at 24.39% sell ratio. Retail is doing its job on buying the dip. I love it. I love what I'm seeing. Those are good numbers. Moving further down the list here, looking for GME. It is not on the list, likely due to low volume. Nice job, guys. You're doing a good job. SSR did trip with this price movement down, and it tripped at $9.08. Shares available to borrow sitting at 1.5 million shares from earlier this morning. Looks like they did borrow an additional 400,000 shares, giving us 2.55 million shares borrowed so far for the day-to-day. Fees have gone up from 0.8 to 1.2%. There's 110.6 thousand contracts out of the money in the calls versus 2.1 thousand contracts that are in the money. 37.6 thousand contracts are out of the money in the puts versus 30.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. NASDAQ is currently down 0.02, Dow Jones is down 0.21, and the S&P 500 is down 0.11. We have 2,948 decliners to 2,826 advancers. The market is more declining than advancing currently, but not by much. 28.35. Big bank movers for this morning. I'm only going to read off anything that's plus or minus 2.5% or greater. We have Coinbase up 10.79%. FRC is up 100%. Silvergate is up 23.08%. And let's see what else we got here. Looks like those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is currently up 7.63% and trending upwards on a steep incline. AMC usually does tend to trend or follow the trend of Ethereum Classic. The DXY is down. The US dollar is down 0.12. Did have a pretty severe drop earlier this morning and is starting to rebound and looks like it's trying to break the trend down but hasn't done so just yet. Oil is up 2.53 and trending slightly up. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere, or looks like both Vanguard and BlackRock's mortgage-backed securities are down around 0.1 and trending down. SPY is now down 0.07 and trending down. VIX is up 1.04% and starting a little bit of a trend up here right now. VBR is up 0.05 and slight trend up. VB is up 0.07 on a slight trend up. Tesla is down 3.05 trending down. Amazon is down 0.06 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 2.68 and slightly trending up. Doge is up 2.71 and consolidating after a pretty sharp rise. And then Bitcoin is up 5.93 and trending up. GME is down 0.87 and trending down. HYMC is up 3.8 and trending up. NCMI is up 3.22, trending up. Hood is up 0.6 and trending down. And AMC is down 9.12% and trending up. inflow. Man, we've recovered a lot of the downwards momentum that we had initially. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately. Man, I can't math this morning. I can't. When can you math, Casey? Never. It's a good answer. 45.6. I don't know why I can't math this in my head. It's really close to 10 million. 8.68 million dollars more inflow than outflow for the day today. 31.22 million shares traded so far for the day today. I am going to be way off on volume prediction for the day. I said 20 to 40 million and said there is a chance I might be on the low side. There is hell of a lot more volume going on. There's no way I could have suspected that there was going to be some kind of dilutive event that was going to occur that would have caused price or volume to move up as high as it was. But currently, at 31.45 million shares traded after 48 minutes of trading, we're on a pace for 255 million shares traded by the end of the day today. Of course, that pace won't hold up throughout the day, and more than likely they'll try and snuff out that volume if at all possible. On a 4-hour time interval, there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.97, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.69, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.29, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure. Actually, hold on. Equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 51.64. Actually, it just changed. More selling pressure than buying pressure, and RSI is average. Taking a look at the Ichimoto cloud. What am I doing? Lagging line is below price line. Conversions below base, and price is below all of that. The price was on target for perhaps maybe breaking past $10.80, which is the number that I had written down for the day today as the signal for the big push through on this cloud. You can see that it's made for a very thinning portion of cloud available for us into the future here, the very near future. A break above this cloud could happen as early, based off of where we're at right now, and price could happen as early as the end of the day tomorrow, or maybe even sooner. But for the day today, it's still going to be, $10.80 is what we'd have to see for a price in order for us to see additional momentum upwards for a big buy signal to kick in. On a 4-hour chart, lagging line is below price line, conversions below base, and we don't have a red cloud forming until, let's see, today's Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week. If we were to see price move back up anytime before then through this green cloud, that would be ultra bullish, and usually it doesn't like to break through green clouds upwards. It breaks through red clouds upwards. So, but to see some, to break above the cloud today and to get a buy signal, it's the same exact price as what the 1-hour chart is signaling for, which is 1080. 1080 is the magic number. $10 next Thursday is where we would be looking at breaking through this this cloud again. And with that, that's all I got for you guys. Do you know we were destined to come back down and retest the simple moving average? On the way up, we did hit this Bollinger Band on pretty hard, and I was surprised we didn't come back down and test the simple moving average around 835. I was kind of expecting maybe like an 835 touch back here, but we did have a continuation upwards up to 937. I need to kind of plug these numbers into my synthetic price failure chart so I know what it is that we're looking at. But here we are retesting the simple moving average right now. The Bollinger Bands are pretty wide right now, which means we've got a lot of volatility. Let me plug in these numbers real quickly here for, it looks like $8 was our bottom on this move. Give me 1 second while I put that in. $8 to the bottom side was exactly a 30% failure in price. That's like one of the very common turnaround points. It's like 30 to 35%. And that was exactly from $11.43 down to $8 was a 30% drop in price, which means that we're looking for $9.20 is the value that we have to break past to reset a synthetic price failure, which we did break already, but we didn't maintain it for very long. So let me look at it real quick and decide whether or not that's whether or not I feel it. Yeah, I don't feel like that was a break. It's only 1 minute. Yeah, I'm not going to count this as a break pass. Technically speaking, the 937 was enough to reset a synthetic price failure, but the fact that it only maintained, there's only about 2 minutes that maintained above a $9.20 price range, and then it was diving back down below it. I think we'll see retests of 920 multiple times before we see a full breakthrough. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp. How's the speed in the chat in here? Do I need to slow it down at all? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Do I need to slow down the chat at all? Sometimes we do when it gets
no,
too quick.
Look, Captain, it's real simple. We had like 800, 900 people before, and when all the madness was on. And magically, like 300 of them disappeared. So it's slowed down. I think we're good to go now. Someone made a joke earlier. I can't remember who it was, but they said that it looked like they had a shift change at the call center. So apparently, whoever was paid to come in here and spew a bunch of bullshit, they only got paid to do it for 30 minutes or something because they all disappeared in mass.
Okay.
Well, wah.
It's like a hit and run nowadays. They don't even pay them for like full on hours anymore. It's like it's just hit and runs. Right. Interesting.
Yeah, it's like a bus pulls up, and a whole bunch of protesters jump out and scream and holler and run around making a fool of themselves. And then somebody blows a whistle and they all jump back in the bus and head off down the road.
They end up all being feds. Okay.
Ahmet says
the Clint Eastwood clip where he's sitting on the front porch. He's got that scowl look on his face like, what the fuck was that?
Ahmet says earlier you mentioned that someone is not, quote unquote, someone is not ready, thus the price manipulation. Is someone DTCC, FINRA, or institutions also W8 does it, wait, W8, what does it mean to be ready? Cash, collateral, MOAS, hat. So, hold on. I don't have this really set up to where I can get to it easily anymore. It's I gotta throw on my tinfoil hat. Okay. All right, my tinfoil hat's on. Yeah, I still have it, man. This thing's not going anywhere.
It's
one
not
time
falling up to pieces. It's not crumbling.
No. It was funny. I had kids come over one time. Some of the kids from some other family members came over, and they thought it was they're like, "Oh, look, this is something we could crumple up and destroy." And I was like, "No."
It's a family heirloom. That's been passed down from generation to generation.
And then they're like, "Why is this old man taking so much value from this sheet of aluminum?"
All right, so in regards to what it is that you're asking, you got to throw on a big tinfoil hat here. I don't know if you wanted me to narrow this down to who. That's the whole reason why I say they. It's probably a lot of different institutions, right? Institutions whether it be governmental, whether it be financial, whether it be law. And I know you go like, law, how in the world? Yeah, I'm telling you. Or whether it be, let's see, is there any other ones that I can list off? International institutions. There may be a lot of institutions that stand to either lose or gain from this. And until all of the really big players are ready to go, it's not going to happen. They're not going to let an entire. I mean, think about it for a second like this. If you were running the show, and I'm not saying who's running the show or anything like that, but I'm sure because there's lots of entities, different individuals who are responsible for that. But if you were running the show, ask yourself this: would you want to be on that list of people who are a part of seeing an entire financial crisis? Would you want your legacy to be tarnished by the idea that the entire financial system blew up while you were in charge of things?
Your watch, on your watch.
On your watch. And the answer is no. Nobody wants that kind of credentials or tarnishing of who they. So in regards to what I'm talking about, the answer to what you're asking is yes. Everyone's in on it. Nobody stands to benefit from this except for us, and AMC as a whole, and that's it. And so there's going to be a lot of people out there who are waiting to get all their ducks in order, so that when something does go down, they're ready for it. Oops. I knocked over something. I can take the tinfoil hat off now.
Does that tinfoil hat have like a spike at the top for reception?
No. I don't want anything incoming. I don't want any incoming things. I want everything staying out.
It's a Faraday cage for his brain.
Exactly. It's an in only. I mean, it's a out only, not in. Let's see here.
I mean, you can say that about our poop holes too.
Our what?
Our poop holes.
Poop holes? Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
Only not in.
Yes. Well, mine anyways. I can't speak
for
everybody.
I mean, I'm speaking for myself here.
Yeah.
I mean, besides butt drugs.
It's an exit. It's not an entrance.
Yeah.
But I think butt drugs don't count. Butt drugs don't count.
Yeah, butt drugs don't count. That's a store. AA Ron says Casey was the big drop this morning because the AMC diluted the 35 million shares. That would be my best guess. Albert says you're talking about Janet and Gary and Jerome. I'm talking about the Senate, the U.S. House of Representatives, the president, you name it. I'm talking about everybody. I'm talking about Supreme Court justices. You're like, what? Yeah, you believe it or not? There's laws and regulations that are being made all the time and being decided upon that determine our future, and they do. I mean, we haven't really talked about anything that they've. I haven't covered anything that the Supreme Court justices have been ruling over. But I almost guarantee you that there's probably been some arguments about probably things at their level that have been discussed in regards to financial currencies that have been discussed. I'm sure of it. I'm sure somebody's gone to them and said, what could we do, or how, if we did this, where would you stand on a vote against or for it?
I know instituting a uniform change is costly as regards to uniform of the day, but you might consider adding safety goggles to your aluminum foil hat. If you had those big plastic safety goggles.
I don't. You know
I
why?
submit. I submit that you have a
I have cool
you have a
ones.
vulnerability. You have a vulnerability on your face. You need those big safety goggles or those little dark ones, little dark ones. Protect
Somewhere
from retinal
in
scanning.
somewhere in some box in some bag somewhere, I actually have some really dorky looking prescription glasses
Right.
that are
Right. Yeah.
safety
Yeah.
that are
Yeah.
safety glasses that have side shields on them.
Yeah. You're only getting partially protected by the aluminum hat. You're going to go ahead and step up your game and.
They're the dorkiest looking things you've ever seen in your whole life.
I'm guessing that's when you were working, right? You'd use those.
Yeah,
In the workshop.
they were my clean room safety glasses. Because anytime you work in a clean room environment, there's usually a lot of harmful chemicals and stuff, and so they require you to wear safety glasses. Not always. It depends on some plants don't, but
Because like normal like
yeah.
scientific protection glasses have like the whole side, right?
Yeah.
Are you talking about that or like actual prescription? You're saying?
Well, I had prescription ones because I do wear prescription glasses, but you know you're still required to wear safety glasses that are just plastic shields with sides and stuff, but because there are harmful chemicals and all kinds of stuff that you're dealing
I
with.
was more of the mind of coating them with like aluminum foil. Just take the safety goggles, but then wrap them in foil like you would a baked potato, and just have little holes, little slits cut in them for your eyes to look out of, so that afford your frontal a little protection from those radio waves.
But you're making me wonder how it feels to be wrapped fully like a mummy in aluminum foil.
You should do it. You should try it sometime.
Like a just thin layer and just live your day like that.
I mean, you could have done it for Halloween.
True. There's always next year.
Ruby Dooby, you're welcome. Welcome to what do we like to call this? Cheers. We should have like some kind of like,
man.
Yeah.
Welcome to the treehouse.
Welcome to the treehouse.
We are apes after all.
Do I think that the share offering could be wrapped up today? Let's watch our volume and see. It's a very good possibility. I mean, we've already got 36 million shares traded so far for the day today. That's pretty significant amounts of volume. I know we all know that the value that AMC wanted to sell the shares at was up to $350 million worth of shares. So at a $10 price, that would have equated to about 35 million shares, which were over that amount of volume already. At this rate, because that number is going to be larger by the end of the day today, I would suggest that that's a very strong possibility.
Starters, the number one, I've already identified the big misinformation trend of the day, is that everyone thinks that he sold them into the market this morning, and that's what resulted in the drop. So that's right off the bat. You got to nip that in the bud, that this is all just based on the announcement, and that's the market's reaction, whoever that is. So that's the first thing you have to overcome.
Aaron, if you look at the top of the chat, there's a pinned message that I put up there for a link for you to be able to click on so you can go straight to it. But if you guys ever want to look up information, I highly recommend that you go to Edgar, sec.gov/Edgar, and check it out for filings there. I'll go ahead and provide that link for you as well, in case you want that. That's probably the best place that I can think of that you can go to get immediate filing information. And I used to go to the AMC website to look for SEC filing information, and sometimes they're really good about updating right away, but other times not so much. So usually that link to the Edgar search results for filings for companies is probably a better place to go. JJ305, why not? I think that's the better question. Why not? Jarrett, just going to throw this out here. I don't really comment too much on anything else in regards to other companies. So unless it's AMC or GME specifically related, I just won't make comments on it. Jandon says, "Why not? Cause could why not? Because could have raised more on big earnings plus writer strike ending, would be almost 12 and more momentum right now. You're making assumptions that you can't back up. You think that price would have been at that kind of number, but you can't. You don't have any information to definitively prove that would have been the case. I actually would have suggested that we were going to be at 980 or lower today. So if and the other side to that is that you don't know what he's going to use 300. I thought it was very interesting that he put out a value that he wanted to collect in raising of capital, and not how many shares he wanted to sell, which kind of, to me, and this
you can't say that enough, Casey. You can't say that enough, because
to me,
find out what he wants to spend the money on.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with it. Is you don't. Like the idea, to me, that signals, and I may be completely wrong, but to me that signals that he has something he wants to spend $350 million on. That's what it tells me. I don't know what it is, but it sure sounds to me like he wants to spend $350 million on something, and I don't know what that is. But we know that. I mean, there's tons of things he could do.
Or $1 billion. If they add it to their cash hoard that they're sitting on, maybe they need the Billy.
But I don't think that it's, to you, you think it's obviously horrible timing, but it's not. It's actually, you don't know what's good and what's bad timing, because you're not on the end of seeing what the decisions are. You're just Monday morning quarterbacking because you're being emotional about the whole decision process that he's going through, from seeing things from his side as a coach, right? In regards to football, you're not seeing the full big picture the way that he is seeing it, and that's why you're not the CEO.
Well, sometimes if he's engaged in something like that, if it becomes public knowledge, the whole thing implodes. Many, many deals. I'm not saying that's what he's doing. I'm just saying, but if he is engaged in something like that, it has to be done under secrecy, because the numbers have to remain relatively stable for them to hammer out a deal, if you will. And once word leaks out that there's something happening, people try to front run that or weasel their way in to benefit from it, and it skews the deal. It screws up the recipe, and then the whole thing collapses. So again, people they're doing a knee-jerk reaction, immediately assuming it just boggles my mind that immediately it's bad, without any other information. Just bad. This is bad. I'm like, well, why? How do you know that?
Yeah.
It's all because today they see the share price beat down, but they never stop for a minute to step back and look at the whys or what have you. There's not a single person out of the 500 in chat who can honestly say they saw the Taylor Swift thing coming. Not a single person. If you do, you're a fucking liar. He kept it secret. He kept it. His operational security was second to none. His communication security was second to none. And at the very last minute, it was a bombshell announcement, and it was put into practice tactically. He did it, and now the money is pouring in from it, and everybody's cool with that. But he didn't run around on day one and tell every little single person who owns 3 shares what he was up to with Taylor Swift. So now he's the bad guy. So again, give the man the benefit of the doubt, and until you find out what he's up to, don't judge him.
Yep.
You either support your captain or find another ship to sail on.
Mm-hmm. There's I'm being asked about GME right now and whether or not the bottom is in on this, and it's kind of difficult to say right now. I do see some downwards momentum kind of showing its ugly head right now. So in regards to where price movement's going towards, there is a level of support that should have been held in here, and it was not, and it's already broken past that. I think there's some more down momentum coming. I would look for something like 1296 to hold, and if it doesn't hold 1296, there's a very strong chance that it will continue to move further down. Somewhere right around 1290. Yeah. Steph says, Casey, Adam Aaron said 2 weeks in the meeting, Beyonce pre-sale tickets, perhaps. Dude, it was so funny. Like, he literally said 2 weeks, and then he had like this like major pause, and then he went like and I shouted out 2 weeks.
2 weeks. The prophecy.
Yeah, it was funny. I caught it too. I definitely caught it too. He's done that several times before in the past. What I really want to see him do
knows, man. He's in here every day with us. You know it.
No, I don't know.
Did anyone else besides me notice the analyst who pressed him? She pressed him pretty hard about what Taylor Swift's numbers did to the quarterly reporting and how adamant he was, how tight-lipped. He was real serious about it. Not a word until fourth quarter. And I know that's because it's a bombshell, and he doesn't want it piecemealed out or leaked out. He wants that thing to reach critical mass, and when those numbers hit, it's going to be breathtaking.
Yeah, and Dario D says, one question, though, is why do the reverse split when you know Taylor Swift is coming? Did you know that there is a certain amount of money that AMC has to hold in its coffers, otherwise they have to declare bankruptcy? And do you know what that value is? And it's based off of the requirements, based off the lending. Some of the lending requirements that they have for their negotiated in their contracts. Yeah. See, now that's the important part that you didn't know. And we were damn near close to it. Very, very, very close to the number. I think it's like $300 and some odd million is what we have to keep in our coffers. I think. Don't hold me to that. I can't remember off the top of my head specifically what it is, but we were damn close to that.
It's a few hundred though.
Yeah, it's a couple $100 million. And we were damn close near to that's how close we were to bankruptcy, and people just didn't seem to know that, right? And so why the reverse split and conversion? He needed to raise capital like immediately.
Dan, isn't there a delisting criteria that's like below $1 on and NICE? Or is that on a NASDAQ?
Well, there is a delist.
Can anybody hear this?
I hear you.
Because I know the rules are different between NASDAQ and NICE.
The delisting amount is, I believe, $1. But I don't.
There's like a delay, right?
There's like a period of time that you have to be below that in order for it to be the case. Wait a minute.
Because you can easily argue that the drop we had from the news of the reverse split conversion could have still happened without that news, without that happening.
Actually, what I'm starting to
been below $1.
It might actually be $5. I think you have to take action below anything below $5. Really? You got me on one of those ones that I can't remember off the top of my head. There might be actions that have to be taken under when there's a certain period of time underneath 5. I don't know. You might be right. I'm having a hard time remembering.
But that's definitely one of the factors.
Ariel's saying it's 5. I think it is 5. I think there's certain requirements that have to be met underneath 5. But it's not usually like the end all be all kind of thing. But once you start breaking under $1, it starts to become way more critical. Chris, AMC's announced that they were going to be doing dilution, so make sure you check the link that I've got attached in the top in the comments. And so I think they kind of did a little bit of a drop in price at price in some of that dilution in advance. Yeah, I can't remember off the top of my head, Ariel. I really can't. Some
Hey,
of those.
Casey.
Yeah, what's up?
Petro, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, man?
I'm good, brother. Hey, I got a question for you. Do you
Shoot.
think, so we can pretty much assume that the last time we did some dilution, the 40 million, that they pretty much scooped those up, the FTDs? Is that what we're thinking?
Do I think that they used some of the 40 million to close out some failure to
Swapped
delivers?
out? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I would definitely say that's the case. And and did you notice? I mean, we haven't seen any reported failure to deliver since
Right.
since the end of September, and I know that there's a lot of them stacking. Last time I had done ran the numbers, I think the first half or so of October should be close to 5 million, right? So it should be pretty high.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
And maybe they can't report it because the number's too big. It won't fit in their set digit frame.
CHX volume should be rising today, and I would expect to start seeing like over 30,000 shares going through CHX. Earlier this morning when I ran the number, it was 5,694. It's already over 10,000 right now. We're what? An hour and 20 minutes, 10 minutes into trading. 20 minutes.
Yeah, KC. Zayas has a good question here. Like, is it only for AMC the FTD delay, or is it market wide?
No, I think it's market wide. Kind of crazy.
I don't know. I feel like this could be the white swan that we're looking for that help us a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah, we don't know.
I look at it as a positive. Yeah.
We're all left guessing, and that's, when we voted for the conversion reverse split, that's what we were doing, is we were saying like we're trusting that the CEO is going to do the right thing. So that's what you got to do. You got to trust that he's going to do the right thing with the shares that we've entrusted with him.
I agree.
Yeah.
If you wish to engage in the games of what ifs, do it in a positive way. What if he called up the lender who has the huge debt that has the language written in it that prohibits him from paying a dividend? What if he went to them and said, what's it going to cost to get that removed, that caveat removed? And they said, well, that's fine. Give us $1 billion. We'll renegotiate the terms. We'll change the rate, and we'll take that out. And he was like, okay, let me get to work on that.
Mm-hmm.
Fast forward, he dumps these shares. He gets another 300 million to go with the 700 they've got. He hands over the $1 billion. The lawyers ink the paper, and he announces a nickel per share, 5 cents per share dividend payable, in 6 months. Now, this is all just conjecture on my part, but if we're going to play the what if game, let's play it in a If we're going to play let's play it in a positive way. If all the other things are possible, then isn't that entirely possible as well? Yep. So just because something is underfoot, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad for us. So.
Yep.
That'd be
Apparently,
huge news. A dividend
Well,
is.
yeah, then it would all be, oh, he's a fucking genius. This guy's a badass. He's the fucking silverback. He's the ape. But today, everybody sees their account going to the red, and it's automatically, he fucked us, he fucked us, he fucked us.
Yeah.
It's childlike. It's childlike. It's infantile, and there's no. It's just not. It's not good
It's
for
like,
your mental
it's like
health.
reacting to the
And
fog
you
of
won't.
war
And you won't make
news
good
before
decisions.
letting
You
it
won't
settle.
make good decisions.
Essentially.
You won't make good decisions out of that kind of an attitude.
Mhm.
Yeah, Myro's saying it's $5. Yeah, that's. I'm pretty sure it is $5. I always. There's something else at $1 though. There is a significance between about $1, but there's I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. But the 5 I think is the point that you start having to give reasons for why you're that low and what you're going to do to fix it.
I'm going to embarrass myself, but I'm going to ask this question. Hopefully, Manjeet. Well, you may know, KC. When they say $4 billion in debt, if he's sitting on $1 billion in cash, or right now $700 million in cash, is that? I'm not really good on that kind of accounting. Those kind of accounting practices. Do you deduct the cash, and that means we're really only on $3 billion in debt, or is it $4 billion remaining after you deduct the cash hoard?
I don't think you can look at the number. I mean, I'm not a CPA at all, but
Yeah,
I don't think you
that's
can.
accounting. Yeah, that's why I said I wish
Yeah.
Manjeet was here.
Yeah, I can't really you can't look at it. I'm pretty sure you can't look at that and say like, well, we're only $3 billion in debt because we have $1 billion in on hand. But what you could do is you could say like, well, if he can pay off the debt with if he could come up with an agreement on the debtors to pay off the debt early at a lower price, like he's done. So there has been some of those, discounted. Which he's already done on a couple occasions already. Then that could be, pretty sweet looking, right? Like it'd be a pretty good deal. So if he,
well, I tend to look at things very simplistically. If Mrs. Pirate walks into my office and hands me a big stack of credit card bills that come in for our company, and then I reach under the table and pull out an ammo box and it's stuffed full of $100 bills, they kind of balance each other out a little bit.
But Kenny G asked, "What is our debt left?" I think it's really close to $4 billion. I didn't actually run through the numbers yesterday on the quarterly numbers here, but I can pull the data back up again and look and see. If you'd give me just a minute here, I'll try to scroll down through this. We should get Manjit on here and have her talk about.
I don't think.
Let's see here.
I just know it's never a bad thing for any company. I don't care if you're running a car wash, charity car wash. It's never a bad thing if you're sitting on a pile of cash. Even if it doesn't offset all of your debt, it's always a healthy thing for any ongoing concern to have a nice, robust war chest. It's simple.
We should spend. Usually, Manjit's pretty willing to spend a day to or an hour or so to go through the numbers and take a look at them all and make some sense of everything that's on the quarterly earnings sheet here. But I'm looking real quick here to see if I can't find that section real fast.
Well, in her defense, I think she's in a class. She's paid hard-earned money to attend a class on increasing her skill set in investing. So, to be fair, I believe that's what she listens to us. But I'll even though I threw her under the bus by saying I wish she was here, I should come to her defense and say I spoke in haste. She is otherwise preoccupied.
Okay, well, that's
I apologize
cool.
for.
It's okay to have a life.
Yeah. I spoke before I thought. I become so obsessed with how much cash he has versus how much debt, and I know she's my go-to accountant girl. I spoke too soon, so that's on me.
Hey, this is Tendies. Is anybody? I can't get an order for even one share to go through. Is anybody else having any problems?
I got mine to go through earlier.
I've done market limit. I've overpaid by $1, and I can't get in.
What's your broker?
Work on my Schwab.
Schwab.
Yep.
That's
I don't.
interesting.
I don't have Schwab, but if anybody else out there does have Schwab and can talk about it, or is willing to talk about maybe any positions that they may have made today, please don't hesitate.
Well, I take that back. One share to go through one time, and I've tried. I mean, I've literally 100 times more to buy more, and it just keeps telling me no. And I've checked my balances, everything's settled and available to buy. But I'm going back to the office, and I'm gonna get on the phone with them.
Did they give you any reason, or is it just not filling the order?
What does it say? It talks about not having enough money, but the balance literally says.
Are you on margin?
No, Okay. Oh yeah, it shouldn't be. It's never been, and it switched to Schwab. I guess I should ask Schwab and go through that again and make sure I'm not. But
yeah, I would definitely call him up and ask him what the deal is.
If you sold recently to move money from one ticker perhaps into AMC, it could be just an issue of settled cash.
Yep.
I'm not saying that's what you did, but.
I have one share of Rolls Royce because one share of somebody else just because I think it's an interesting company. But everything else is AMC.
Morning, Casey.
Good morning.
You don't mind me asking, what is the synthetic price failure breaker since that dilution of 35 million coming down to 802?
The synthetic price failure occurred at $9.20. A push $8 was exactly 30% down, and a break above $9.20 would be a reset. We did break the 920, but I don't count touch and goes. So we had like 2 minutes where we were fully above 920, and then it came right back down again. So I'm not counting it yet. So we got to break.
We bounced off that 802, that 801 battle. So
we hit
I'm
8.
seeing this as a good thing.
We hit 8 this morning in the pre-market.
We hit 8
in the pre-market. Yeah.
Oh yes, sir. Okay. Well, I see this as a good thing. 10-foil hat. Our earnings we blew out of the water. 8 cents instead of 1 cent. Profitable per share. So the more we become more profitable, as well as I do, the little shorts have to cover, not the big shorts. Some shorts have to cover. And with the writer strike being over, I see good things happening. We've got Hunger Games coming out for February earnings. We got the Marvels coming out this Friday for February earnings. He said he's going to add Publix and Kroger's. That's in Florida for the popcorn. I see this as a good thing because it gives a way for the little shorts to cover and get out because we're coming more profitable per share.
I'm looking. I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of looking at trying to figure out what our debt is exactly right now, and I'm trying to find it on the quarterly report here, and I'm struggling a little bit to find it. Give me a minute.
Yes, sir. I think it's 4 point something. I think I could be wrong.
I do too, but I don't know what the point is. I want the point. I've stumbled across one number here, but I'm not sure. I don't think that's one. I don't think this one's right. So
Yes, sir.
Here we go. 4.7.
There you go. 4.7. I knew it was 4 point something because we went from 5.5.
It's almost 4.8.
4.7.
It's like 4.798. It's pretty much, you could say 4.8. I think. Hold on a second. Let me just verify this information here.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Corporate borrowings and finance lease liabilities. Yeah. There might be a number that I could subtract from this. Let me just make sure.
Yes, sir. Well, I'm driving, so I can't see anything you're doing, but you know how it is when you run out of diapers.
Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, I can't include. Okay, so it looks like it might be a little bit lower than that because some of this is including finance lease liabilities, which you can't put in there. Total carrying value of corporate borrowings and finance lease liability. Okay, so I think it's 4.664 billion.
Okay, gotcha. I'm gonna write that down. Okay, so we're coming more profitable per share every earnings for the last two earnings. You know, the last one was 1 cent.
For longer than that.
8 cents.
Longer than that. Yep. I think.
I'm just going by when we came out of the black. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hector, you're close. The 4.816. You can't include all of that though. So the number that I just read off, which I didn't write down, and I just closed out the. Why am I so bad about that?
4.6.
Hold on, I'm going to reopen the closed tab. I should have just left it open. Oh man, it took me away from the spot that I wanted. Hold on a second. I'll find it real fast here. I should be able to find it a lot faster this time.
But KC, I'm going to be hearing in the background. I appreciate the time you gave me, and I appreciate the info you gave me. And all of you have a great and wonderful day. And hold, and if you can, buy this dip, baby, because we're going to see 10 levels sometime next week. It's going to be a 24 to 48 hour recovery. Trust me.
Well, not financial advice.
Yeah, and not financial advice. Bella could be wrong, but I do listen to my dog, and I'm crazy.
Here we go. All right, I got back down to it again. So I'll pull this up over to the side here, and I'll show you guys what it is that he's looking at, and this is what you can't include. And we unfortunately see this all the time, Hector, and I get this. I don't know why people do this. I'm not really sure why they do it, but they always want to include in the financing lease liabilities. You can't include that. That's part of operational costs, right? You can't throw these. The total principal amount of corporate borrowings is the number that you should be looking at right here, and it's going to be right here under this line. The number that you're coming up with is down here, carrying over the financial lease liabilities, deferred financing costs, and net premiums off of those numbers. And I don't think you can carry all that over because if it were paid, none of those would be. I mean, some of them would still be on the report here, but not all of them. So one of the things that you need to do is just the best place to go is just look at the total principal amount of corporate borrowings, and it's if they were to pay everything off, they would probably get a price cheaper than this. But 4.664 billion is the value you should probably be taking a look at. That's the number right there.
Casey, from a business standpoint, most companies carry some level of debt, so they're trying to minimize the debt to get to a specific percentage of earnings or profit. So, but no company really runs without debt unless you're like Apple and then Microsoft or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I imagine they're probably I bet they even have debt, but I mean they've got way more than enough money to probably pay off their debt at any given point. I'm sure they have.
It's manageable. Yeah, if it's cheap money, you take it, even if you don't need it.
Actually, right now would probably be a great time for them to not be.
You want to finance my car for 5 years? You want to finance my car for 5 years at 0% interest? Even if I'm a cash buyer that day, I'm going to sign the paperwork.
Yep.
I love free money.
or even low cost money. If you'll give me money at 2 points, but I can do 5 or better, I'm winning every time. So it's a function of math. It's a function of math.
Yeah. I think it's really. Did you see Amit says his dog is a CFA?
That was very funny. Yeah.
Yeah. What's wrong with your dog? What's wrong with your dog, Barrett?
The list is long. The list is long.
Bruno, what are you good for?
Send that dog to college.
My dog sucks, man.
I see all the YouTube videos of all these people who train their dog to go fetch beer out of the fridge and all that, and I look at my dog and it's just shake my head in disgust.
So you know what really pisses me off is he's gotten really good at nudging doors open with his nose. So if we leave him partially open, he can get in. Like I'll let him outside into the backyard and I'll leave the door partially like unhinged so he can just kind of nudge it and come in. And I'm trying to get him to the point to where I'm training him to where if I tell him to shut the door, that he'll shut the door. Because I want him to let himself in and shut the door behind him. You know what I'm saying? I figure like that should be a pretty easy thing to do. He's on the verge.
You haven't gone down the doggy door route, man. There's doggy doors are great.
Do you know
man.
how
I've always had
big?
doggy doors.
Do you know how big Bruno is?
Yeah, they make them for large breeds, bro.
Dude,
that's not that big a deal, and you can put a doggy door in an hour.
I mean, you live down in Florida where that might be acceptable, right? But I'm not, I'm really not that much further north of you. Actually, I probably am more south than you. I'm not doing a door that big. We get too cold around here, and mosquitoes are like a mat. I've got, oh my gosh, my mosquito bug light's off. I just looked over at it and it's completely not on right now. I have doors closed in this house. They're never open. I've got mosquito traps in the house because I constantly have mosquito problems.
Yeah, but they come with obviously you're not familiar with them, so that's fair, but they come with I'm not going to say a seal, but it has like a wiper around it, and that dog opening that doggy door and going in and out is going to be less than you opening up your man door for him to go in and out.
I don't.
So if anything, you're having less quote unquote open time.
No. I don't think so. Jenna says she has a I actually used to live next door to a couple that had a pair of mastiffs, and they had a doggy door big enough for them. So I know they come in the big enough size, but that is way too big for me to have in my house. I can't even imagine. It's a big no. All right. It's numbers time. Let's do it. I'd just rather teach him to shut it with his butt.
Well, if they don't shit and piss on the floor, you're winning. Everything else after that's gravy.
All right, I'm going to take you guys. I'm going to take you guys over the other page here. It's on the hour. Every hour we do numbers, and we'll take a look at the numbers real quick here and see where we're at for the day. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again, so hold your personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see that. And then also remember two-factor authentication. Even though we had Hayden come in here and say that it absolutely did nothing for him in regards to saving his account from being hacked, two-factor authentication, I'm going to say it anyways. Two-factor authentication, and here's, I'm going to tell you guys why I'm going to say this. The reason that I put two-factor authentication on my account is that Fidelity sent me an email a while back saying, if you don't have two-factor authentication on your account and somebody hacks your account and does something with it, you're liable for the changes that occurred. So make sure you put on that two-factor authentication because your broker may hold you liable for any positions that are made without your consent, without that two-factor authentication. Now, Hayden had two-factor authentication set up on his account, and he was able to dispute the transactions where they sold X amount of shares out of his account yesterday. So please protect yourselves, guys, the best that you possibly can. Two-factor authentication, if you can, at all costs. I cannot stress this enough. This is a major, major, major issue. When you go to set up your account, if you can put in a secondary device that can receive the access code, probably not a bad idea in case something ever happens to your primary device. Set that up. Let's take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on. Starting with off exchange, which is sitting right next to me here on my picture, right here. Remember, whenever SSR is tripped, we tend to not see as much dark pool activity because it's off exchange, SSR trips and causes ability to be able to legally create short exempt volume, which acts as a force field to price discovery. So they don't have to utilize dark pools or off exchanges nearly as much. So we should see lower numbers today than usual. Because like as of right now, I would normally expect to see about 60% of our volume going through off exchanges and EDGX combined. We only have 54% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 9.81. The combined total on that's 55.35% of our volume going through those exchanges, which is about 4.65% less than we would see on a normal day. CHX volume is 10,140 shares going through that exchange. If you don't know why I read that off, it's because that's one of the exchanges that I have identified as an exchange where we typically see shares being returned for failure to delivers. So I watch it quite regularly. Anything over 30,000 shares is a significant amount of returned shares. Right now it's at 10,140. GME CHX volume for the day today is at 200 shares. Not a whole lot. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 1.4 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. It is now reading at 2.54 million shares having been borrowed so far. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 6.68%. Cost to borrow min is at 0.35, average is 1.45, and max 6.17. Shares on loan increased day over day by 130,000 shares. Ortex is estimating that about 40,000 shares of that was in new short interest. I'm sure we're going to see some crazy wild numbers tomorrow morning on that, on Ortex. And then taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today or at least an hour ago, was at an $8.50 strike. That is still the case. We went from 4.7 thousand contracts to 6.2 in volume. And on puts, highest amount of volume is at a $5.50 strike. There was 10.9 thousand contracts in volume an hour ago. There's now 10.9 thousand contracts, so not really any change there. We do have a secondary strike price in volume managing to become the new leader on puts at an $8.50 strike, which is very close to what we have in calls. We may be seeing an 8.5 close by the end of the day today. Combined price of AMC and Ape is, or what am I saying? I don't know why I just said that. MMRI an hour ago was at 298.38. It's at 298.17 now, so it did drop a little bit. If you're unaware of what MMRI is, that's a formula that is used that incorporates looking at the US dollar and the 10-year yields multiplied by each other, divided by a 1.61 ratio to derive a number, which is 298.17 right now. Anything over 300 is considered massive risk and should be a risk off time. You can see that the 2-year and 10-year yields are still inverted right now and are actually furthering apart from each other. I'm only saying all this because a lot of new people are here watching today that haven't been here before, and I want you to know what it is that you're looking at. Taking a look at orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. AMC was top 3 an hour ago, is now top 4. We have a 72.96% buy to 27.04% sell ratio. What that tells me is that retail is buying the dip, and that is a very good buy-sell ratio. Anything over 60-40 is a good one.
How about anything over 69?
How about welcome to the back of the big tramp, Yucca. Good to see you. How about that? Catch me outside.
How
Uh,
about them
yeah.
69ers?
SSR trigger price for the day is at $9.08. Shares available to borrow is sitting at 1.8 million shares. That's mainly returns. Hold on a second here. Let's see. I read the numbers off at 9 o'clock an hour ago, which would have been 10 o'clock. It looks like we've had about... I can't remember if I counted these or not. I'm going to say another 200,000 shares having been borrowed in the last hour. I may have counted these ones right here. But mainly returns. Let's call it 2.65 million shares having been borrowed so far for the day today. That's pretty close to what it was yesterday. I think it was 2.7 yesterday. Fees are at 0.9%. That did drop from 1.2 from earlier. NASDAQ is currently up 0.23, Dow Jones is up 0.02, and the S&P 500 is up 0.12 rather. We have 3,058 decliners to 2,830 advancers. The market is only advancing, actually it's 28.32 now. It was 28.35 an hour ago, so it's almost exactly the same number as it was an hour ago. So not a whole lot of change in decliners versus advancers. You can imagine that since the indexes are showing up right now are green, but yet we have more decliners and advancers, then we probably have a lot of large caps that are probably driving the market right now. Big bank movers for the day today. I'm only going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater. We have Coinbase up 9.39%. FRC is down 21.88. Silvergate's down 15.63. And let's see what else we got going on here. That might be it. Yep. Those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 4.37%. Was on a pretty good uptick and then saw a big trend down, and now it's starting to trend back up again after that dip there. Dipped from 20.58 all the way down to 17.73 and is now trending back up at 19.18. The US dollar is down 0.12 and starting to consolidate a little bit after a downtrend. Oil is up 1.63 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.11 to 0.2 and trending down. It looks like Vanguard's might be consolidating a little bit. SPY is up 0.08 and trending up. VIX is up 0.21 and trending down. It looks like we had a gap, midday gap here. That's interesting. You don't typically see midday gaps. There's been two or three gaps. Well, there's lots of gaps here, surprisingly. Normally these gaps only come... man, I didn't even notice these yesterday. There were some gaps yesterday, too. Look at all these gaps. Wow. VIX gapping around all over the place. It's a gapper. Currently on a downtrend. VBR is up 0.02 and consolidating. VB is up, is breaking even and consolidating. Tesla is down. Oh, by the way, VBR and VB are the two largest ETF holders of AMC shares. Both Vanguard ETFs. And the only reason I'm reading them off is just because I think it's a good idea to kind of follow or track what the largest ETFs of AMC shares are doing. Tesla is down 3.62% and consolidating. Amazon is down 0.16 and consolidating. Cinemark is up 0.84, consolidating. Doge is down 5.03 and took a pretty big tumble on Doge down to 0.66 and started trending back up again since then. Bitcoin up 2.7, also took a tumble and is kind of consolidating right now after a big trend down. GME is down 1.92 and trending down. HYMC is up 2.08 and consolidating. NCMI is up 2.3, consolidating. HOOD is breaking even and consolidating. And AMC is down 11.94 and trending slightly up right now. Inflow versus outflow for the day-to-day on AMC. We have approximately, wow, it's a lot of it's a lot of inflow versus outflow here. $17.4 million. Yeah, I think it's $17.4 million more inflow than outflow for the day-to-day. 41.42 million shares traded so far after approximately $112 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 144.23 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is some amazingly large quantities of volume being moved. On a 4-hour chart, there is currently more buying pressure than selling pressure, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.07, which is signaling over below average. On a 1-hour chart, we've got more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 36.81, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.29, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.37, which is average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Have at it.
Casey, I don't care either way, but am I still able to ban where it says hide this poster, or is that no longer in my toolbox? I don't care either way. I just want to know if I'm doing something wrong.
That person will be removed permanently if you do that, yes.
Okay. I just don't see it, but there's
some I don't know. I feel like sometimes you have that ability and sometimes you don't, and I don't understand why.
Yeah. No, it's showing up now, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But there's somebody on here that's being abusive to one of the longtime participants, attendees, and I stumbled a little bit. My bad. No worries. I got this. As you were, sir.
Okay. Do I need to do anything?
No, it's good. I got this, man. I think I made a pilot error. My bad.
Okay.
I did have something to say while we have a moment of silence. I'm taking bets, $100 bets, 2-to-1 odds, that they're going to come back and tell Hayden that it was a mistake or someone in-house made a error. That's my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory. I'll be interested to see if anybody else wants to take that bet, but I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say on that.
Yeah. Is he still in here? Or did he left for the day, right? Wasn't he?
No, I think he's flying, and I'm sure he's
busy
on the
working
with those. But it's very interesting, the fact that he has the 2-factor authentication. Hayden's not to be trifled with. He's got his shit together in a major way. So somebody's got their tit in the ringer with him, and I can't wait to see how they explain their way out of this one.
So for those of you guys who aren't aware about what it is that we're talking about, Hayden, who's a longtime part of the group here, sent me a message earlier this morning. Actually, whoa, crap, I'm looking at the time he sent it to me. That was early. He sent me an early message this morning saying my Fidelity account was hacked yesterday and sold XX of my AMC shares. I have 2-factor for Fidelity.com and Face ID on my phone for the Fidelity app. Fraud team is now on it, and he came in earlier this morning and kind of talked about it a little bit, and yeah. So that was kind of shocking. Two of the things that I kind of asked him to kind of collect information on, I think are probably some of the most important questions he could be asking. Number one is to find out how in the world somebody could have accessed his account without 2-factor authentication, having been a big protector for the problem, and because that should show, that should concern Fidelity quite a bit. the fact that somebody was able to find
Big
a
time.
workaround. Because it's kind of, to me, it tells me it was either one of two things, right? The only two possibilities that I can think of is that it was somebody in-house on Fidelity's side or somebody in-house on Hayden's side in his family. So those are the only two potential possibilities that I can think of. And I'm more than likely, I'm like 99.9% sure that it wasn't on Hayden's family side. So they should have to probably let him know how that occurred. The second part to it is
Roseanne. She said inside job, and I'm with Roseanne on that. Yeah.
Yeah. The other part to that is that he needs to know what specific shares were sold. And I asked him to find out what lot IDs were sold from, like how old those shares were that he had purchased. If somebody was trying to clean up their books and trying to make it look like they didn't have a position that they held from a very long period of time, then they would have maybe cherry picked perhaps maybe which shares they were going to sell specifically and not just any old share. And when I say any old, I don't mean to emphasize on the old portion of it, but just any share. And that should be a very specific thing that should help him to understand why those specific shares were, or if they didn't target any specific shares, it was just shares in general.
My first question would be, who was on the other side of the trade? You can't have a trade without having a buyer. I want to know who bought them, where they went, who I would know. But it smells like an inside job. And the fact that it was only 10 and I promise.
We don't.
It's only two.
We don't know.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm backing up. The fact that it was only 2x, which he shared, it would be under 10 in keeping with our rules of 10. It's certainly strange because why not clean out the cookie jar? Why would you only take one cookie? So that makes me believe that it was in an effort to block his account down. I don't think anybody tried to take shares from Hayden. I think that they tried to create a situation where Hayden couldn't trade this morning. That's my tinfoil hat sombrero, because they locked his account down, everything shut down, and he couldn't participate this morning. And then look what we saw happen. The timing of the whole thing is just real suspect. And I'm not a big believer in coincidences.
Casey, I've got something to say about the specific lots that you were talking about. You can actually go in after a sale and reassign lots. So that really wouldn't matter on that part.
After sale, you can reassign the lots? That's not something I've ever done before. Okay. That's kind of weird. How is that?
Yeah, I can't tell you exactly where to go in there and do it without going over there to look and tell you. But yeah, you can go and reassign your tax lots. So that way, if the price goes up or whatever and higher than one of the lots that you sold a little bit earlier in the daytime, you can go in there and reassign. So that way you keep the cheaper lot.
Is that prior to settlement? Because once settlements occurred, you shouldn't be able to change that at all. There shouldn't be any way.
Yes, that's right. It's got to be before settlement.
Right. Okay. That makes a little bit more sense. Okay, I got you. So, and he should, since he noticed it prior to settlement period of time, then he should be able to manage that. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
If he knows how to do it, if he knows about it. But I'm like he was saying, is he gonna want them to give those back since the price is like dropped?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think
He made a joke to that effect, but I think far beyond how he can benefit from scalping some money off of this little event. It's the bigger concern for him is I'm tiptoeing around the rules here. For Hayden, there's a much bigger implication for Hayden's account than the fact that he could maybe make a few points this morning on swing trading it because it dropped after he caught him. There's a much bigger issue that's keeping him awake. I promise you.
Oh, I agree. And it would be a bigger issue for anybody that holds stuff in fidelity, because there obviously is something amiss in that situation, and it could happen to anybody. So, I mean, for his thing to be on two-factor authentication and everything, I mean, it had to be somebody on the inside. That's my opinion. So,
Yeah. William, the best I can do without hijacking the entire conversation right now, the best I can probably do is look up something for you. I'll try to pull something, maybe like a reading, some reading information for you. Too late. I already hijacked it. Already quiet.
It's all good, man.
Yeah. So basically,
it's always the same. I got admonished by Manjeet for talking too much, and I said, well, Manjeet, we go through spells where there's dead silence, and then at other times 5 of us all try to talk at once. It's just the nature of the beast.
I'll just make this real simple, or as at least simple as I can. Being able to choose which lots are being sold has to do with tax. Can have to do with tax purposes. So, in regard, basically, what it means by selling a certain lot, it means that you can choose which shares you want to sell based off of when they were purchased, and the lot meaning the purchase period of time that you purchased those shares. That's the lot, like the lot of the shares that you purchased. So when you go to sell, you can actually pick and choose which lots you want to sell. Which ones, and apparently you can do it after the fact. You can choose which lots. I didn't realize that was the case, but it does make sense that you could do that prior to settlement, which is cool. I didn't know that was the case. That's news to me. Seems like that'd be
yeah, it's not very
neat to do.
often. It's not often I have knowledge above what Casey knows.
Well, you know what? We're all learning things on a daily basis, and I think that's actually really kind of neat that you can do that, because that means that if you had a significant number of shares that you needed to sell during a certain period of time, and you didn't want to waste the time figuring out which lots you wanted to sell, you could just place the orders and then go retroactively go back and decide which lots you want to pull from, which really would save somebody a lot of headache if they were choosing to do lot order sales.
If it's moving really, the price is moving like super fast, and you can't go in there and say this one and this one and this one. I mean, just a guy hit your number, whatever. If you're wanting to sell X amount, you just put the shares in there and then go in there and readjust it.
Well, I'm not encouraging anyone to do this, but it's helpful if you're trading around a core position and you have whatever number of shares that you've held for over a year, and they're entitled to a special tax discount because of that. If you're trading around a core position and you want to buy and sell some periodically to scalp, you want to use new shares over and over again. You don't want to tap into those shares and ruin that tax benefit. And that's just one example of how that would be beneficial for something. I'm not encouraging anyone to participate in that. That's just an example of how using different tax lots can be important to a guy.
Right. Man, Hayden, I'm sorry to hear you're dealing. Hayden's actually commenting in the chat section here, and it sounds like he's been on hold for 22 minutes waiting to talk to somebody to deal with his account. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm glad you're working on it, though. Tendies Plus is saying he's still having a hard time buying just one share with Charles Schwab. Hopefully, Tendies, you've called them. That's probably one of the quickest methods to take care of a problem is to call your broker up and get them on the horn and figure out why you can't make your trade. TB's throwing out jokes out here. He says, I don't sell lots, I buy lots.
Hang on. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by.
Wait. Hold on a second.
Stand by. There. Done. We are so weak, man. We are so lame.
It would have been a perfect time for food.
Oh, yeah. Where is Yucca still in here? No, he left. UPS delivery guy says, so I'm down $1 each share on the most manipulated stock, and my CEO raised $350 million. I'll take that.
Good morning, everyone. This is Papa Mac. Hey, Casey, I had another question I'd like to throw out.
What's up?
Hey, I was talking to my brother and about things and this whole broker discretionary vote thing that we were talking about yesterday, and as we're talking about it, you know, we were told 101 million votes were cast on that, and anyway, that brought up that whole discussion about, well, why wouldn't there be a higher number if they get to vote for every shareholder that didn't cast a vote? The brokers get to go ahead and cast however they want. We had that whole discussion. Anyway, with my brother, he's saying, well, what about, for instance, when Schwab took over TD Ameritrade a few years ago, they bought them out. If the brokers are doing these shenanigans and really do have these naked synthetic shares, however you want to call it, on their books, what happens in that scenario where Schwab takes over the accounts of TD? If TD was doing that, wouldn't they get kind of left holding the bag?
Yep.
On those?
Yep, absolutely.
So would they do that? Why would they buy out somebody if they know that they're doing these shenanigans and they're going to be on the hook for all these shares that were never really bought that they have on their books?
I don't know the. I don't know the answer to that, but obviously because I can't see all of their numbers to understand why that would make sense to them. But anytime that you take on new customers, it's more business, right? So the more business, the better off you are doing. Would Schwab be able
to see under the covers?
I would imagine that they would, yeah.
So does a broker is able to distinguish between a real share and a synthetic? I mean, they have that ability.
I think they would be able to tell. I mean, so here's part of the problem. You got to stop thinking of things in terms of synthetic and real. There is no such thing. Everything is synthetic. Everything is synthetic. There's nothing real out there. So stop thinking in terms of real versus synthetic. There isn't a single share out there that's real, unless it's held through computer share. And that's it.
Yeah.
So stop thinking in terms of real versus fake. Think more in terms of what liability do you have to the market. That's what you need to think in terms of.
Let me ask it this way and see if maybe it'll help me understand. Let's say, pretend that we're in the future and AMC announces they're doing a $1 dividend. You know, great news. They're doing $1 dividend. So AMC announces that, and let's say the float is still what it is today, 198 million shares. So AMC has to cough up $198 million. And if I understand it correctly, do they send that check to the DTCC? Say, here's $198 million?
To be distributed to the owners of the shares, yes.
Is that how it goes? So they send the check to the DTCC?
Yep, and they would distribute those monies to those who hold the positions. Yeah.
Yeah, but they would only quote send it to the real shares, right?
They would distribute to the holders of the positions that they have on record.
Yeah, so let's say now I'm Schwab, and I got, from TD when I acquired them, a billion shares of AMC, and so I go to the DTCC and say I need $1 billion to cover my the ones that I got from TD when I acquired them, and the DTC is going to say you don't get $1 billion. There's not $1 billion. There's only 8 million.
No, yeah, that's not how it works, though. They would say, like, well, you have registered with us this many shares. This is what we're going to give you. And then Schwab has to cover the difference between that. Let's say that instead of handing $1 billion over to Schwab, Schwab only has on record, 50 million shares. So Schwab gets handed over $50 million. And what does Schwab have to do? They have to cover the difference between the two. So now you're falling down that rabbit hole of understanding why a dividend is so important, because we need to force our brokers.
I'm asking a question.
The shorts, the shorts don't have to cover it necessarily. That's not necessarily true at all. It's actually your broker who has to cover the difference. Your broker's the one holding the position.
That's probably the ones that are short. So.
But your broker's the one who's responsible for selling the shares, the positions that they don't actually hold, though. So they're going to be the ones responsible. This is why I've been saying for such a long time that we all look at Ken Griffin and say, evil, evil, evil all the time, when in actuality what we should be saying is looking at all of our brokers or some of the people who are running the man behind the curtain, like Larry Fink, who's with BlackRock, who's long on AMC, and being, looking at those guys and saying, like, those guys are really some of the guys that are the more evil ones, that are selling positions that they don't actually hold.
Now, I think what gives everybody the biggest heartburn over Griffin is the fact that he is a market maker and a hedge fund and a dark pool person. So, he's all of the above, and he's controlling our share executions.
He's making money on shorting against AMC.
Yeah.
Hi, Casey.
Casey, to stay on track, to stay on here, if Schwab, when they acquired TD, did Schwab go, TD, how many AMC shares do you have registered with the DTCC? And they say, we have registered 1 million. Okay, well, how many do your customers think that they have? And they say, well, 1 billion. Ooh, so we're going to be on the hook for that difference.
Yeah.
If there ever was a dividend. So are they able to see those numbers and go,
oh, of course.
Okay, whether do I want to do this deal or not? Because they say,
yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
So is TD going away?
They went away a couple years ago.
Yeah, it's been in a state of I would have thought that all the positions would have been transferred already, but apparently that's not the case. It's been an ongoing thing for a while.
I still have mine, and in fact, they told me that they would even notify me 30 days out before they even start to transfer.
Maybe part of the reason why
it's going to be another month.
Maybe part of the reason why it's taken so long for those accounts to be actually transferred over is because the positions were needing to be. They may have been trying to isolate people into groups of people who were not part of actually Schwab, because Schwab had to actually go out and start purchasing positions. So I mean, that's always a possibility.
Can I interrupt for a second, please?
Mm-hmm. Yep, absolutely.
Nothing.
Hey, Casey, I heard you guys talking about numbers today. If you want me to go over them, I can do them tomorrow afternoon because my class on Fridays ends early. So if that will work with you, I can do that tomorrow.
Okay. Was there a specific time?
I haven't even looked at the numbers yet.
No. Take. I haven't either. So we'll take our time looking over them. I mean, they came out yesterday night. I was passing out in the middle of the earnings report because I was so tired. I was hurting. There was no way I was going to go looking through the numbers. So, who's here?
Well, I didn't look at the numbers. And I looked at the EPS, but I did not listen into the call. but my class tomorrow afternoon I'll have some time, and tonight I will look at the numbers and we can go over it tomorrow, whatever questions people have, and we can go over it tomorrow afternoon. We can put some time on a side for like half an hour or so.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no rush. These numbers aren't going anywhere.
I know, I just don't want you to be feeling like left out, like where the hell is Manchit?
No, not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Everything's, like I said, I like to live a very non-stress free life, so we'll get to it when we get to it. It's not a big deal.
Okay, I just wanted to let you know. Well, I got to go. I get break only for like 10-15 minutes, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Yep, sounds good.
Thank you.
And he's shared that he got some information out of Schwab. I think he's been on the phone with him right now about his inability to buy. Sent you a message in the chat there.
Let's see here. Can you explain how AMC is triple leveraged? They have... Hold on a second here.
Yeah, you might have to scroll up. It'll shed a little bit more background on that if you look at his tweet, or excuse me, his chat prior to that.
Let's see here. Schwab. AMC is a triple leveraged stock. You have to wait an extra day after funds have cleared and settled before you can buy. Okay, well that's actually been happening for quite a while. It's a high risk stock, so a lot of brokers are forcing people to have their funds actually settle, and aren't allowing people to trade AMC until the funds have settled first, and that, which means, like you said, the extra time to wait. In regards to,
I misunderstood. I thought it meant that after it's settled, then you had to wait an additional day on top of that, out of an abundance of some sort of caution or something.
There might be that. I mean, they may have a rule in there where they have to. But in regards to triple leveraged, I'd have to do some research on it and look into it. But I bet you Pantheon's listening right now, and he probably can answer that question right away. Hold on a second here. I'm gonna have to research it. I don't actually know the answer right off the top of my head.
A bullshit. A bullshit. A bullshit. Bullshit.
Hold on a second. I don't know. I don't know the answer to this. Hold on. I'm looking.
There's nothing.
I'm wondering if it has something to do with something that has to do with maybe bonds on AMC. I really don't know. Let's see here.
There's nothing.
A triple leveraged security is a type of financial product that seeks to amplify the returns of an underlying asset or index by 3 times. It's achieved through the use of financial derivatives and debt. Essentially, if the underlying asset or index moves by a certain percentage, the triple leveraged security aims to move by 3 times that percentage in the same direction. While this can lead to increased returns in a favorable market, it also comes with higher risk and potential for significant losses, especially in volatile markets. It's important for investors to thoroughly understand the risks and complexities associated with triple leveraged securities before considering them as part of their investment strategy. So in some way or another, it's been given the title of a triple leveraged security in order to prevent people from being able to just jump on in any old time they want to. Does that help? I feel like I'm probably, I don't feel like I really got too much out of that myself.
Well, I'm looking forward to the day when I hear not just a few anecdotal stories, but we went all the way back to Preacher
You're cutting out. You're cutting out, Pirate. I'm not sure if it's me or if it's you. Doesn't appear to be me. Looks like it's you. You're somebody's cooking in the microwave again. Mrs. Pirate's watching movies.
While Pirate can't talk, I'll jump back in here. So I guess I always thought the DTCC was the one that really knew what was going on here. But it sounds like, based on our earlier discussion, the brokers are only turning in numbers to them that I guess are what I would consider I'll call them the real shares or whatever. So the DTCC is not aware of how many AMC shares Schwab has on their books right now. Because if Schwab really did have 1 billion shares on their books, the DTCC automatically would know that they're up to no good.
Yep.
Is that a fair statement?
That's why when and Adam Aaron even talked about this, when they pull the numbers every 90 days to find out how many shares are in existence, the DTCC reports back exactly what's being held. Right? They don't report a single difference number than what's supposed to be reported.
So the brokers truly do know the difference between what we were calling synthetic and real. They know the difference.
No,
we don't. To us, it doesn't matter.
They know what it is that they have registered with the DTCC, and they know what they hold. That's what they know.
Yeah.
But they don't consider any of that to be real versus fake. Everything's fake.
Yeah, just in terms for us to think about it logically or whatever. They have two different numbers. They have a registered number and what we have on in our books number.
Yep.
So are we hoping for some whistleblower working at one of these Schwabs or one of these brokers to come forward and say, hey, I know for a fact that we have X amount registered.
We already got them.
We have X.
We already got them. Yeah, we do. So because of what it is that they did during the reverse split, and conversion that we had, we know that there's no way that they could have sold off their positions without reporting the information that they had sold and bought back in, and they never reported it. So they've already made a massive mistake and made an error in reporting of positions. Now they're going to do one of two things. They're either going to claim that they sold the positions and bought back in after the year's over so that they can take losses and write it off as a tax write-off, or they're never going to buy back in. One of the two. My guess is that they're going to buy back in because they're going to probably need to at some point or another hold some kind of position, and usually that happens after the end of the year. But when they file for losses, we're gonna be able to nail them for tax evasion at that point as well. So that's personally what I'm waiting for, and we've got them. Like, they're going to be in massive trouble. There's going to be a lot of brokers. There's going to be a lot of trouble for what they did this last time that they sold off their positions. So I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for them to file their losses, and when they file their losses, that's when I'm going to hit them.
But there still could be, in addition to that, it could be an employee, if they wanted to be a whistleblower, could come forward and say, I know how many they registered with the DTCC, and I know how many they have on their books, and those numbers are not the same.
There could be definitely a whistleblower. Yep.
Unfortunately, those whistleblowers tend to fall out hospital windows or high-rise windows. Now, we've seen it happen. I heard it, not see it. I heard it happen this year.
Dario,
it's really scary.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's just really scary for the business that they're in. It's almost like being in the mob.
I mean, yeah.
My brother's argument to me is he's the contrarian, is he's saying, do you really think he said just like the UFO secret or whatever. Do you think they could keep that secret if all these brokerages are really doing these shenanigans? Do you think they could really keep the lid on it, that somebody wouldn't have come forward already and blown that lid off of that? And I just said, I don't know.
So if you're making money and you're in a position to where you probably have access to be able to see that kind of information, you're probably making six figures, right? So if you're making six figures, are you going to be the guy who wants to go kind of whistle blow on something like that? That's what, like Tammy just said, people who do those kind of things maybe don't show up to work ever again. So, ask yourself, is that something that you would want to do? How much are you willing to risk your six figures for? Six figure income or fingers? Which one do you want to have?
Or 6 feet, 6 feet of dirt.
Which,
under.
we're talking about
Yeah.
financial institutions that are worth billions upon billions of dollars, and this is not something that people. I mean, it's really just seen as business practice from their perspective. They see it as a business practice. They're there to make money, and that's how they make money. That's it. Dario D was asking about a response back from Fintel. I placed it up on the screen again so you could see it. For those of you wondering when Fintel will be accurately reporting institutional ownership again, this was the response I got back from my inquiry to them. They said, "Thank you for contacting us. The inconsistency you noticed in institutional ownership is probably due to the reporting delay. After significant corporate events such as reverse stock splits, institutions may take some time to adjust their records and report the updated ownership figures," which is what I told you guys. However, I did my math poorly and thought that we should see the reporting by the beginning of November, and it's actually the middle of November. As they state here, it says it's important to note that these processes require coordination among various parties, and sometimes delays can occur. Institutions report their numbers quarterly, 45 days after the end of the quarter, which is September. The next due date for filings is November 15th, and the figures should be accurate after that date.
Hey, Casey, right quick. Is that not like a giant cup and handle on the 5 minute? I mean, even I see that.
This right here in the very first portion of the day?
Oh, 5 minutes. Are you on the 5 minute?
Yep. How far out
right
you
there.
want this?
Is that right there? At the first portion of the day, yes.
Not really.
What is it?
The thing with a cup and handle is you really want the cup to complete. The cup, the more uniform the cup, the better. But you really want the cup to be uniform. So there should have been a jump up in price that would have looked very similar to the other side of this. So it would have been like a big, huge run up back up to the $10, 15 point range. And then you would have seen your high from this side over here would have been very similar to your high on this side. It could have been off by a couple, maybe 20, 30 cents or something like that, but not, it should have been pretty close to the same. And then your retracement would be half the distance from that top to the bottom. So if you figured it was $10.15 before and $8, you're looking at $2.15. So you're looking at $1.07, right? You would have seen price go back up to around $10.15, drop down to $1.07, which would have put it around like $9.20ish, $9.25, $9.24, which is about where it went down to, or where it got up to, but never fully went the rest of the distance. And that's when it would start taking back off, and then you could calculate how high it was going to be going up to. So yeah, not really a cup and handle, no.
Okay.
Did you all see the trailer for Ghostbusters Frozen Empire?
No.
I heard someone said that was good, but I haven't seen it.
AMC dropped it out in an announcement, and I watched it. Looked pretty good to me. Coming out early next year, I think.
Mainstream media is making a big deal about SoftBank in Japan, their loss of $6 billion this quarter. catching a little bit of attention from the mainstream media.
Sold, not yet purchased is the title for the accounting category. Yep.
Huh.
That's where our money lies.
Paula says, so SSR is
all
in
the
place.
big accounts.
Yes. Yes, Paula, it is in place for tomorrow. Wait, are the markets? The markets aren't closed tomorrow. What? Are they?
No.
No, they're not closed tomorrow. I think our next holiday is going to be Thanksgiving time. I want to see this trailer, but it's numbers time. So let's do numbers and then go over and take a look at that trailer. I want to see it. We'll watch it together. Let me take you guys over to the other page. Remember, I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so all those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange, do not forget that whenever they have tripped SSR, they don't heavily utilize those dark pools as much. There's no need to hide price discovery when you can just create shares out of thin air, as short exempt volume is legally available to as a tool when SSR is tripped. So let's take a look at these numbers here. Normally, by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 62% going through off-exchange and EDGX combined. We have 46.68% going through off-exchange. EDGX is at 9.57. The combined total, and that's 56.25%, or about 5.75% less than what I would expect to see by this time of the day normally. So that does sound like it's working out. We got CHX volume at 14,855 shares so far for the day today, and GME CHX volume at 200. Both of those are not exceptionally large yet. Taking a look at Ortex, as of an hour ago, there was approximately 2.54 million shares having been borrowed for the day. It's now 2.64 million shares. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 6.7%. Cost to borrow min is 0.35, average is 1.5, and max 6.17. Shares on loan increased to 130,000 shares day over day from yesterday, and Ortex estimated about 40,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at options, highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago was at a $8.50 strike with 6.2 thousand contracts. It is now at a $9 strike with 10.2 thousand contracts. And on puts, highest amount of puts is at a $5.50 strike. Still, it was 10.9 thousand contracts an hour ago. Still 10.9 thousand contracts. We do have a runner-up at a $8.50 strike, so we may be seeing that change before the. In fact, I'm almost positive we'll see that change before the end of the day is over, which means the market, since the market's currently indicating a closing price between 5.5 and 9. That should mean that the market's going to be guessing on an 8.5 to 9 close by the end of the day today, before the day is over. Taking a look at MMRI, an hour ago it was 298.17. It's now 298.27. Not really much of a change. Spread that between the 2-year, 10-year earlier this morning was at 0.404%. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC was top 4 an hour ago and still is, with a 71.45% buy to 28.55% sell ratio. Looking nice and strong right there. I like that. And GME is not on the list. SSR trigger price for the day today is at $9.08. Shares available to borrow is at 1.9 million shares available. That's been mainly returns. There was another 100,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. Fees are at 0.9%. So in total for the day today, we're looking at about 2.75 million shares having been borrowed. It's actually really close to the Ortex number. It's surprising. They're never usually that close. Taking a look at big banks. Actually, no. Taking a look at the indexes first here. We've got NASDAQ up 0.23, Dow Jones down 0.01, and the SP 500 is up 0.1. As of right now, we have 3,086 decliners to 2,815 advancers. The market's just slightly less advancing now than it was an hour ago by like 15 or so securities. Big bank movers for the day-to-day, anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater is going to get a shout out. Coinbase is up 7.7%. FRC is down 21.88. Silvergate's down 15.63. Oh my, hold on a second. That might be the only ones I'm going to read off. Yep. Ethereum Classic is up 3.86 and consolidating. US dollar is down 0.04 and trending up. Oil is up 1.2 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.08 to 0.12 and trending slightly up. SPY is up 0.14 and consolidating after a trend up. VIX is up 0.35 and starting to trend down. VBR is up 0.08 and trending up. VB is up 0.05 trending up. Tesla is down 4.75 trending down. Amazon is up 0.13 trending up. Cinemark is up 1.04 trending up. Doge is down 4.86 and consolidating. Bitcoin is up 2.01 and consolidating. GME is down 1.69 consolidating. HYMC is up 1.59 on a slight trend down. NCMI is up 5.06 trending up. Hood is down 0.54 trending down, and AMC is down 10.65 and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow for the day. There's approximately 20. Actually, that's not true. 22.3, 22.3, 22.4, $22.4 million more inflow than outflow. 46.4 million, 46.5 million shares having been traded so far for the day today after 159 minutes worth of trading. Putting us on a pace for, ooh, that can't be right. Hold on a second here, my math is way off. Putting us on pace for 114 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is a really large number of shares being traded when you consider the fact that AMC only has in existence 198 million shares. Of course, adding on additional estimate of about around 35 million shares, that would still be a very large chunk of shares traded for the day. In fact, one could say that the shares that were sold into the marketplace would have been transacted potentially 4 times. On a 4-hour time interval, we have currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 36.89, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 39.34, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.45, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 54.08, which is slightly above average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the Big Tramp. Let me find that. Thank you. Let me find that that movie clip real quick here. Give me 1 second. Oh, looks like Adam Aaron posted something new. Maybe. 1 hour ago, Adam Aaron posted a new trailer is out for Renaissance, a film by Beyonce. This film opens in theaters on December 1st. It accentuates the journey of Renaissance World Tour from its inception to the opening in Stockholm, Sweden, to the final in Kansas City, Missouri. He put everything in all capitals. He doesn't do this, guys. This is kind of odd. It is about Beyonce's intention, hard work, involvement in every aspect of the production, her creative mind, and purpose to create her legacy and master her craft. Received with extraordinary acclaim, Beyonce's Renaissance World Tour created a sanctuary for freedom and shared joy for more than 2.7 million fans. I'm not sure why he wrote all that in caps. It's kind of odd. Anyways. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to find the trailer. Here we go. Spoiler alerts. My wife hates watching trailers. She's like, she refuses to watch trailers because she hates it when she feels like it's like majorly spoiling of the movie. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the back of the big tramp here for just a second while I watch this so I don't have you guys blowing out speakers.
I'm telling you, it's going to be another hot one out there. In fact, there are heat alerts in effect for New Jersey, feeling like 100 degrees.
Hold on a second. Let me try this again here.
I'm telling you, it's going to be another hot one out there. In fact, there are heat alerts in effect for New Jersey, feeling like 100 degrees.
What is that?
Looks like a normal winter in New York.
For the first time in New York history, people froze to death in the middle of July.
What is it?
The death chill. The power to kill by fear itself. Your veins turn to rivers of ice. Your bones crack. And the last thing you see is your own tear ducts freezing up.
Like, literally scared to death? So cool.
That's cool. What does it say? It doesn't say when, does it? Just says coming soon. That's cool. There was another one in here too. Let's watch this one as well. Might as well, right? What do we got this one for here?
Whatever it takes.
We just...
Heroes.
It's an old-fashioned notion. But the world can still use them.
Ready.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes.
We destroyed Thanos. But it's not over.
My work is inevitable. There will always be more to finish it.
This is just the beginning.
She
tore a hole in space. There's a different reality leading into ours.
What are you prepared to do?
I'm invincible. Your powers only make me stronger.
So you can't be matched. Can't be controlled. I'm asking for one last fight.
You cannot protect your people.
But you can stand tall without standing alone.
They're here.
The Marvels, rated PG-13.
Uh-oh.
Monica, you gotta fly.
No.
Black girl magic.
In theaters Friday. Get tickets now.
Yeah, so that's already. I'm pretty sure that's already out, or at least I saw ticket sales for it. Cool. Go back to the back of the big tramp here. All right, I'm back, guys.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
They first showed New York City freezing, and my mind went to that movie not too long ago called The Day After. It was like weather crisis in the world, and it was similar to that, where the fast-moving cold front was freezing things. And for a moment, I thought maybe you queued up the wrong trailer.
I thought it was funny. I was like, oh yeah, it looks like a normal New York freeze. And then they're all in June. I was like, oh, well, that's not normal.
One of your trivia questions, Casey, needs to be how many times has New York City been destroyed in movies?
Oh my gosh, right? It's why is the significance there on New York City? I mean, I guess it's because it's got the financial sector in it. Maybe that's why.
Recognized as one of the premier cities of the United States globally.
Yeah.
Moscow or Beijing. Any of the big boys.
Emmett says New York City is full of assholes. Any city's full of them. It doesn't matter. It's like the more people, the more assholes. I mean, it's just like it's natural. The more people you put together, the more.
Jody. Diarrhea.
He said butt.
It's hard to go wrong with Peter Griffin. You can't ever go wrong with little Peter Griffin.
That's right.
So its nickname is the Big Asshole. Oh wait, it's the Big Apple. Never mind.
Yeah, I always like the. I swear, Led Zeppelin. Every time I can't even think of the name of the song, but it always sounds like to me, it sounds like they're saying "shit Codgo," and I always laugh at that because I just go like, did they purposefully say it that way, or is it just I'm hearing it that way?
My favorite's when they call it Chirac, because it's the guys in the military. They leave Iraq and go back to Chicago, and there's more shooting there. They're like, call it Chirac.
Amit's literally saying, if you want a good city to hang out with nice people, go to Chicago.
The South Side? Any place in the South Side particular, or just just anywhere.
Hangout or shootout?
Well, guys, it's 11:21. I'm hungry, and this is probably one of the first days that I've been pain-free in a really long time. So I want to take advantage of this and get up out of my chair and stretch a little bit because I can. And I mean, my neck feels like almost perfect. Like I feel like $1,000,000 right now. So.
It's awesome.
FGCV says we in Chicago welcome you with open arms, and I just want to go out on the record here and say that I have nothing against Chicago. I just always thought it was funny that they would say shit Codgo, or at least it sounds like that.
He wasn't finished typing though. He said, "and concealed weapons." I like you, man. I like you. He gets cool points for that. Well done, man. Well done. Yeah. Punchline hit. The punchline landed perfectly on that one.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Chicago means wild onions in Indian. Spicy. All right. Yes. I'm going to go to break here, guys. I will see you back at 12:10. Let me, I'll see you guys in the back of the big tramp a little bit later. Let me put up the message up on the screen. What time will I be back at? 12:10. I think I'm gonna go make myself some top ramen. Sounds like a good plan. See you guys in a bit.
Discovery Houston, press to ATO.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the Ape Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back, guys. Let me turn down the music. All right, it's time to take a look at these numbers and see what we got going on here. I'm going to take you guys over to the other page. Oh, shoot. No, I'm not. I just realized I don't have my phone on me. I'll be right back. I got to go grab my phone real quick. All right. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could protect you from having somebody get into your account that shouldn't be in your account. And for those of you who know why I'm laughing right now, you'll understand maybe a little bit later why. We'll talk about it again, maybe in a little bit shortly. But it's supposed to help keep somebody out of your account that shouldn't be in your account. If you set that up, and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, that's probably already, that's always a good thing to do. You never know when there's going to be something that happens to your primary device, and you know, you're not going to have access unless you have a secondary device set up for that. So have those extra levels of protection available to you. And let's take a look at these numbers. Starting with off exchange, do remember that we got spikes in 10-year, 2-year, 10-year yields that I'm seeing right now. What am I? Heart palpitations. Off exchange. Remember that whenever off exchange occurs, or whenever SSR is tripped, we don't tend to see off exchange utilized as much. SSR kind of acts like a short share restriction. Kind of acts as a force field to price discovery with the legalized ability to be able to create short exempt volume, and so that's why we see lower numbers on things like dark pool trades. So off exchange and EDGX data is going to be lower on days like this. Normally by this time of the day, we'd expect to see about 63% going through those exchanges. We have 48.09% going through off exchanges, EDGX at 9.27. The combined total on that's 57.36%. That's about 5.64% less than it should be by this time of the day. CHX volume is 15,051 shares. It's not over 30K yet, which is the magic number I'm looking for. GME CHX volume is 200 shares. Nothing unusually large going on there either. Taking a look at Ortex. As of an hour ago, Ortex was reporting 2.64 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. It's now 2.65, not really much of a change. It's going to keep the estimated short share interest rate there at about 6.7%. Cost to borrow, min is at 0.35, average 1.51, and max is at 6.17. What's next? Oh, yeah. Day over day, there's about 130,000 new shares on loan, and Ortex estimated about 40,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at some of the options, highest amount of call volume so far for the day today, at least in the last hour, was at a $9 strike with 10.2 thousand contracts. It's now 10.9 thousand contracts. Highest amount of puts for the day today is still at a $5.50 strike. It was 10.9 thousand contracts an hour ago, now 11,000 contracts. But I would say probably within the next hour, the $8.50 strikes are probably going to exceed in volume the 5.5. So, but at this point in time, the market's suggesting a closing price between $5.5 and $9 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at MMRI, here's our spike up here. The 10-year is closing the gap on the 2-year with this spike. The 2-year didn't drive up nearly as much as the 10-year did. But MMRI an hour ago was at 298.27 and has suddenly jumped up to 303.36. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for. AMC is still in 4th position on the most heavily traded stocks. It's got 70.69% buys to 29.31% sell ratio. Remember, retail doesn't typically trade more than, if I had to guess, probably more than 5 or 6% of the total daily volume. Yeah. Taking a look at on the rest of this list here for GME to see if it's on here. I don't see it. Trigger price for SSR for the day today would have been at $9.08, which means SSR is going to be on today and tomorrow. Shares available to borrow is at 2 million, not 200, 2 million shares, and it looks like there was another 100,000 shares borrowed in the last hour. So we're now looking at 2.84 million shares borrowed so far for the day today. Fees are at 0.9%. NASDAQ is down 0.25, Dow Jones is down 0.27, and the S&P 500 is down 0.25. We have 3,534 decliners to 2,422 advancers. Biggest bank movers. I'm only going to read off the ones that are plus or minus 2.5% more of a change for the day. Coinbase up 7.29. FRC down 21.88. Silvergate down 15.63. And those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 5.63 and consolidating. The US dollar is up 0.21, and look at that jump there on the US dollar, driving up very, very fast, starting right around 1,300 today. Do you guys remember? I don't know if you remember this or not, but October 31st, I told you guys something broke at 1 p.m. Ironically, 2 minutes after 1 o'clock today, something's happening. We could be seeing something else breaking again here. Oil is currently up 0.67 and trending down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.61 to, or 0.52 to 0.61 and are trending down. SPY is down 0.28 and trending down. And there's 1302 right there. There's your break. Another break in the market. Yeah, that is one hell of a bust. Just to give you an idea for like how drastic of a move that is right there, we can go back out to 1 hour. Well, I guess 1 hour doesn't really cut it. 30 minutes? 5 minutes. There we go. There's your 5-minute candle right there. And you can go back in time here, see if we see anything similar to that on a 5-minute scale. Probably right here. Ironically, 11/3/8:30 was the time when that happened. I said ironically, and it's not the one I thought it was going to be. I was looking for October 31st, 1 o'clock. October 31st, 1 o'clock would have been right about here. Right here. There was a jump up leading into that. VIX is currently up 4.01. There's your jump right there a minute after the DXY started moving upwards. Both the VIX and the DXY should be inverse to the market. Anybody remember that date that I threw in for some points? Anybody remember the special date that I threw out there that I said that we would probably likely see something plus or minus 2 days? We would see some significant stuff happening in the market. Anyone? Bob says November 15th. I actually don't remember. Hold on a second here. I have it marked down. So hold on a second here. Let me check something out real quick. Let's see here. Where do I have it at? Where did I put that? It's got to be on the VIX. '13th. I think I had it set for the 14th. 14th should have been the day. Plus or minus 2. VBR is down 0.45 and trending down. VB is down 0.53, trending down. Tesla is down 6.14, trending down. Amazon is down 0.49 and trending up slightly. Looks like consolidation to me. I'd call it consolidation. Cinemark is up 0.13 and trending down. Doge is down 5.67 and slightly trending down. Bitcoin is up 2.2 and... wow, those two charts look almost identical. Bitcoin consolidating. GME is down 2.94, trending down. HYMC is up 0.44, trending down. NCMI is up 0.46 and consolidating. HOOD is down 2.63 and trending down. Getting some major leaps here on some of these. AMC is down 13.88 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately 28. I don't know, man. 28.8. I'm guessing. $28.8 million more inflow than outflow. 28.7. Close enough. Volume is at 52.5 or 52.29 million shares traded so far for the day today after 233 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for about man, I keep messing up these numbers. 52.3 divided by 234 minutes. We're on pace for about 87.16 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is well outside that 20-40 million volume prediction that I had this morning. There's a lot of volume to be traded in a single day, especially if 30 or so million shares are being sold in the marketplace. On a 4-hour chart here, we've got currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 32.52, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.95, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 37.57, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.03, which is below average. And with that, I will head back to the back of the Big Tramp. Let me see here. I have some housekeeping that I need to take care of in the back of the Big Tramp here. Gentlemen, I'm back. Give me 1 second. I'm something I wanted to respond to. I don't see it now. There it is. Bob says, is the offering at a set price? No, it wasn't. It's and not only was it not at a set price, well, I mean, I guess how you want to look at it. It was set on how much money they wanted to raise, how much capital he wanted to raise. He came up with a very specific number of $350 million that he wanted to raise, but he didn't say at what share price or how many shares that it would take to do it. Meaning that it sounds to me like he, and this is my personal opinion. I can't speak to any kind of authority on this. But it sounds to me like he wants a very specific number of capital to raise that much capital for something specifically. Now, I can't possibly tell you what that is because I certainly don't know. But it does sound. I mean, that's normally in the past they would give us, like a share amount that they were selling, or and potentially maybe like a share price average that they were looking towards. But in this case, it was a blanket $350 million. So maybe they've got a deal that they struck. I'm not sure. Valentine says, same question. My understanding is that Adam Aaron is going to raise $350 million with dilution at a time of his choosing. I don't. Let me look at it again. I don't know if it's necessarily at his choosing. Let me look at the report real quick again, because I'm pretty sure that it's going to give some leeway to the four different institutions. We have Citi Global Markets Incorporated, Barclays, Capital Incorporated, B. Riley Securities Incorporated, and Goldman Sachs and Company LLC as sales agents. So yeah, it doesn't. Including any price, time, or size limits specified by the company. So it looks like they do have some control over it. First timer says at 2.5% comp, they should already be moving the stock. I mean, if AMC has restrictions on how much can be sold, like how much, because it does say that they have control over price, time, and size limits. So it doesn't seem like
they could have sold it all already.
They could have sold it all already, or they could have sold portions of it. Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah. They could have sold exactly the amount they needed to Goldman Sachs, and Goldman Sachs could be selling it off into the market as they see fit. It's right in there. It's in the contract.
Yep.
They'll just have to release a document saying whether or not they did that.
See, that sounds more like a direct placement than an offering sensor content.
It's right in the document.
Not sure. It's in the documents that they've already sold them, and for what price?
No. It's in the document that they can do that. That they can do a placement offer with any of those four people. So if Goldman Sachs was short 5% of the stock, and they were short 5 million shares, they could buy the whole 40 million, and they're no longer short.
Yeah, but they can't hand it to a broker or an institution and then tell them that they get to pick the price. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But AMC could simply say, we want $8.70 for the whole amount. Give them the amount of shares, and they're done. They can be done in a day, and then these guys can sell it off into the market as they see fit.
Yes, that is correct.
If Goldman Sachs wants to go long 40 million shares, they can buy the whole whack at a given price and say we're now long 40 million shares.
They better make that.
The case,
they better make that claim
because
then.
he's classified it as an offering. Then I think that public relations and Adam Aaron would come out and say that the offering has been fulfilled. That's normally the standard practice. So if Goldman Sachs were to say, yeah, we'll do that, then that essentially means that the offering is complete, and Adam Aaron can come out and say the offering is complete.
Correct. Also correct. And
Yeah.
not only that, but Goldman Sachs.
One way or the other. Yeah.
If Goldman Sachs does that, they would have to claim 5% ownership or greater, which means we would see, we would see the filing
They go
for
hand
that,
in hand. You can't have one without the other. Yeah.
Yeah. Which they better do that, because if they don't file that, and the shares just are simply distributed to shareholders as they should have been originally, because they were, like you said, quote unquote short, then yes. That's gonna be another clear indicator as to what's going on here.
Pantheon has a very
Not-
good point. He said
not
last
saying-
time they
not saying they're
concluded
doing
with
that.
a week of the announcement, and the volume today suggests that they're selling now. He said time will tell. He is right though. The last time we went down this, and it wasn't too long ago, there was a lot of speculation, and then boom, Adam Aaron or somebody come out with a tweet and said, yeah, it's done. So he did say censor content is right as well. It's in the paragraph, but he's correct. The last time we did this, we were all surprised to find that it was over and done. Pulling the splinter out, I guess.
Anyway,
Doc-
Casey, I'm not happy with the timing like everybody else because I think they could have let the price run up, but somebody at a major financial institution might have turned the screws on them and said, we're really screwed unless you do this for us right now. And if you don't, we're going to recall that debt.
I mean, we're not sitting in his chair, so we have no idea. Unfortunately, that's the
Yeah.
part of being an investor is you're kind of in the dark a little bit about some of the details. But when we voted to give him all these shares originally, this is what we were entrusting him to do, was to take and use this as wisely as possible. So we put it into his hands.
When
First
you were
question
gone,
you have
right?
to ask yourself is, is he intentionally trying to hurt us, or does he have a plan, and this is part of that will ultimately benefit us? That's the first question a person has to answer themselves, and then after that they can follow it to its logical conclusions. But the first thing is he friend or foe? Is he trying to fuck us right now, or is he trying to raise money because he has a plan and this is part of that?
I can tell you
one of
one
those
thing
two
that's a
paths.
fact. I can tell you one thing that's a fact. If the company is going to survive in the long term, his relationship with the banks is going to last longer than any relationship with any retail investor. He's got to play good with the banks.
Yeah, the idea that anybody who's suggesting that Adam Aaron's trying to screw us, I think, is not clearly looking at things. I think people are being a little too emotional right now, and
having 350 million on the books in addition is not a bad thing.
Well, I mean, there's so many things that if he wanted to sink AMC, we would have been done a long time ago. Bottom line, right? So, is he, in regards to that, like, is he friend or is he foe? Kind of, critical thinking. It doesn't take a genius. In fact, I could show this to probably a kid who's probably in 3rd or 4th grade, and probably they would understand and be able to look at it and identify that this is not the actions of a man who's trying to sink a company when he could have sank it a long time ago. So, that's something that you have to kind of realize or take into an account. And if you don't take it into account, then you're just being emotional, and I can't help you. That will never help anybody when it just comes to emotions.
Yeah, nobody knows what he's doing with the money besides possibly paying off debt, but it does probably take a lot of capital to expand a movie distribution company.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to perhaps back a movie or two as a co-producer, it would cost some money.
Yep. So I'm not in regards to whether or not Adam Aaron's trying to make sure that we are going to get something good out of this. I'm not in question that. I have no questioning of that whatsoever. I understand how frustrating it can be for us to not understand what's going on because we're in the dark. But I'll tell you what, it's been pretty nice to see some of the stuff that's been happening lately with Taylor Swift, Beyonce, some of the other things that Adam Aaron's been working on, and I'm excited to see what we have for the future. So I know there's been periods of time where I've said this on a couple different occasions, and maybe I don't know if everybody let it sink in or not. look back at Tesla holders. If you go back and you look at a lot of Tesla holders, they held for a long, long time, and they kept on holding. And they're holding to this day. Even though prices may be going down on Tesla, they're still holding. There are a lot of diehard fans of the company because they believe in what the company is doing. Now, if you're here to truly help save AMC, and you believe in the company as a solid investment, you might actually turn into an investor who holds for a really long time. If the prices of AMC move into those kind of ranges that Tesla went up into, you might end up seeing your shares as being like your retirement fund, and that you're just going to let it ride indefinitely because it's just going to continue to see more and more profits. And you're just going to cash. You'd be like, oh, hey, look, I want to go for a vacation, so I'm going to cash out 3 shares and collect on $5,000, or something like that. You're like, oh, cash out 3 shares to get a vacation. Pff, yeah, no problem. I'll drop that. And it's just kind of one of those things where you have to kind of change your perspective on how you're seeing things, because it's really about investing in a company and knowing that the company is going to grow and be profitable. And if you do believe in the company and you think that it's worth investing in, which you've done, then you got to change how you look at it and stop being emotional about the little tiny details that are happening along the way.
I'm totally happy with them raising capital. I'm just not happy with the timing.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not either. I said, that was one of the first things I think I said this morning was I'm not happy about the timing, but it's not the end of the world. Time is on our side. So and
I think there may be something in the background where a bank made a phone call and said, we're really fucked, pardon my language, and you need to do this for us.
Or maybe it's something positive. Maybe he has an opportunity to do something that really changes the course of the trajectory of the company, and he needs to raise some money now, not later, to add to what he already has. I'm not saying I have any knowledge of that, but it could be a positive thing. It couldn't necessarily be that some banker called him up, put a gun to his head. It could be the opposite. It could be a willful act because he said, I know this is what I'm doing. Just shut up and do what I tell you. Sell it now and get me the money and get out of my office. And it doesn't necessarily mean that it's because somebody's bending his arm or arm twisting. It could be part of something he's involved in that he's not under any obligation right now to share with the general public.
Mm-hmm.
I support my captain.
843 is on the page here, guys, because last time they did a share offering, I believe that's what they got per share was 843. So I have had that saved up on the page for a while, ever since they did the last share offering, just so we knew where that level of support was from all the shares that were sold at that price, or that average value. So we're right now we're trending down towards that. I think we're seeing a little bit of a sell-off in the market as a whole right now. We do have the VIX up 2.91%, taking a pretty aggressive jump upwards. Then we have also got the SPY dropping pretty aggressively downwards, so that probably is helping a little bit out with where we're moving to. Also, the DXY had a pretty decent jump as well. As I was sharing with you guys earlier, the 2-year, 10-year yields also had a pretty crazy jump right around 1 o'clock as well. So a lot of this activity that's happening right now is in maybe some turmoil. How would you say turmoilist? Turmoil. How would you say plural? Tumultuous. Thank you. I couldn't get spit it out. Big word. Can't use. Oh man, I gotta love it when the mind doesn't work like that. Thank you very much. One of these days I'll be better about big words. One of these days when I grow up, maybe. It's pronounced bullshit. Oh boy. Bob says, I think the timing is good. We have shown a good Q3 and are on our way to an even better Q4. That's interesting to big money investors. That's a quarter word. It's nice. Tumultuous.
Her youngest son was really small. He used to tell his mama, "That's just fancy talk."
Fancy. I think in times like this, the best thing to do is just take a big deep breath. Just take it in. To do it. Do it with me right now. In through the mouth, out through the nose. Actually, it's supposed to be the other way around, isn't it? In through the nose, out through the mouth. Just nice deep breaths. We'll just take a little moment here from Bobblehead Ross. Bobblehead Ross, what do you have? What wise words for us do you have at this moment in time while we do our breathing exercises? That was not Bobblehead Ross. This is Bobblehead Ross.
Let's put a few little highlights in here just to make them little rascals just sparkle in the sun.
There you go.
Thanks, Censor. That's Mrs. Pirate's favorite, though, the jacked up on Mountain Dew, so she appreciates that.
What's that from?
That's from Talladega Nights, I believe. There's two bratty little kids of his. It was a parody.
Yeah.
Part of their comedy. Comedy was that how poorly raised they were. They lacked discipline and all that.
Yeah, that's right.
Very funny. Very, very funny.
Yeah, absolutely, Hoder. These right here, I have an indicator that I have set up on here called, I forget what it's called. TD9 is what I think is what it's called. TD sequential. And essentially what it does is it's looking for 9 data points in a row trending the same direction. So the closing price is below each previous candle for 9 points in a row. When that occurs, you should see a trend reversal. Anytime you ever have 9 points trending in one direction, there should be some type of reversal within a 9 period point. Not always, but typically speaking, you shouldn't have 9 points in a row. If you ever, I don't know if you're into statistical process control or not, but if you are, they have in the West. One of the Western electric rules is 7 points. Any 7 points in a row moving in the same direction is a sign of a failure in the data that's being reported, meaning that there's a trend, right? It's a very significant trend. And usually what that means is that something needs to change in order for that trend to break or move to a different direction. So I would kind of liken it to something like that, where like it's just too much commonality in price moving in one direction, and so there's going to be a little bit of a reversal. Does it matter what time frame you're on? No. Should be the same. 9 points in any direction on any time frame should see a reversal of some sort. CPR says I believe it's 197.8. What's that? 197.8.
Somebody's asking about what the total float was. I think he was trying to help Alex out there.
Oh, no, it's 198 point something. It's actually in the filing. Let me see if I can find it real quick here for you. Give me 1 second. I'm going to have to probably go back to the quarterly. $198,356,898 shares. Let me just make sure. Well, I don't have my Excel spreadsheet open.
98.3.
Yep, 198.3. So, if we were to add 30 million shares to that, because I would expect that's what you would have to do. Oh yeah, get this. This might be a fun. This is actually going to be fun, guys. Let's do some quick little investigation to see if we can figure out how many shares exactly the market's estimating is going to be sold in. This is going to be fun. We're going to have some fun here, real quick, guys. This is going to be a good time. Watch this.
Well, I like it. I see.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. We're going to figure out real quick here what the market's estimating is going to be sold into the marketplace here. So yesterday, to get market cap, let me pull up a sheet of paper here. How do I do this? What do I put this on here? I got OneNote open over here somewhere, I think. Where's my OneNote at? I don't know. What? Oh, shoot. I'm just opening up a new notepad.
I need to get Pantheon to turn the front windshield of the big Tramp into a whiteboard.
A whiteboard. Oh, that's what I was looking for. Whiteboard. That's what I was looking for. All right. Here we go. All right. So we know how many shares were outstanding. Let me write that number down here real quick. And the reason that we need to know this is we're going to be figuring out market cap from yesterday, right? So 198. Well, let's just put in numbers. 3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 8. So that's the total amount of shares. I'm not going to put any commas in there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at yesterday's closing price, which is going to be up here. Previous close was 10.09. Right? And we're going to multiply those two together to get our market cap. And that's going to tell us how much our company is worth.
Close yesterday.
At the close of yesterday. So that comes out to approximately 2,001,421,100.82. All right. We're actually going to put the decimal in there. All right. So we know the market cap was just a little over 2 billion, right? Let's see. We'll put a little commas in on this one because we don't need them. We don't need to. That way you can see what it is. That it's 2 billion, just a little under 2, or just a little over 2 billion. And then what we're going to do here is we're going to figure this out backwards. Now we're going to kind of guesstimate what price is going to close at today. If we take a look at where price has been, where price is going, and where the market's expecting it to end at, I think 850 is actually probably a pretty close number to where maybe we might finish the day out for the day today. So what we're going to do is we're going to take $800 or $8.50. Let's see here. Hold on a second. Notepad, calculator, and we're gonna take this number here, this market cap, and we're going to divide it by that number. We're going to divide it by 850. I think this is right.
Yeah, to find out what the new market cap is.
No, to find out what the new amount of shares is.
Or new, yeah.
So we're going to take our old market cap divided by our new price of $8.50. Oops. Damn. Fat fingering. Which gives us a new share count of 235,461. I'll put commas in. 305. And then we can subtract that from the 198, 356,898, and figure out that looks like Adam Aaron is expecting to have to sell. We'll see. We'll find out what the numbers is down the road, but I'm going to guesstimate that they're going to end up selling somewhere around 37.1 million shares. That's going to be really. That's what I'm going with. I'll have this number saved, so we can look at it down the road.
37 point what?
104. 37, 104,
Okay.
407 is the final number.
Closing price 863.
I mean, we can refigure out that you think that's what the closing price is going to be is 863. I mean, we'll recalculate. We'll recalculate at the end of the day today,
you
and
can
we'll
do it a few times.
Well, I think we can. I mean, by the end of today, I think we could probably safely figure out what it's going to be. But we'll give it a couple days. But I think this is going to give us a good idea as to about where the market is expecting. Now, why specifically am I saying this? And I'm gonna reverse math this for you guys so you can see why it is that I'm coming up with this number. What you're going to see here is that if the market's pricing in the dilution, what the market wants to ultimately do is come up with the same exact market cap pre and post dilution. In other words, prior to the dilution, our market cap was just over $2 billion. After the shares are sold into the market place, which is going to be an additional, we're guesstimating 37 million shares, that the market's going to want that
go down $1.46.
Yeah, exactly.
To 863. It's the inverse of the increase in net tangible book value.
So if you really want to understand why price is moving to where it's moving to, then there you go. There's the work for you, and you can see why it is what it is. And I can almost guarantee you this is going to work out almost perfectly, so that you know exactly how many shares were sold into the marketplace.
ABC of Florida said, interestingly, we're 33 million shares above volume. If that's true, that's kind of freaky.
Yeah, I could take out.
Shares,
I could take
Casey.
out of the 54.73 million shares, I could subtract 54.73 million. Wait, did I do that right? What did I do wrong? I feel like I did something wrong. 54.77 minus the we'll take the 3-month average. 32.8 million. We're about 32.8 million shares more higher than the number, and I said I'm estimating right now that they're going to have to sell about 37 million shares. So we'll see over time.
It lines up pretty damn close. So that lines up pretty close.
Yeah,
I'm estimating 40,556,000.
What was your number, Casey, of number of shares sold estimated in your opinion?
Well, if this is all based off of closing price, right? But if closing price is 850, then I'm guessing about 37 million. If it closes lower than that, it'll be more.
So if I do that math, if I'm understanding, that would mean he's getting $9.46 a share.
You could probably figure it out like that, yeah.
I mean, that's why to get $350 million, you divide that by 37 million shares.
Yep.
And it's $9.45.9.
Which is like $1 better than what he did last time.
So you're saying it already happened?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that all the shares have been sold into the marketplace, but I'm saying that this is one way that you can use market cap to understand why the market's pricing in this value. They're trying to get market cap, or the total value of the company, to come out to exactly what they think that the value of the total amount of shares in existence that are out there should be. Right? So that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to bring the price to a fair market capitalization.
Be fun to see.
Mm-hmm.
Find out.
Damn, I just freaking did math in front of you guys. That's kind of scary. I got the heebie-jeebies. That was fun. I'm so glad I didn't look over to see how many viewers were here. That would have really tripped me out. You guys
I'm not hurt your
don't.
feelings, but I'm hoping you're wrong.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Hoping you're wrong.
Are you hoping that they
want
sold
him to
less
announce
shares?
Yeah, I want him to announce some announcement and the share price go up to $50, and then he sells only a few million and still gets the 350 million on a much smaller amount, but we'll see.
Well, I was estimating this morning that if he wanted at $10 a share, if he wanted $350 million, he would have to sell him 35 million shares, right? So if he's not going to get that price, that $10 price, then obviously he's gonna have to be, selling more shares than the 35. So CPR
I guess
said
I'm a little confused. How does he get more than $8.40 a share right now? Because that's the price.
he has to let the market run the price back up.
Okay, so you're saying you don't necessarily say that it's already happened, the shares have been sold. You're saying he has them in his back pocket waiting.
What part of nobody filed a 5% ownership did you not understand from this last round of shares being purchased? We had, how many shares did he sell this last time?
40 million.
Plus, right?
Last time.
Plus.
Yep. And not a single disclosure.
And not a single disclosure over 5.
Yep.
Yeah. You have to understand that there's a very good chance that there might not be anybody who files another claim on this again and shows that there's 5% ownership even after this next round of shares being sold. What does that tell you? We own them already. We own them already. It's further proof that we own the float over many times over. Many times.
For anyone out there interested in such things, there's some breaking news right now. The Department of Justice just busted a big sex ring, which is not uncommon, but this is on the order of the Heidi Fleiss high-end stuff, $650 an hour. Clients had to turn in pictures of their driver's license and a bio and all that. So I guess the takeaway is that maybe some big names are going to be revealed pretty soon. Eastern Virginia, in that area, they named the 2 websites and all that. It's big news right now.
Damn it! They came after me.
I gotta go, guys.
First of all, if that's, I hope not, because if that's true, that's going to piss me off.
Delete history. Delete history, boys. I'm telling you, delete them histories.
I just want you all to know Papa Mac is a very common screen name out there.
I've seen it in different forms, like Daddy Mac, like Mac Daddy.
Yeah. They listed the 2 websites. One was called Brown Eyed Girls, and the other one, I can't remember the other one. But
and then the other one was Brown Eye Boy.
It's gross. So gross.
That's disgusting.
It's gross.
So, Casey, your math is great and everything, but it's actually
great.
In a way, it works opposite of what it should work, right? You know that. Because
what do you mean?
By selling these shares, they're actually bringing cash into their account, which increases their net tangible book value.
Correct. But that doesn't change. That doesn't change the
shares
fact that
should be worth more.
No, less. Dilution always causes less price value, not more. Just because you raise capital doesn't mean that your overall. So that's the misconception here. So the misconception is that because your company has some estimated value of worth, doesn't mean that that's what your share price is worth, right? That's not how it works. It's a how much if a company were to come in and buy out the shareholders, what's the value of the shareholder positions, not the value of the company. The value of the company and the
50,000.
50,000. What are we talking about?
You asked if a company was to come in and pay what the shareholders value.
Oh,
the shares at.
yeah, exactly.
Hello.
That's my point. So yeah, so we're not going to obviously sell for $2 billion dollars, right? Like if you divide that out per how many shares that are outstanding, nobody's going to settle for that. So the idea here is that it's what's the perceived value of the shareholder position, not the perceived value of the company. So that's the problem. I think that's the inherent probably mistake in that thought process.
By having additional money in their account as an asset, they should increase their market cap just because the books look better.
No.
Yeah, I'll give you a number too.
All right, so I actually I want to agree with what you're saying, censored content, and in a perfect world, I think that what you're saying makes sense. But this is welcome to bizarro world over here, because that's what we're really dealing with, right? This market isn't traded off of what a company's valuation is. I mean, it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be, but it's not.
I already went through this with you already, because you said when the price went down from 50 down to 7 or whatever it was, you said, well, that's because they're already pricing in the full dilution of the 500 million shares.
Yeah.
Well, if they've already priced in the full dilution of the 500 million shares, then there should be no price reduction when they sell shares.
But there will be, because they stand to benefit from it every single time, right? Every time an announcement is made, they get the benefit.
You can't just price it in one time. You can't just say you price it in one time and then it's done. It doesn't work like that.
They're going to price it in every time that they make an announcement. They're going to price in that or whatever maximum amount they possibly can, every time.
But when it went down from 50 or whatever it was, and it went all the way down to where it went down to, you said they're just pricing in the full dilution at this point.
Yes.
If they've already priced in the full dilution at that point, then there should be no more pricing in of dilution.
There should be no more, but there is.
Okay.
Yeah.
If for no other reason than for the market's tendency to have a knee-jerk reaction to dilution of any kind. So it would be impossible to say that if they announce they're going to dilute 1 billion shares over the next 100 years, that it would be a one-time event. It would be baked into a cake. You'd see a price drop, and then from there on out, everything would be everything. No, every time the event occurs, there will be it will cause a ripple effect in the market, just because that's the way it works.
And what was our market cap when it was 50? And what I'm saying is, as they do these dilutions, you're eventually raising the actual value of the shares back to that original market cap that it was at when we were at 50. So I'm saying that if it was at 1009 now, it should be about 2.7 billion, just with this dilution.
I see what you're saying.
Within the next 3 months.
Yeah,
our market cap should go up to 2.7 billion.
I would not disagree with what you're stating right there. But do you understand why dropping it initially allows them to be able to make more money in that process of doing that? Because they're now buying these shares at a cheaper rate and getting to sell them at higher rates along the way. So they're basically front running. Excuse me, I got something in my throat. They're basically front running the price so that they can make the most profit off of it over the next 2 to 3 months.
I know what they're doing. I'm just trying to let people know that I feel that the market cap is going to go from 2 billion to 2.7 billion within the next 3 months.
I wouldn't even disagree with you. I think you might be fully right.
Well, because the market cap is no more than a reflection of the price of the stock, you also have to make allowances for the possibility that this act of dilution that he's engaged in right now could lead to a sudden and dramatic spike in the price based on what he intends to do with it, the revelations to come, or whatever. And
Yes.
that in and of itself will change things. It'll just blow everything out of the water. So
Yes.
when I come to you and say I need $100,000 and you give it to me and you say, well, you just fucked our share price, I'm like, yeah, but you don't know what I'm up to. So then I go out and I fucking do some magical thing, like put Taylor Swift on the stage and put some explosive numbers up for a quarter, and then the price explodes because of that. Then it's all, so everything's up. All this other stuff is rendered a moot point, because it really hinges on what he does as he accumulates the money. It's about what he does with that money, and until that's revealed, I just think it's a fool's errand to try to forecast whether it will ultimately be for our benefit or our detriment. Nobody
Going
knows.
up to 2.7 billion, it's not a big jump anyway. After dilution, if the dilution is between 35 and 40 million shares, you're only talking about a stock price of 11.50. So like, it is totally reasonable to expect market cap to go up. Is what I'm saying. Because it's not that big of a jump.
Bob says, I understand your math, but isn't this whole idea of pricing in dilution bullshit? No, I mean, yes and no. Based off of everything I think that we've just said here, it does make sense. Yes and yes.
And yes, because
yes and yes.
Because there's thousands of companies out there that have a stock value and a market cap and everything out there, and they have shares on their books that they could sell at any time, and they don't have those priced in.
I mean, if you want to look at it, I bet you I can show you instances where that does happen.
I'm just saying, just because Tesla may or may not have on their books 500 million shares that they could sell next week, the price isn't going to drop tomorrow because they have 500 million shares.
If you just created them and announced that you're planning,
if they announce a shelf offering, it certainly would. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If they announce a shelf offering tomorrow, bet your ass this market's going to move fast.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but our stock price went down from 50 to $7, and there was no shelf offering.
Wasn't there?
Not when it dropped down. It dropped down before they made an offering.
Well,
because
a shelf offering
they would have sold part of their shares at 45, and they wouldn't have got $8 a share. They would have been selling it on the way down from 50 if there was a shelf offering.
Well, there's a difference between a private placement and a shelf offering at the money. But my point was, when a corporation announces that they're approving a shelf, an offering, and that it's in the ready, then that's when they create the shelf, and that's a market mover right there. And then and then they may not even disclose when they're moving them, but when they do start selling, and then they announce that their offering is completed, that's usually another sign, a catalyst. But the very act of announcing that you're going to have shares that are available to be pushed into the market in the future, that very act alone moves markets as a general rule.
Did I do 1 o'clock numbers?
No.
Numbers. Look at that. Numbers time. Oh, man. All right. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, man. Can't stop in the middle of that. That's like the best part.
Okay,
All right.
we'll do more.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay, stop. Oh no, too far. There you go. That was pretty. That was better. That was much better.
It's like trying to stop the gas pump at the round number, and he got it at 901 instead of $9 flat.
Sorry, man.
All right, let's take a look at these numbers.
Not very good on the buttons.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Taking a look at off exchange. By this time of the day, I would expect to see about 64% going through those exchanges. Remember, when SSR has been tripped, those numbers aren't usually very high, as they can use short exempt volume to control price more easier. That's a word. Those are words. Off exchange 48.56, EDGX at 9.34. The combined total on that's 57.9%. So we're probably about 6.1% less than what we should be. 15,851 shares going through CHX this morning, and nothing really too much on GME. It's about 1,550 shares. So those numbers are still kind of low. Taking a look at Ortex, an hour ago it was 2.65 million shares having been returned. Or I'm sorry, borrowed for the day today. It's now 3.31 million shares borrowed for the day today. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise even more to 6.83%. The cost to borrow min is at 0.35, average 1.47, max 6.17. Day over day, the amount of shares loaned increased by 130,000 shares. Ortex estimated about 40,000 of that was in new short interest. Taking a look at the options, I don't know why you guys put up with me. I really don't. I'm like a blubbering mess. You guys keep putting up with it. I don't know why. It's weird. At a $9 strike, there was 10.9 thousand contracts an hour ago in volume for the day today. It's now 13.2 thousand contracts. On puts, we have a new winner with a strike price of $8.50 when it was $5.50 an hour ago. At $5.50 an hour ago, we had 11,000 contracts. We now have 11.5 at 8.5, which means the market is now starting to guesstimate that we will see a closing price somewhere between $8.50 and $9 by the end of the day today. Taking a look at excuse me. Taking a look at MMRI. An hour ago it was 303.36. It's now 304.49. Still moving on up. Do you have that one? Sensor contact?
Casey, I have a question. Can you
Go
go
for
back to can you
Options?
go back a day in the options and find out whether there was any big put contract placed for, I don't know, a number around what our price is now?
So like future contracts that were created? No.
Yeah. Like
No,
what
not
happened
unless
in the
not unless I
options
look.
yesterday. Was there a bunch of people who knew this was going to happen? That's what I'm questioning.
Yeah, if I went through and did what I can do is this. Every single day, once a day, I can go through at the end of the day and scroll through each one of the options chains for the next, I don't know, a couple months out or so. Right, I can just scroll through the page, and then if we have any questions on any given day, we can just go back and look at the history and see. But at this point in time, no. Right, unless I do what I said I did.
So I could go back a couple of days in your streams though, and I could check.
But you could only see this week's data because that's as much as you're going to see is what's on the screen, and I don't normally cycle through them. But I can start doing that at the end of every day so we can see what potentially is happening or occurring and use it for data. Absolutely. I'm all for it if you're okay with it.
I'm just wondering whether or not somebody knew that the price was going to drop like this. Because if somebody placed a large put order for, we were at 10, if they threw in a bunch at 9.
Well, you remember I was showing you earlier this week that there were a bunch of put contracts that were opening up at each dollar range, $1 lower than where we were at. But that was also happening on the call side as well. So there were definitely some hedged bets on both sides for sure. Yeah. All right. Next, MMRA has already talked about. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC still in the top 4. We have a 70.49% buy to 29.51% sell ratio. Looking really strong on this move upwards here. We are buying that dip and the rise back up. I don't see GME on the list. SSR trigger price for the day today triggered at $9.08 this morning. 2 million shares available to be borrowed. No new loans in the last hour. Fees are still at 0.9%. NASDAQ is down 0.76. Dow Jones is down 0.65. And the S&P 500 is down 0.72. We have 4,156 decliners to 1,832 advancers. The market is on fire. Watch out, hot lava. Don't touch the floor. You'll burn your feet off. Biggest bank movers right now. We've got Coinbase down, or up rather, 5.63, but it is down from earlier. FRC is down 21.88. Silvergate's down 15.63. PacWest is down 3.88. Bank of California down 3.81. Zion Bank down 3.87. Western Alliance down 4.64. Morgan Stanley down 2.55. And that's it. Those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 5.2% and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.19 and trending up. Oil is up 0.4 and trending down. Actually, it's consolidating. I take that back. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.65 to 0.77 and trending down. SPY is down 0.61, trending down. VIX is up 5.88 and trending up. VBR is down 1.09, trending down. VB is down 1.17, trending down. Tesla is down 6.19, trending down. Amazon is down 0.92, trending down. Cinemark down 1.47, trending down. Doge is down 6.14, trending down. Bitcoin is up 1.55, trending down. GME is down 3.28, trending down. HYMC is down 1.68, trending down. NCMI is down 0.57, trending down. Hood is down 4.3, trending down. And AMC is down 15.86 and trending down. Inflow versus outflow for the day today. We have approximately 25, let's see here. 31, not quite. 30.6-ish. $30.6 million more inflow than outflow. 56.57 million shares traded so far for the day today. After 293 minutes worth of trading, that puts us on a pace for 75.29 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere between 20 and 40 million. We're obviously much higher on that. On a 4-hour time interval, there is currently more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 30.8, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 34.55, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.35, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.83, which is below average, slightly below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time back to the back of the big tramp.
Hey buddy, before you turn your number stuff off, I rarely have any questions about numbers, but I got distracted when you did banks. Is the Japanese bank SoftBank? Were they on your list of movers today?
They're not on my list. I don't know if I have
at risk banks.
I don't think so. I don't know if they have a listing. They do. SOBKY. South Korea, is that a Korean? What bank is that? That's Japanese, you said?
A Japanese, they're the ones that posted a $6 billion loss. I know they did $1 trillion in profit last year, but this year they lost $6 billion. And I know we like to watch the banks for failures, and it's been all over the news today. That's the only reason I was curious if it made your list of at-risk banks or what have you.
I don't have it on my list. I just pulled it up just to look at it real quickly here, and I don't see. I don't know.
I believe it's Korean.
Yeah, I might be wrong when I said Japan.
Well, it says
Japan, but I know it's called SoftBank.
It says a Japan-based company, mainly engaged in the communications business. Somebody's asking if I got. Somebody's asking if I have HSBC on there, and I do not.
Apparently, Casey, it's they're Japanese tech group. They're ones that were, I guess, in bed with the WeWork, that big that WeWork implosion in New York City, with its link to the real estate collapse. I think that's the nexus. It's SoftBank from Japan.
Yeah, none of these made my list. So I made my list based off of a list. The banks that I put on my list here are based off of banks in the U.S. that were, well, not all of them. Some of them are outside the U.S., but a lot of them that are inside the U.S. that were having known bank failure issues. Now, I know that Japan, BOJ, I'm not sure if that's, yeah, it's not going to show up here. The Bank of Japan is probably one that I would probably be watching right now, but they're not publicly traded on the U.S. market, so can't. Or at least I don't know.
I just thought it was interesting. I know it's been all over the mainstream media, and then I noticed this morning when I was having my coffee, it was all over X, and I just thought it was notable as far as bank failure goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking at the wrong one. I was looking at it.
Yeah, they lost $6 billion in the third quarter. That's a big number.
I think I'm gonna head to break here, guys. It's break time. I'm feeling a little overheated right now. I hope I'm not getting a temperature again. Initial jobless claims came in today, guys. 220,000 was the number from last week. The number dropped from 220,000 to 217,000. Let's see here. Looks like we don't have anything there. There's maybe consumer sentiment tomorrow. Mainly just a bunch of speakers. Powell's talking. Yeah. Do you guys want to listen to that while I'm on break?
Why not, man?
All right.
Something to make fun of.
Okay. I'll find them and put them on here if I can. I'll see you guys in a bit.
You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Let's see here. Give me just 1 second and I'll try and find it. Today is the 9th.
Israel was fortunate in that sense, with relatively small share of tourism sector and a relatively large high-tech sector, which actually benefited from the increased dependency on remote work. These circumstances led to a wedge between global
I've got it on
domestic
live.
monetary policy.
I'm not sure if
This
I can.
slide shows that for these reasons and others, inflation in Israel is in the lowest quartile.
I'm not sure that I can rewind this at all, so I'm not sure that. I'm looking to see. Oh my gosh, did Janet Yellen dye her hair? No way.
Monsieur Kabash.
Oh, Mr. I thought this was Janet Yellen. Oh my gosh, I thought that was Janet Yellen for a second there. I was like, oh my gosh, she dyed her hair.
Kabash.
It's not her.
To the King, Prime Minister Al-Kanoush, Chair Marchenko.
I totally thought that was Janet Yellen right there. I was like, oh no way, she dyed her hair. It was not her. It's pretty bad though. I thought it was. Give me 1 second here. Let me see if I can find this. So I went to this link here, and this is where it took me. There is a live watching spot here on the page, but I. I don't see any place where they've got like a link to like something that that had Powell speaking. There is one other thing I can check though. Oh, here we go. Is this? Oh, see, it's not letting me rewind at all. There's no rewind in here. Here we go. That's not what I wanted.
The shekel would have been about.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they're going to let me go backwards in time and watch something that already happened. Well, womp womp. You get nothing. Oh, man. I'll tell you what, though. I will do something for you guys. I know exactly who would be the perfect person to put up in here to get you guys through this break time. A visit from our good old friend, good old Gazerbeam Gary. I know he'll keep you nice and happily entertained. Good old Gazerbeam Gary while I'm on break. So I will see you guys in a little bit.
41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, I'm back. Let me get rid of good old Gazer Beam Gary. Protecting that price discovery. All right. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are writing, so hold on to those. Don Hannaford says CHX worth a look. Let's take a look at it. I'm sure it's. I was expecting it to be high today, so I'm sure that's probably the case. This is usually how they return shares. So if they weren't able to return any shares before, it looks like this is, they're probably using some of the shares that they got today to return shares that they needed to. Stockwiz, can it wait until after the numbers? If you want to ask the question now, you can, or you can wait until after the numbers. Your choice. Okay, cool. I'll look for your question after the numbers. Let me take you guys over to the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, or concerns until you see the beg tramp back up on the screen again. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. Starting with off exchange. By this time of the day, we'd expect to see about 66% going through off exchange and EDGX. Of course, it's always going to be lower whenever you have SSR being tripped due to the SSR acting as like a force field to price discovery. You don't need your shield, which is going to be the off exchanges, which is at 49.18% through off exchange, EDGX at 9.18, combined total 58.36. That is approximately 7.64% less than what I would expect it to be by this time of the day. CHVX volume, 88,205 shares going through there. There's definitely been a return of shares going on. I think there's going to be an increase in price incoming. I think. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening, but when we start seeing big numbers like this, the first big number usually it signifies the start of the share returns. Then the second time we see a big influx of shares being returned is usually when the price discovery ends. So we'll see what ends up happening. This is a little bit different because there's shares being sold into the marketplace. So it may not necessarily cause price to move up as a result, but we'll definitely be seeing some shares being returned here. GME CHX volume for the day today is sitting at 1,550 shares. In regards to shares having been borrowed so far for the day today, we have approximately 4.1 million shares showing up as being borrowed. That's going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise to 7.02%. Cost to borrow mins at 0.35. Average is 1.47 and max 7.94. Day over day, the share on loan increased by 130,000 shares, and estimated short interest increased by 40,000 shares. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today has been a $9 strike. It is now sitting at, it was at 13.2 thousand contracts an hour ago, is now 14.8. Highest amount of volume for puts, currently an $8 strike. That's down from 8.5. At 8.5, we had 11.5 thousand contracts. At 8, we now have 13.7. Which means the market is targeting close today somewhere between $8 and $9. MMRI for the day today is sitting at 304.29. It was 304.47 an hour ago. Not so much. It's not as elevated as it was. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is still in the top 4 most heavily traded stocks by Fidelity. We have a 69.94% buy, nice, to 30.06% sell ratio. Looking for GME to be on this list. Hopefully they have higher amounts of volume, but they don't. So they're not on the list. SSR did trigger for the day today at $9.08. 2 million shares available to borrow currently. No new shares have been borrowed in the last hour. Fees still showing up at 0.9%. NASDAQ is down 0.88. Dow Jones is down 0.59. S&P 500 down 0.72. We have 4,195 decliners to 1,819 decliners. The market's fractionally more down more declining now than it was an hour ago. Biggest of the bank movers for the day today, we have Coinbase up 4.71. I'm just going to read off anything plus or minus 2.5% or greater of a change. FRC is down 37.5. Silvergate down 15.63. PacWest Bell is, PacWest Bank rather, is down 2.89. Bank of California down 2.92. Zion Bank down 3.5. Western Alliance down 4.1. And those are the biggest of the movers. Ethereum Classic is up 5.13 and consolidating with maybe a slight downtrend. US dollar is up 0.26 and starting to consolidate a little bit after an uptrend. It's still trending up. Oil is down 0.2 and taking a little bit of a dump right now, and it's starting to trend down. Mortgage-backed securities are down anywhere from 0.84 to 0.94 and trending down. SPY is down 0.74, trending down. VIX is up 6.92 and trending up. VBR is down 1.11, trending, consolidating. VB is down 1.28, consolidating. Tesla is down 6.11, consolidating. Amazon is down 1.19, trending down. Cinemark is down 0.44, trending up. Doge is down 5.75 and trending down. Bitcoin is up 1.91 and trending down. Well, let's say consolidating. GME is down 3.92, trending down. HYMC is down 2.3, trending down. NCMI is down 2.41 and trending down. Hood is down 4% and consolidating, and AMC is down 14.67 and starting to trend up. Inflow versus outflow, we have approximately $34 million more inflow than outflow. 59.49 million shares traded so far for the day today after 350 minutes worth of trading, putting us on a pace for 66.28 million shares traded by the end of the day today. I suggested somewhere in pre-mark between 20 and 40 million. So we're definitely seeing an elevated volume for the day today compared to what I was thinking it would be. On a 4-hour chart, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 31.33, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 35.44, which is below average. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 38.06, which is below average. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 44.83. Strike that, 49.55, which is average. And with that, I will yield the rest of the time back to the back of the big tramp right after I draw out a potential. This looks like an ascending parallel channel here. Let me just verify. Yeah, it looks like an ascending parallel channel. We got about 3 to 4 touch points on the top side, 2 on the bottom side. This should break out going down or at some point it should break down out of this parallel channel. Not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to be before the end of the trading day today, but it could. Let's say, for example, we continue to trade in here somewhere in this range, and we close somewhere between 861 and 879. You would probably see price trade sideways afterwards and break out of this just sideways. All right, back to the main page here. Stockwiz, what you got? While I'm waiting on you, I'm going to go back to the back of the big tramp. And they're off. Wow, man, you got your finger like right over that waiting for me, don't you? It's pretty crazy. All right, Stockwiz says May 2021 Wanda Group sold shares, price went up, then Adam Aaron did. That's not true. Yeah, I don't know why people say that all the time. It's not true. Wanda Group sold shares, price went down. Adam Aaron did a offering, diluted price ran up, and that's also not true. The price did not run up after the dilution occurred. Price shot up to 78, so could the same thing be happening again? Also, Adam Aaron mentions Renaissance. Did he mention something special with that? No. Okay, no. Yeah, neither one of those, both of those are incorrect. The share price did not go up after the share offering. The price went down. Wanda sold shares. The price went down. The price did go up afterwards, but the initial movement after the selling of shares and the offering was downwards. Every time I've seen so many people say that the price has gone up afterwards, and it's like, well, I could put my finger. Oh, I'll do one better. I'll put my mouse. I'll put my mouse anywhere at any point in time, and say the price went up afterwards. Today, I could just do it just today alone, right? Like I could point anywhere on here, and I could say like, I sneezed today, and the price went up right here. Oh, look at that. Yep. See, price went up after I sneezed.
If it doesn't work on that chart, just keep changing time frames until you find one that does.
Yeah.
Casey.
Yes, sir.
Casey. Adam. Oh, I can't make the voice. But Adam Aaron has said that though. That every time they've done an offering.
Yeah, I know. He said that. He said that. But the cause of it was not the dilution that caused that to occur. Yeah, he's disingenuously suggesting that selling shares in the marketplace will cause price to move up. That's not the case.
So will the price move up because institutions will come and buy them up?
Yes, somebody has to be forced to buy.
Okay.
Somebody has to be forced into a situation to where they have to buy, and that's the reason why price went up.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, they do need our shares, but when it's on their terms and they're not being forced to buy them, then they can make the price whatever they want it to be. When they're forced to actually buy the shares and deliver the shares, that's when you start seeing price improvement. There's a big difference between I'm going to buy your shares and I have to buy your shares.
AC, I know you're concerned about the length of clips that get played on here, but in honor of our new friend Pepperoni, who's with us right now, Kate, is it possible that censor content could play a little clip that's maybe just a little bit normal and longer? I want to say probably 15 seconds. Would that be acceptable?
Since when have I stopped them?
I mean, are you gonna get demonetized?
Well, it's a tutorial on how to speak Italian, and I thought it would be helpful for everyone to embrace our new friend.
I've already cleared this with Pepperoni.
Okay. I don't have a problem.
We're now calling him, and he thought it was quite good actually. So.
Well, you know, I've always wanted to come in here, and now that I got a mustache, the timing feels right.
Wow, all this stuff looks pretty good. Can we get some salami and...
Brian, let me handle this. Scusi, babida boopy?
Che cosa? Peter, what are you doing?
Speaking Italian. Babida boopy?
Peter, you can't speak Italian just because you have a mustache.
Tu sei un pazzo, va via da qui! Sono stanco di te, ti do un pugno nella testa! Ti uccido con questa carne!
There you go. I mean, yeah.
Bookity bookity bo.
Yeah. So everybody can speak Italian now.
Yeah, apparently, yes. That's the way to speak Italian. Oh, Stockwiz has more to ask here. Okay, let's see here. So Casey, but you mentioned just now we could see price movement down or up later on. Maybe you mean after the market close. So, it's not really. There are large quantities of failure to delivers that are out there. I know that just because I know how to add them up. You can go take a look at short exempt volume that's occurred over the last month and a half, and see for yourself what's been created. If you want to pull that up real nice and simply, you can pull it up through Stonko Tracker, which shows it. It's probably one of the best places you can pull that information up for a period of time. Looks to me like they go back to at least 10-11, which is almost that month and a half period of time that I'm suggesting that you'd want to pull. But all those are failure to delivers. Every single one of those days of short exempt volume are failure to delivers, and every day they're delivering shares, but never usually enough to account for what's needed to be found. And when somebody's in a position where they're forced to have to buy shares, and deliver those shares, that's when you start seeing price move upwards. I'm not sure in reference what exactly it was that I said that you're confusing with regards to price moving upwards. I'm not suggesting it because of the dilution, though. Yeah, not really the case, unfortunately. Just because you dump shares into a marketplace, for example, we've seen 59.79 million shares traded for the day today. Let's say, for example, that you dumped 15 million shares into the marketplace today. How many times would those shares need to simply be passed back and forth between institutions to come up with 60 million shares? And it'd be like 4x, 5x. This could be a good insight into how many shares that are out there that they're having to juggle around on a daily basis just to try and complete orders. And sometimes there's not enough liquidity in the marketplace. And so when we see these shares being dumped in the marketplace, they're trying to backfill complete orders from the past that just never got filled because of the fact that they didn't have any liquidity. So that's why you see these spikes in price or in volumes like this. But just because institutions are buying shares does not mean price is going to go up. It would be awesome if that's how, in a perfect world, that would be how like supply and demand would be amazing. It would be awesome if supply and demand was how a real market worked. But this particular market is the market of Vegas and is not how it works. Supply and demand does not have any bearing whatsoever on where price movement goes towards. And a great example of that is that if we end up seeing or getting reported to us that there was something around 37 million shares dumped into the market, or somewhere around that amount of shares dumped into the marketplace, then you can see very clearly that the market is simply controlling price to match market capitalization and has nothing to do with supply and demand. Most of the original part, well, the original part of, so no, the original shares that are sold into the marketplace should show up as actual volume. And you can see today that the dark pools weren't heavily utilized. What you're probably going to end up seeing is like huge amounts of short exempt volume occurring as a result of today's movements in volume. But the dark pools were not heavily utilized today. In fact, I think the numbers are low by, what did I say? I think it was like 7% lower than normal. I think it's Brian. Brian Sanchez is saying, so in your opinion, when do you predict AMC will go back up to $10?
Weeks. 2 weeks. Everything's 2 weeks, man. Don't you know?
Yeah, I know. I might be able to predict something a little bit sooner than that, though. Hold on a second here. Let me just look at Ichimoto and see if there's something closer to that. There is a strong possibility of seeing 10 by Thursday of next week. But one thing that I will say is that's not financial advice. Make sure that you're, and I hate when people come in and ask me questions like that. I hate giving answers because I feel like a lot of people are trying to play options. Options aren't your friend. If you think you're going to go win big on options out there, I'm telling you right now that you're a loser. If you think you're going to play the option and be a winner, you're immediately a loser. So don't think that you're going to go out there and buy a bunch of $10 contracts that expire next week in hopes that Casey's right and that you're going to be the next big millionaire because you're going to make a shit ton of money off of options. I'm telling you right now, you go with that attitude and you're a loser right off the get-go, straight off the bat. You're going to be the low-hanging fruit that the institutions are going to pick and pick easily. Can a market maker hedge fund?
That we hit the low of $7.05 was on 9/11. That's of all days of the whole year for an event like that. It's just unusual.
Yeah. Roseanne, sorry, not Roseanne. ProJiller says, can market makers or hedge funds over-report SSR as a way to cover sales before it was tripped for previous days' closings? Let me think about that. Can a market maker or hedge fund over-report SSR? When you say over-report, you mean short exempt volume. You mean over-report short exempt volume? As a way to cover sales before it was tripped for the previous day's closing. So like settlements of the, I see what you're saying. You're saying if you have net settlements from the previous day that you're struggling with to complete, could you trip SSR the next day and complete those orders or fulfill those orders with short exempt volume? I think the answer to that would be yes. Anson says, why? So in regards to downwards momentum in pressure and price movement, I am a firm believer that so long as we don't see people walking out of hedge funds with their shit packed up in boxes, There will always be attempts at trying to drop the price lower and lower and lower. The idea here for hedge funds to win this is to bankrupt AMC, and one of the ways they can do that is by dropping the price. Do I think that there's a potential possibility for something like that? If you don't see people walking out of hedge funds with their shit packed in boxes, yes, there's always that possibility. So long as they're in business, we will see price manipulated downwards. And I don't like saying like how low. There is, I think, I think in the last 24 hours you've seen very, very clearly how in control they are of price movement. There should be no doubt in your mind whatsoever after the last 24 hours of trading that they can move the price to wherever they want to, whenever they want to. Is there any truth that to the argument that shorting is needed to balance the market? Could the market be balanced through just buying and selling? Man, I have struggled with this one my entire trade. I've been in the marketplace. I've been in the markets trading since 1998. I would say since 2000, really, because it was really just more 401k stuff before that. But since 2000, so like 20 plus odd years, and I would tell you that majority of my life has been spent believing that we needed to get rid of naked shorting it altogether, because I felt it was very unhealthy. I watched a lot of companies go out of business that I didn't feel should have been out of business, and I was very anti shorting in the market. But over this is going to be the strangest thing. I feel weird just saying it. In this last 3 years of us doing what it is that we've been doing and seeing what it is that we've been seeing, I do feel like there is a place for shorting. Not naked shorting, but shorting. I do think that you have to have a yin and a yang in order to have fair price movement in a market, and but what we're seeing right now is not that. What we're seeing right now is something entirely different than what it is that I think that it should be. So I would agree with the statement that yes, that there should be balance in the marketplace and there should be shorting, but not naked shorting that we're seeing. It should be banned and outlawed, and there should be severe, harsh penalties for anybody who's caught doing it. In fact, the type of penalties that would prevent somebody from being able to be a participant in the marketplace going forward.
Lifetime ban from baseball.
Yep.
KC, I have an update.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
wait. Let me fill everybody in real quick before you update on what's going on here. So Hayden has a position that he's holding through Fidelity, and every single day I tell you guys, make sure you get two-factor authentication because I want you to protect yourselves. I got an email from Fidelity a long time ago, and it stated in there that if I didn't have two-factor authentication and something happened to my account, I would be held liable for anything that occurred to the account during that period of time. So if there was some fraudulent activity, they would basically be like, oh, well, sorry, shit out of luck. You don't have two-factor authentication. So I got it. It's on my account. And yesterday, correct me if I'm wrong, Hayden, on this, but yesterday, Hayden has two-factor authentication on his Fidelity account, and he had somebody who hacked his account and sold off XX position on his shares of AMC. So he's back now, I guess, apparently with some updated news on what's happening with that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm glad I got
You cut out. Wait, you cut out there.
Can you hear me
was
right
it?
now?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm driving home in my truck. And that was a great intro because, in a way, first let me start off. Luckily, it's not fraud. So apparently my tinfoil hat might have been on a little too tight. But I'll throw this out. When you see something gone for your account and you're the only one on your account, the the first thing you jump on is fraud, of which I did. Now, for everyone that has a 401k, you probably may have jumped down the same rabbit hole I did. And as we say in aviation, you learn from other people's mistakes. So, in a way, I kind of tripped on my
Oh shit!
my dick.
Did you have a limit order set up?
Nope.
Okay.
Not that. So,
Okay.
so it took now with my company, which I will be calling HR about this. With my company, we have a special, I guess, section because of the size with Fidelity. And other people might have the same thing with their companies too, with Fidelity, that you have a rep, and he probably has 4 or 5 companies, but you would call and talk to them. So I was literally on the phone for 90 minutes, 4 different reps, to finally get to a guy who could dig into my account and look for what happened here. Reverse, about a month ago, I got a letter from my company saying they overpaid my account. Now you know where this is going. And they said you could have this money taken out of your pay over 3 or 4 pay periods, or just one lump sum. Yeah, you know where this is going, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Margin call.
So I elected to have 4 payments and sent that to the company. And I'm gonna go find the letter because it said my paycheck. So when I got to my email last night, or this morning, and saw that 78 shares have been sold, all of a sudden I'm like, did I say that? I meant 5. You can tell what happened. So now I have to call my company. This is what Fidelity told me was, yes, I said, how could somebody go into my account? 2, how could you let somebody tell someone to go into my account when that's not your business? They overpaid me. That's between you and I. Or excuse me, me and the company. Not you doing what the company just ordered. And what they said to me was, yeah, well, they put money into your account, therefore they can take money out. I said, really? Because last time I checked, it was in my name. And they said, with your 401k, you're actually the trustee.
Yep.
It's their account.
Yeah.
And I went, really?
And they have direct deposit. It's like direct deposit access.
Wow.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Why would they pick that specific? Why would they pick that specific ticker though?
Oh.
I mean, I'm assuming you have more than AMC.
I have multiple accounts that they put money into, but that account was the biggest one, and it had when I bought, it was with that money on those shares. So that's why they went to those to recoup that money. And I went, okay, I get that. So I've got to dig up the paper, but once again, I went back through some of the writings, and I feel bad that I scared some people, and I'm sure some people are going, yeah, what a knucklehead. But at the same time, when you think you're the only one in control of your account, you may not be. So now nobody has to make the same mistake I did and broadcast it. But that's what happened. Learned from my mistake, and
Wow. Yeah.
sorry to have scared anybody.
Well, I mean, on that note, I'd like to add something. I don't know if everybody knows about this. Maybe they don't. Because we are using the United States currency, the dollar, we don't own anything because we're using their money. I don't know if you guys know about that. There's a clause when you use the United States currency, the United States can come and take whatever you use to purchase, whether it's a house, a car. Did you know that?
No.
Well,
But just to sum it up, hey, I appreciate everyone that yes, I probably put a scare into them, and hey, maybe we need to change our passwords all the time.
You scared me.
Yeah, not you, youngster. Come on.
No, come on. I have to go change my underwear, man.
So now if this happens, you can think in your mind of, yes, somebody could have gotten my account, or two, did something else happen, and you can start thinking that way instead of being a fool like I was and go, somebody hacked my account when I thought I was the only one. Technically, I thought I was, but I'm not. So now don't be like me. You've got something else in the back of your head to troubleshoot. That's all I got. Thanks, Casey.
Just be glad you put the extra pay in your 401k and didn't take it down to the stripper bar, because I don't think they could get that money back if you spent it on a lap dance.
Well, what I am curious about is you elected to pay your employer with money out of for distributions that you said you had elected towards, right? Which means they should have never touched your 401k to begin with. And if that's the case, then that means, did the money that came out of there get distributed to you, or did it get distributed to the company?
Now, here's the other thing. In this account, the way it works is they put the money in and it goes into one account. Does work that way. Whatever stocks are in there, it's split up amongst them. In this account, I guess because it's a brokerage, it goes into, what's the money market with Fidelity? It just goes in as cash.
Yeah, no. I think that's what it's called. It's called CASH, I think. Yeah.
So it just goes in as cash. The other account that they contribute to, it actually goes and it's spread out amongst the stocks in there, and it just goes in as shares. In fact, they go in as my company shares, actually. So that's how that happened. But yeah, I feel a little foolish, but at the same time, it's kind of aviation. We all learn from each other.
So where did the money go, though, from the sale of those of the shares?
It's sitting there in cash, and I don't know because I haven't logged back in because I had them close the account. So I had them open it, and I haven't redone my password since I landed.
Okay, but I guess
I have to change my password one more time.
My point being is that if they did the transaction and so that they could pay your company the money that you owed your company, even after you elected to do something out of your 4 installments out of your paycheck, then why didn't they give the money to your company instead of putting it directly into your account for you?
Back to the airline. Yeah, back to the airline.
It should have gone if they were going to be transacting in favor of the airline to distribute the money to the airline, then that should have occurred. And if they just simply did the transaction to just sell, and then so there's a little bit. There's either some disingenuous. There's still some disingenuous activity going on here, unless they did pay your company that you work for.
When I looked this morning, because as you say that, I was thinking the same thing. Was I saw the money from the sale still sitting in whatever when your brokerage account, it's the money market.
A cash sweep.
Yeah, it was still sitting there, and that's when I had them close the account. So I don't know, and I'm waiting to find out. Like you just said, well, if you sold it, why didn't you just take the money? And maybe that's because the sale hasn't closed yet. I don't know.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
It's supposed to. It said closing on the 10th.
It sounds to me like you got some.
I'm going to give HR a call.
It sounds to me like you still have some follow up to do on this still. But keep on it.
One timer put in chat. Maybe the money has to settle too. If they sold them this morning, they may not be able to remit the money to the airlines that was doing the clawback. They may have to wait for the funds to settle, just like if he was going to take them out. So it might just be that simple.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to talk to HR.
By the way, I think it's called Fcash. Is the fidelity?
Oh,
maybe?
okay. Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was just about to log on and say exactly what it is, and I went, oh, I can't.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey, about that.
you let us down, man, because
the cash.
we were all jacked up for a big drama.
The money does have to settle before they can get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel a little foolish, but at the same time, I go, I'm also a little bit angry because when you think something's in your name and it's not, it's kind of a hit to the gut. Like, because I told the Fidelity guys too, I said, hey, so what if they just got upset with me? They could liquidate my fund the way this just worked. And his words were, do you really think they'd be that petty? I go, I don't know.
It's also a little bit of a relief that it wasn't something fraudulent.
Yeah, and I really wanted to get on before the show ended to clear that up, so everyone, so people weren't going, my God, that guy, that dude, the mod that shows his face on, he got hacked, and it's going to happen to everybody. No, and unfortunately, it did not. And like I said, I don't mind.
You saw. You saw, because you could have just lied to us. You could have lied to us, man. This could have been so fun. I mean, you're being truthful, but it's boring, and we would have much rather been lied to and had a big drama.
Well, if there's one thing they teach in Navy pointy nose airplane is there's always going to be a debrief, and you got to face the fact you had a really horrible flight, and everyone knows it, and you got to tell about it. So that's what I do. Might as well own it. Yeah, because nobody learns from you trying to say, well, it really wasn't that bad. No, it was really bad. We all saw it. And yeah, and when you sit there and you accuse something of fraud, well, that's about as high as it gets with us, right? Because we've all been in this play for years, and we
had a lynch mob set up, man. Like the Wild West. We were all up on horses with ropes. We were going to hang them high like an outlaw. Like we were going to ride down to cattle rustlers, get all the cattle rustlers, and have a vigilante justice on these guys. Now we're all dressed up now with no place to go.
Yeah, so we can all look at me and go, he's not flawless, and I definitely am not. But I thought I had the rabbit hole. Little I know there was a break in the rabbit hole, and didn't realize that somebody else actually was in my account. Didn't know it was their account. Did not know. So, anyway, thanks for everyone, and sorry if I caused anybody any strain and any undue stress. Because that's the last thing I wanted to do.
You need to listen to this real quickly here. This is a public service announcement for you. This is make sure you're listening to the live stream. Tell me when you're ready.
Okay.
Right. Okay. Wait, does that mean you're ready?
Sorry, I'm eating a taco. I haven't eaten all day.
Oh. All right, here we go. You ready?
Yep.
All right.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
You can't hear anything. Is that because it's dead silent?
No, I should. Were you? Hold on a second. I'll do it again for you. Hold on a second.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
If you didn't get it that time, I'm not doing it again.
I got it. And now you know. Nice.
It was the old G.I. Joe. And it's the old G.I. Joe. Now you know it, and that knowing is half the battle. G.I. Joe.
What you don't know, you don't know. And yeah, it's worse that when you know, if you don't know anything and you just walk around in bliss, that's one thing, but you got to be able to debrief yourself. And yeah, I kind of wanted to flagellate myself here online so everyone knew that it wasn't
You
fraud.
wanted to fart?
And it could be something.
You wanted to fart yourself?
But I'm glad it's all cleared up. That's for sure. A little embarrassed, but now we all learned something from me.
Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry about it. Everybody makes mistakes.
Raj,
Isn't that right, Yucca?
even Navy guys.
Yucca's not going to talk. I should have said, isn't that right, Pirate? Because Pirate would have never agreed to it.
Hey, man. I just go with the flow.
Well, speaking of going with the flow, it is that time of the day, unfortunately. I know. It's a shame. So I will see you guys in a little bit here. As usual, guys, all good things must eventually come to an end. It's kind of an abrupt end, but it is coming to an end. Oops, that was way too quick. The wrong button. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's our last trading day this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too, and for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie because after all, that's what we're here to do is support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night, have a great night. Oh shoot, one more thing. I totally forgot. There's one more thing. Hilsey's birthday was today. Happy birthday to Hilsey. A quick toast to Hilsey real fast. To health and wealth in the future, Hilsey. I hope you had a wonderful birthday today. Cheers. Beep beep.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, remaining start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Rocket booster separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Okay, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedgies are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
You gotta keep them separated. Separated. Hey! The man you're disrespecting me. Take him out. You gotta keep them separated. Hey! Don't pay no mind. We're under 18 and won't be doing any time. Hey! Come out and play. Separated. Hey! Man, you're talking back to me. Take him out. You gotta keep them separated. Hey! Don't pay no mind. You're under 18, you won't be doing any time. Hey! Come out and play. separated.